over or less.
And that is 5 for Yannick Carrier. He is having a...
And lastly, every time a team inflicts 2 or more runouts, they will get a bonus point. So buckle up and get ready to see acrobatic fielding,
Take out your cameras, man.
entertaining celebrations, and fiery pace in this year's Super 50 Cup.
Thank you very much, Nikhil. So that's batting and now bowling in terms of how you can get those bonus points. Looking across the various power plays, looking at 4-wicket hauls and 5-wicket hauls, and no team yet to effect 2 runouts in any innings so far. Will we see it here today at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy? Shakira Salman alongside of me. Shakira, I want to talk about that last line, those runouts. Why haven't we seen 2 runouts in any team, Shakira? Can you answer that one for me?
They just haven't hit the stumps. I think simply put, they just haven't hit the stumps. Good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon, Joel. We have seen a few near misses on a couple of occasions. We've seen batters diving, scampering to make their grounds because they know that they don't want to surrender 2 runouts to the opposition and give them that extra bonus point.
I'm sorry for having to trip you up with that particular run-up question, because there's actually no answer for that other than, well, Joel, it didn't happen. Yeah, a couple of the youngsters there for the West Indies Academy, Zishan Matari, the leg spinner, Matthew Nandu, had a chance to talk to him as well. He would have graduated coming through the West Indies Academy as well. He certainly enjoyed the time there. He's talking about, you know, working on the processes, improving his cricket over time. Yeah, that's the leg spinner, Matara. Picked up a couple wickets so far in this year's tournament. The likes of Ian Bishop are talking a lot about this young man and, you know, what the future could look like for him. They're talking about a couple other bowlers as well. You heard from one in Jedediah Blades a little earlier. You know, the left arm seamer Ian Bishop is keen on what could happen for him. That's Josh Bishop with a bit of left arm spin to come as well. So an update for us all. Good news. 1:15 p.m. is where the toss will be, and the match start will be at 1:30 p.m. So just about 25 minutes away. We're going to get play going on at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. In terms of overhead, things still looking a little overcast, but hopefully we don't have any interruptions once we get underway. So 10 minutes, we're going to have the toss, and about 25 minutes, we're going to get play underway in this one. So we've got Samuel Badri out in the middle. Very experienced leg spinner, very experienced cricketer. Samuel, first of all, tell me a bit about what's going on out there in terms of conditions, etc.
Well, Joel, I'm down here in ground zero, like you mentioned. It's been a sort of inclement day today, rainfall a little bit earlier. But one of the great things about this venue is the drainage. It is second to none in the world. This is how good the drainage here is at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. In addition to that, we have a wonderful ground staff. They have been working diligently throughout the course of the morning, throughout the course of the day, to ensure that once this rain abates, that the play will start momentarily. So it's a 1:15 toss, 1:30 p.m. local time start time. So we'll have a little bit of a delay because of that rainfall. You can see a lot of activities taking place behind me, players getting themselves prepared. This is, of course, the final match in the group stage for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and after that they'll have to wait on results from other games, etc. And of course the West Indies Academy team looking for another victory, just one victory for them so far. So it has been a difficult tournament for the Academy team. Of course, we know it's a lot of young players just gaining experience in this format, playing against senior established players. So they are looking to acquit themselves well and to showcase their talent. Lots of former West Indies under-19 players in their ranks. But for the Harpy Eagles, again, another disappointing tournament, but they have one game remaining in the group stage to make amends, Joel.
Well, Samuel, I hope you have a chair out there, because our producer told me I can talk to you as long as I want to at the moment. But let's get an overall picture of, you know, how you've enjoyed the games here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for this season.
Well, from all reports, speaking to a lot of the players, the pitch to start with is the best in the tournament. When they come here, they enjoy the batting, they enjoy the surface. Generally, it's one that challenges the bowlers. You don't get too much space. you aren't getting too much spin from the surface, and of course you get a lot of value for your shots along the ground because of the very fast outfield. So the batters have enjoyed the conditions here. We remember that masterful 150 from Justin Graves. So in the main, it has been pleasing to see some of the younger players coming through, and of course I mentioned Justin Graves, to see his level of consistency. I suppose that's the benchmark now for some of the others. Matthew Nandu, a century, and followed up that with a half century. Tevin Imlach, 3 half centuries. So generally, Joel, the batting is what I was looking for in this tournament, and some of the batters have come to the fore. We know that the bowling generally holds its strength in this tournament, so we've seen that again. But for the batting, I was impressed with some of them.
I'm happy to hear you talk about the batting and the conditions, because I want to take you in a direction where we talk about totals. So at no stage have we seen 300 plus on this surface. Can you maybe offer your insight as to why maybe we've not seen something plus 300 on what is the best surface that we've had across the tournament?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and it's not because teams have not found themselves in a position where they can get that. We've seen in quite a few games that teams have set themselves really in a good position to push to that 300 mark, over 300, but they've faltered in the last part of power play 2. They've lost some wickets, and so when they entered power play 3, they have to consolidate. What you don't want in that phase of the innings is where you have numbers 6 and 7 and 8 and new batters at the crease. So I think that teams haven't really concentrated for long enough. This is 50 overs after all. So you have to ensure that your batting is for the duration of the innings. I think that they faltered in the back end of power play 2, which didn't allow them to capitalize in power play 3. And that's the reason why we haven't seen those 300 plus scores, particularly at these venues, though teams have been in good positions to surpass that.
Well, we've got Shakira alongside of me, and she wants to have a conversation with you, Badri. So I'm going to let her ask you something here now.
Hi, Sahil. We're going to stick with Brian Cricket Academy and that 300 plus total. What do you think teams need to do bowling last to win this game here?
Yeah, especially teams that are batting first. They need to aim for 20-25 runs more than they normally would, because the conditions get so much better for batting second. So if you think that 275 is good, they need to get to 290. They need to push to that 300. So how they approach the power play 1 is important, but keeping wickets in hand for that final phase where they can accelerate and explode.
Well, thanks a lot, Badri. Go have yourself a rest. We will as well. We'll take a quick break here and come back with more from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. we're getting closer to the toss today between the West Indies Academy and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Once again, a look at where things stand coming into this one. 5th and 6th is where the contest lies at the moment. Last game for Guyana Harpy Eagles, and 2 left for the West Indies Academy. In fact, no, 3 left for the West Indies Academy. So it's time to have a toss. Let's head out to Samuel Badri.
Nice and cool out in the middle at the moment. Lots of activity behind and in front of me as we get closer to start time. The captains are here. Teddy Bishop, captain of the West Indies Academy. Tevin Imlach, captain of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And former West Indies fast bowler Rion King is the match referee who will oversee proceedings. Teddy, why don't you give it a flick?
Tails.
Tails is the call.
That's a tail.
And it is a tail. So, Tevin, you've won the toss. What are you going to do first and the reasons for that?
We're going to bowl first. It looks a bit dark. Might have some moisture, and obviously the dew comes into play at the back end, so we look to capitalize on that.
Your final game in the group stage, finishing much earlier than some of the other teams. How would you reflect on the way your season has gone so far?
A bit unfortunate. We had 2 games that went down to the wire, losing by 1 wicket, and then 2 games ran out where we were in good positions to win those games. So it's just, I guess, unfortunate. But, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. But we still have a chance, you know, if we get some points in this game, maybe we can sneak in.
Yeah, just on that point, you're just outside the top 4 at the moment. Bonus points up for grabs. Will there be an emphasis on perhaps getting some of those bonus points?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're trying to give ourselves a chance. There is a possibility, but because of the nature of this wicket and what tends to happen with the elements and whatnot, so we have to take that into consideration as well. Winning the game is utmost importance too. So.
Any changes to your playing 11?
Yeah, young Rampatap comes in for Tage Ryan.
Thank you very much. All the very best.
Yeah, thanks.
Teddy, if you can just join me here. And I suppose I can ask you a similar question. How would you reflect on the way the season has gone for this young academy team?
Yeah, not the best season for us. I think we're performing under par as a unit. So I think we have to go back to the drawing board and look at things, take different approach if needed. So yeah.
And you get an opportunity now to put some of those things that you've discussed into play. What are some of the discussions like as you come up against this opposition?
No, just everyone being free and playing their game style, you know, just to go out there and express themselves.
And how have you enjoyed the captaincy?
It's been tough, but I'm enjoying it so far.
What has been the best thing for you about leading this team?
I think just enjoying the moment with the guys, you know, gathering information from the coaches, just having a blast out here.
Absolutely. And any changes to your playing 11?
Yeah, one Kelvin Pittman comes in for Nico Smith.
Thank you very much. All the very best, Teddy. Confirmation from the toss then. Guyana Harpy Eagles have won the toss, and unsurprisingly, they've decided to bowl first.
Well, there you have it. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they'll be bowling first. Shakir Salmon, as Badri said, unsurprisingly. So let's talk about that decision. Is that obviously one that's influenced by the factors that we talked about a little earlier in terms of teams chasing just happen to win under the lights here?
Yeah, certainly. We've seen teams come from nowhere and win games chasing. In that first game in particular, when it was Volcanoes, they seemed to be down and out. And from nowhere, they found a way to win the game in the conditions. The conditions obviously favor the batters under the lights. The ball slides on a lot more. It's better for batting in the night.
Well, let's also look at the other factor of it. West Indies Academy will be having a bat first. What do they need to do to put up a competitive total? Because their batters have not been necessarily doing the best, you know, for them. Only a couple guys have been able to get starts and not really carry on. So I think only like 1 or 2 50s for them across the season. What are you looking for them here in this one?
Yeah, just 150 for the West Indies Academy so far. They have to improve that. They need more contributions from the batters, and they need someone to carry on to convert. Similarly to what we saw with Justin Graves when he played here, to what we saw with Kieran Powell, albeit that they were batting last. They need to convert.
Well, let's head out to the middle. Let's talk a bit about conditions. I see 2 tall lads out there in Badri and Sir Kirtley.
Well, one is taller than the other, certainly, Joel. I was here over the weekend with some youngsters from my academy and the ground staff. They were working diligently to ensure that this surface is up to standard. 2 days off, essentially no cricket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, so it's basically a fresh surface as Circuitly Ambrose alongside me. Circuitly, the Harpy Eagles winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, given the overhead conditions and the rainfall a little bit earlier. What can we expect?
Well, it's no surprise that they decided to bowl first. When you look at what's been going on through the tournament, the team that's chasing win most of the time. I think only once the team batting first won, and that was a day game. So no surprises there. The surface looks pretty much the same from when we started the tournament. No grass whatsoever, but they have played well. We've seen some runs scored, guys are taking wickets. So with overcast condition, we may see a little bit of swing, but generally, tailor-made for batting. When
you look at this surface, Circuitly, much different to surfaces when you were playing in the region. Here, no grass. You are accustomed with lots of green grass. But as a fast bowler, you see these conditions, what's your focus?
It's going to be consistent in the length that you bowl. It's very important because there's hardly any seam movement, nothing much for the fast bowlers. So you have to focus on hitting those good lengths, just short of a good length, and let the batters make the mistake because there's no help for you as a fast bowler.
No help for the fast bowlers, but lots in this surface for the batters if they are prepared to be patient and display their skills. Lots of runs on offer. The weather might have a part to play, but you can't play for weather. You have to play what's in front of you.
Well, as Badri said, you can't play for weather. You have to play with what's in front of you, and that's the surface. Here now are the teams for today, Western Academy, having a bat first and led by Teddy Bishop. The only change for them today is Kelvin Pittman, the tall fast bowler. We can expect to see his exploits a little later today. Under the lights, we saw a couple fast bowlers doing well under the lights. I think back to Shamar Holder for that game for Barbados Pride. So can he rev up something similar in terms of pace, in terms of bounce, and maybe some movement? Shakir Selman, let's talk about these Harpy Eagles. That one change for them.
Yeah, that change being Tajner and Shanda Paul. Surprisingly, he is the experienced Shanda Paul, the only guy to score a century in the lead up to this tournament in that Guyana championship, Super 50 championship. He's been given a rest. Rampatal Ramnath is given a goal, 18-year-old Ramnath from Guyana, and it will be a chance for him to impress the all-rounder.
So it's going to be interesting for them having a bowl first. I think obviously to their batting, and the fact that who now will go up to the top to pair with Matthew Nandu when they have a chance to bat. Who's going to be a threat here today? The conversation is surrounding maybe the likes of Versami Pramal could be a threat for today. He's picked up several wickets. I think that in fact he picked up this one, a big one in that Leewards game, and quite a few more as well, because there was bounce and turn on this very surface that we'll be playing on as well. I also think about the likes of Ashmi Ned also coming into the conversation. He's been up there in terms of leading wicket takers for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Nell Smith has moved that ball quite nicely. He himself has picked up a couple edges as well. All in all, because of that, you just wonder, Shakira, why haven't Guyana truly done a little better this season?
Yeah, they just haven't done enough. There have been a few contributions from a number of guys. Nell Smith with the new ball, and then back in the middle, Ashmi Ned with the new ball. He found a way to extract turn on the surface. Versami Pramal that you pointed out. The captain has been good with bat in hand, having Imlak 350s to date, but they haven't been big enough contributions from players for Guyana to really get the wins that they needed.
Well, those are the wicket takers for Guyana. Let's look at the leading wicket takers across this year's CG United Super 50. Jamel Warrican, left arm spinner. Rakeem Cornwall, carrier. So we're seeing three spinners there in the top five. If we take one step below, you see Romario Graves there as well. So four spinners in the top five. Marquino Minley, the only seamer from Jamaica. He had 11 wickets in this one. So clearly the spin to win so far across this edition of the CG United Super 50. Who has been in the conversation for runs though? There is one man that definitely stands tall, stands a mile and a half above the rest, and that is Justin Graves with 401 runs. Amir Jangu, he's making a good chase, a good challenge for him, coming off the back of 100 in that last one. A good one for Jangu, because you saw the performances there, but just didn't get the 100. He got it in that last one. Imlak will be featuring here, as well as Matthew Nandu. Kevin Wickham sums up the top five in terms of run scorers in this series at Super 50. those lads. They've been working hard, and we say thank you to all of them, because without the efforts of those ground staff, we wouldn't be having cricket here today. Kudos to all of them for making sure that we have this game and so many other games that we've had across this tournament. Oh, things are shaping up for a very good contest. Guyana, well, it's all about bonus points for them. How many can they accumulate? And then after that, they have to cross their fingers and hope that they can get through. West Indies Academy, they'll be looking to improve their development side, and we're looking to see the improvements from them over this one. They have a challenge with the bat. Can they bat? Can they stand up? Can they score some runs? Well, very soon we'll find out. When we come back, it's going to be live action here at the Academy. This is where we are in the south of Trinidad, the Branlar Cricket Academy. Another Super 50 contest, this time between the Academy and the Eagles. Both sides looking for points. Guyana, final game for them. West Indies Academy, they have 3 games to go, currently sitting in 7th. Where can they end up on this table? If they think back just to 1 year ago, they beat this very same Harpy Eagles side. Can they pull something from the past and deliver something here today in the present? Well, the teams for today, the 22 men that matter most out in the middle. Kelvin Pittman, the only change for the Academy, and Ramnath comes in for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, getting his first game of this year's contest. the skipper, Tevin Imlak. He's got one last job to do, one last moment of motivation for his boys. What can they muster up here in a campaign that they would look back and say we could have done better in certain areas? He talked about, you know, the 2 rained out games, or rather the 2, but yeah, no results that they had, and things could have maybe gone differently for them there. A case of suffering bad luck in their last game, and they were saying, hey, maybe we could have gotten over the line there as well. So all in all, we'll sum up this campaign as one that wasn't necessarily best for them. The academy, a similar story so far, but they have time to change it. They'll be looking for what will be a rollicking start in this contest, looking for some batting points at the top. He'll be looking for some bowling points. Niall Smith getting loose and limber. You just wonder how early will Guyana go to spin. You probably think that that man walking across the screen in Ashmead Ned might take up that ball to start. He's done it a lot in this contest. And he'll have Akeem Ogist to bowl at. He's spent some time in the academy, one of the more senior men in this West Indies academy setup. He's got a job to do. He's got to put some runs on the board at the start. Boyne Tuckett has joined him there as well. He joined the academy in what would have been the last first-class season. He's had some time with him as well. A lovely young lad. Wicket keeps for the academy side. I've enjoyed having discussions with him in terms of interviews and watching what he's been doing so far, and hopefully he can continue. Needs to get some runs here at the top of things, and yeah, I did think it would be Ashmead Ned, and it's confirmed here now. So it's going to be left arm spin to get things going for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. He's really troubled the right-handed batters, Ashmead Ned, in this series edition, picking up 7 wickets so far. He's going to have the left-handed Ogist to bowl at. Probably can expect a bit of drift from him with this new ball. And that first slip will come into play, certainly, with what we've seen him bowl here and across this tournament. We're all set for play. Eagles taking on the academy. Oh, well, we were almost all set for play. Ashmead, I really had a perfect, you know, lead into that one. Let's see if we can do it again. And now we're all set for play. Eagles versus the academy. Go across this one. I mentioned that we're going to look for that movement. You see the hand of Ogist there mentioning, suggesting that there's a bit of shape on that one. Beats that outside edge. I did say look for that first slip to come into play. Will be a very important fielder with Ashmead Ned bowling. You just get the feeling, oh, actually beat him on the inside. Speaks to that bit of grip maybe off the surface. But you're looking for that shape that he gets.
Nothing.
Had a chance to see a couple games from him, Shakira. What has stood out about Ashmead Ned for you in the games that you've been able to see?
He's been quite good for the Harpy Eagles, Ashmead Ned. I think just the way he's adjusted throughout the course of the tournament, he slowed his action down. Now it's repeatable. I think in that first game when they played Volcanoes, it seemed a bit rushed. They bowl a lot later than normal. They're not featuring that power play at all. So he's just found the right pace on these surfaces.
Yeah, that pace has been a big factor for both him and Versami Pramol for the games that we've seen here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Swing and a miss to close out one. Made it over, none for none.
Taking up the attack for the Eagles from the Netherlands, Smith.
Looking forward to seeing Pittman a little later tonight with ball in hand. Ramnath as well, getting a chance in this last encounter with the Guyana Harpy Eagles group stages. To bowl though will be the experienced Nell Smith. He's picked up wickets with this new ball. Can he do the same here now? A bit of shape back in to tuck it. It brings about the first runs off the bat for the academy. A lot of space in that leg side, shaping back in quite nicely.
Yeah, Noel Smith has been good as well. 7 wickets so far in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. Remember, he was a last-minute addition to this Harpy Eagles team, coming back from an injury, replacing Ronsford Beaton. He's done well. I think what's been more impressive is not just his ability to take wickets with the new ball, but the ability to find a way to take wickets when he comes back for that second spell in Powerplay 2. Has had his problems with no balls though. So Harpy Eagles will be asking for a lot more discipline from Nell Smith, who's been around for a couple of years now.
He has been, I remember 2 years or so ago watching him in Antigua in the first class tournament, saying that there's something about him. It's been interesting that, you know, you look at last year into this year, you're saying maybe you've not seen the trajectory go even higher in the manner which you expected, but still is a very good bowler. Now Smith, you just question in this instance, does he consider going a little fuller at some stage? Fight. Tuck it to maybe look at that cover region for a drive, see if you can get that ball to come back in. But just looking at Nell Smith and considering other bowlers Shakira across this tournament, you know, what more can be done to further advance their skill set so that it's not a case that we're saying, well, we were looking for more, but we haven't necessarily seen it just yet.
I think it's been difficult for bowlers, especially here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Conditions have obviously favored the batting sides. I think though you want to see bowlers being able to adjust and adapt to conditions a bit more quickly. Nice easy paced run up. Pretty braced front leg. So it does do a lot at the crease upon delivering the ball. Not the quickest. Of course, he's been plagued by injury throughout his career. Perhaps one of the reasons we haven't seen the improvement we expected from when he first burst on the scene. And I too remember seeing him in, I think that was 2021 in Antigua, in Super 50 though. It was very impressive, especially his ability to execute. There's what he's done this season. 7 wickets, average just above 27. Decent economy rate because he's been opening the bowling and then coming back at the death. Best of 3 for 46. But yeah, generally you just want to see bowlers being able to execute adapt, and be perhaps a bit more patient.
Two gone, two without loss. A lot going through the mind of that young man, given that there's a lot of discussion surrounding his future in cricket. There are persons who are looking for him to graduate from this academy and go on to make an impact. Certainly one of the identified talents within the region, Akim Ogis.
There's been a lot of talk about his talent, Ogis. Doesn't produce the way many would have expected. Of course, being in the academy setup, it's given more opportunities to learn his game, understand just the type of player he is. Given more opportunities to compete as well. These youngsters are learning on the job. Highest score of just 17 this season. He's capable of lots more.
And definitely is capable of a lot more, especially given that he's been in his academy setup for quite some time. As you mentioned, highest of 17, 28 runs in total, I believe, across Listave for this season. So some yards off of where he should be in terms of numbers, and that's just to put it very frankly from a very, you know, perspective of what a coach will be looking for from him. Back-to-back maidens. There's two without loss. Started back of a length here. Now Smith, and mentioned the fact there's a bit of movement back into the right-handed bowlers. Question for you, Shakira. Obviously it's still early into his going, but at some stage do you think maybe that he could potentially just go a bit fuller to see if there's a bit more for him with that type of a length?
Yeah, he may want to go a bit fuller, particularly because he does have two catchers waiting behind the stump. There is a slit and a gully. That's of course for the one that goes away from the right-handed batter. That one was a bit fuller, so he may creep a bit fuller as he gets further into this spell, just to see what he can get from the surface, what he can get from the ball whilst it's still new. Generally, you want to find the length that hits the top of that off stump.
Started at a hard length, probably around that 6 meter, 7 meter mark. So we'll see if after that he attempts to vary it from there. Good work at point by Matthew Nandu. He's been interesting in the field, Matthew Nandu. He's had some good moments, some good days, and then he's had moments where he's put down a couple catches, had a couple of misfields. This one, yeah, it was good from him. I see more of that, Nandu. Oh, but then he kicked it away. So let's go, Nandu. We give you 6 out of 10 for that one.
That's harsh. Very harsh, Joel. But yeah, good start in the field from the Harpy Eagles. The type of energy they'll want to continue throughout the innings.
A bit too straight and pays the price for it. Was there bat on that one? No, confirmed no. By umpire right, 4 leg byes.
Yeah, that one did shake back into the right-handed batter. Delivered from quite wide of the crease as well. Started it a bit too straight though.
I seem to have just jumped a bit wider there. Just wonder if maybe the exaggeration of going on legs is because of the angle that he created, because of how wide he came. Oh, this time it's off the bat. A lovely looking shot by Bowen Tuckett.
Yeah, how often do we see this overcompensation? Previous delivery was too straight. This time it's short and wide and slapped through the offside. First boundary for Academy.
On this surface, definitely not going to get a lot of help from that particular length. Nell Smith doesn't have the pace factor as well behind him, so probably will be punished 9 out of 10 times if he goes that. Last ball of the over. Was full, and this time on the front foot and playing it nicely. So a bit more intent being shown here by Tuckett. Closes out 4, 10 of that over, 12 without loss.
Well played. Just leans into it. Slight misfield allows him to get the runs. Good end to the over for the Academy.
He's been at this end for some time, Ogis. This time, he's able to get off the mark now. Interesting now, I mentioned that net has been very effective to the right-handed batters at the top of the innings. He's gotten 1 or 2 to grip and turn, but majority of them have beat the right-handed batters between bat and pad with a bit of shape. So we'll see now if that exists under these conditions as well.
Heavily part offside field as well to encourage that drive through the offside, hoping that he, just is able to get through that gate. It's good field placement so far by Imlap. Slip backward point, cover, extra cover, and mid off.
A dangerous one, but a good call in the end by Bowen Tuckett, recognizing that the man at cover could not get across to cover that one. A good positive call as well, recognizing probably that it's Pramal also there. So good awareness. Interesting, Shakira, as Ali Mohammed picks up that one, that they opted to have the long on for Ogis in light of the fact that he's been tied down for all deliveries that he's faced from Ned, bar the one that he worked into the leg side. Five gone, 15 without loss.
After 5 overs, West Indies Academy are 15 without loss.
A slow but steady start for the West Indies Academy. Conversation a little earlier leading into the game was with regards to that bonus point system and the fact that they're batting points on offer in the power play at the moment, not looking as if there's much intent to get that. A very relaxed looking West Indies Academy side there. And Smith now has made his way off the field. I know Shakira mentioned that he's been plagued by injuries across his career. You just hope that nothing there. But that means a new bowler is going to be the right-hander, Ali Mohammed. A bit skiddy in nature, gets onto you a little quicker than you probably expect when you think about, you know, how he runs up to the crease, but very strong in that upper body area. Bowling with one slip. Just feeling for it outside that off stump. Also dies before it gets to the keeper as well.
Visionary Shanu Paul coming onto the field as a sub for Nell Smith. Yeah, you do hope that he's not injured, Nell Smith. There's Shanu Paul. Really offsets the plans of the side. You never come into the game winning the toss, choosing to bowl first and expecting your opening bowler to have to leave the field after just 2 overs. So we all hope he's okay. It's an opportunity for Ali Mohammed, an opportunity to bowl with the newer ball.
Oh, would have been flirting with danger there. That one is wide and wider from Ali Mohammed. Question for you, Shakira. How much can we bring fitness as a factor into the conversation as well for the likes of Nell Smith? You can border on safety if you want to with this question.
Yeah, I'll have to. I have no idea what his fitness regime is like. I have no idea whether he's fit or not. He'll want to get fitter. Very often you correlate the two. I think the less, well, the fitter you are, the less likely you are to pick up injuries. And again, he has been plagued by injury from the time he started playing for Harpy Eagles. Nell Smith, one would think that had he had a more consistent run, perhaps he would have gotten a lot better. Yeah, problem perhaps for that management staff to think about.
He's been consistent with that line and length to the left-hander in Ogis has Ali Mohammed. Not necessarily a case of movement, but more so just tempting him outside that off stump. Here's a look at the surface for today. We've had a couple games here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and this now, I believe, to be the 3rd game on this particular pitch. It's played quite well across the tournament. Guyana have a win on this surface. They played the Hurricanes on this pitch.
second wide of the over. Yeah, Joe, credit must be given to the ground staff. For a long time, in the last couple of years in particular, we've given so much stick to ground staff around the Caribbean about not being able to produce good pitches. And these men have worked really hard here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And it's really good to hear players say how good the pitches have been.
Opting to leave those ones. But yeah, I agree, Shakira. Quite a few players have come here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and talked about the surface. It's just been interesting, and hence why I pitched that conversation to Badri a little earlier in terms of if players are saying this is a good surface, why aren't we necessarily seeing the runs to back up what the players are saying? There's a bit of a divide between what is being said and what we're actually witnessing on the surface. We've seen a couple stand-up performances, but from an individual perspective, when you look at the teams, you look at the numbers that they're putting up, you look at how they're batting in their middle phases, you're looking at some of the strike rates whereby guys are batting at strike rates of 60 and 70, you know, when you're saying that it's a very good surface and it's not necessarily the most testing of bowling, then why aren't we necessarily seeing those numbers being put up? So conversations to be had as we continue going through this year's edition of the Super 50. Obviously still work to be done across the various franchises, but focusing on this game, how much of a platform can these two set for the academy? This time comes a bit closer, a bit fuller, and bat onto it. 6 gone, 18 without loss. Again, bats. Oh, the flora and fauna of Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know what plant that is. Shakira, do you fancy yourself as a botanist? Can you tell me what tree that is, can you?
I can't. Whatever it is, it's very beautiful.
We're back to beautiful cricket now. And a very interesting contest brewing because we're into over number 7, just 18 runs on the board for the academy. Samuel Badri in the room across from us happened to shout through the walls and say, well, from his observation down there, it actually looks like the best surface out of the lot that we played on in terms of this particular surface. So out of the 3 matches, this one looks as if it is the best of them. But you want to see the runs to back that up.
What I would be looking for is just how these academy youngsters go about building their innings. They will know, and Samuel Badri said it earlier, they have to get closer to 300. So how as a side, setting a total, do you go about getting closer to that 300 mark? 270 isn't enough. I think you have to get beyond 300 to win bowling last.
Can't get that one through. Our stint will come to an end pretty soon, Shakira. Because of that, I'll leave this question for either Ganga or Badri, whoever's to come after us. But what can the academy batters do to break the shackles, essentially? Just over the reach of Pramal. Got a good jump in, but couldn't reel it in. 7 gone, 19 without loss.
Yeah, they almost let the Harpy Eagles in. And I just wonder if it was a mistimed jump by Veersamy Pramal. He seemed to be in the air a lot earlier than the ball got to him. But just 1 from that over. 7 gone, 19 without loss.
A bit of a smile on the face of Boyne-Tuckett. You just look at the dive, or rather, sorry, the jump of Versamy Pramal. Shakira Selman questioned whether or not he got any real airtime on this one. But when we think about the experience age factor of Pramal, maybe not having the springs in the knees in years gone by. So you would say a valiant effort, a good job by him. Well done, Pramal. Well done. We're talking a bit about the intent, Shakira, and it takes me also into the shot that was played here. You would say maybe this one was a rank long hop almost. I don't know your thoughts on it. You can share your thoughts on it, Shakira.
Yeah, I completely agree. He should have done a lot better, Boyne-Tuckett. And I think because they've gone into a defensive frame of mind, he wasn't expecting that scoring delivery from Ashmi Ned, who's been so good. But yeah, you want to see them looking to score.
You also look at the transfer of weight as well in that shot. Never truly got deep into that crease to, you know, maximize on the length of the delivery. And that's also a question that comes into how batters place when we talk about the fact that no real use of feet in terms of coming forward, no real quick transfer of weight as you go to that back foot to get deeper into the crease. So maybe had he, you know, had that intent, as you mentioned, gone into that positive frame of mind, might have transferred that weight, quickly got into a better position to play that shot.
You want to be nimble on your feet, don't you? But again, I think better footwork comes with when you're looking to score. They've just looked to defend Ashmi Ned. Remember, Ashmi Ned just came out of the academy as well, so they will all know each other quite well.
Just get the impression that he was always looking to come forward. Goes a bit straight again, but just one. So almost maybe that premeditation as well in terms of, okay, this is what we expect Ned to be bowling. He's been consistent so far, because I think that probably is the only short ball that he's bowled for the day. So premeditating and saying, okay, bat and pad close together, coming forward to Ned, gets a gift and gets caught in between almost, because he saw the smile saying that's probably a ball I should have capitalized on.
From point goes back to the boundary, so deep point and deep third. Clear indication of the line Ali Mohammed will continue with to August.
Wrapped in the pad, but umpire Wright says no. Probably a bit of a bluff on that occasion, given how straight he went there in comparison to the field that we saw set. Probably that angle shaping it down the leg side as well. Maybe a question of height coming into play as well for umpire Chris Wright. It's the day of the Chris's out there in the middle. Chris Wright and Chris Taylor, the two on-field umpires. Another dot ball in this innings, 20 without loss.
Very slow start from the West Indies Academy. They were sent in by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. No wickets lost just yet though, which is good. So they are just thinking about building a platform. They aren't too fussed about the score. Yeah, one of the things that the fast bowlers have to contend with is with the spinner on the other end, how quickly the over goes by and then they're called into action again. Remember, that was a complaint when I used to play with some of the fast bowlers on the Trinidad team. The gap, that should at least be a couple. Keswick, the complaint was that the overs of the spinners finished so quickly that as a fast bowler, by the time you get down to your fielding position and you turn, it's your time to bowl again. So not much recovery time, and in sometimes very humid and hot conditions. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you as well, Samuel. I'll just continue by saying that I had a few of that with you. As soon as I turned my back, Carlos is calling me already. Badgie over is finished, you need to come and bowl again. So I understand the feeling, Badgie, because I was there. Good morning to our viewers as well.
Still morning, Keswick?
It's morning for where I'm thinking about. That's where my mind is at. I've been doing a lot of traveling, Badger, so you have to understand. Can't just say morning to the viewers here in the Caribbean, or so I have to say morning and I have to say good evening. Make sure that the viewers out there realize that I'm speaking to them as well.
Of course, it is a global broadcast after all. So it's morning somewhere in the world.
Definitely.
Another solid over from Ned. 2 from it, 22 without loss. Changing equipment. So many options for these young players in the contemporary era. Most of them have their sponsors and their specific brands that they like or favor. Auguste, none, 2 rather, from 23 deliveries.
I think this is something as well that, you know, that showing the points table why they haven't really picked up a lot of batting points. Last year in Powerplay 2 they were probably the best scorers, but now they haven't picked up a point in Powerplay 1, 2 or 3, the West Indies Academy. So they've only picked up 1 batting points, which is tracing, completed in 90% or so of the overs. But I've always said last year it was very good in Powerplay 2, Badgery. They really dominated.
Just a single. I just want to build on that conversation then. If you are the management of Cricket West Indies and the management of this team, what are your metrics for determining success of these players in this tournament? Of course, winning isn't the end goal. They aren't expected to win this tournament outright, though West Indies emerging players won, I think it was in 2019. But from your standpoint, Keswick, what would be the barometer that will be used to determine the success of this West Indies Academy team in Super 50 Cup 2024?
I like that question, Badgery. And I was actually thinking about that this morning. To Just a quick single punched on the ground by Win Tucker. Could be 2. Come back to that question, Badgie. For me, it's all about sticking to the basics. For now, sticking to the basics and how much these guys can develop to move on to different franchises around the Caribbean. That's where you see the success of this West Indies Academy, because these guys are basically bridging that gap from under 19 cricket to franchise cricket, because over the years we realized that a lot of players get sort of dropped through strainers because they can't misfeel by Pomal, because they can't get into their franchise system. So this is bridging the gap. But with bridging the gap, we want them to develop in a way, this would be their success, develop in a way that they can go on to play franchise cricket, and they can also go on to play international cricket. Looking at this academy, you're not going to look at them to blow out any team in this tournament. If they come out and play proper cricket, that is what you want.
But I just want to throw something in the mix here. I look at the England T20 team, one international team. In the air will land safely. That is currently touring the West Indies, Kesrick. And I see someone like Jacob Bethel, who was part of that 2022 Under-19 World Cup team. And I look at these two out in the middle. They too were part of that team in 2022. And you look at the progress that Jacob Bethel has made, and you look at these two here, who, as you rightly say, are trying to get the foundations of franchise cricket, the foundations which will land them in good stead as they move up the ranks. We'll talk about that a little bit more in the next over. Power play 1 done, 28 without loss. Cricket continues. England 2 off the West Indies. We're into the T20 internationals now. England have won the first 2, so a 2-0 series lead at the moment. 3 matches to play across at the Darren Sammy Cricket Stadium. So that rivalry continues. We move into Power Play 2. Tickets start at just US $7, so don't miss out on an opportunity. Tickets.windiescricket.com or at the box office. West Indies will be looking to roar back, at least to win the next one to keep the series alive. We've seen some dominance from Salt and Just Butler. And the aforementioned Jacob Bethel, Kesrick, who has gone on to represent his international team at the senior level. We've seen someone like Dunit Walalage from Sri Lanka, Hasibullah from Pakistan, and a few others who have made the transition. Irfan Khan, both currently in Australia with the Pakistan T20 international team. And then you look at our West Indies on the 19 players from 2022.
I've been asking some questions this morning, Badju, that I'm really loving. And my answer for that, Badju, is the amount of cricket that we're playing here in the Caribbean. And it brings me back to someone like a Joel Anju, who is now in our international team. And that's a really good shot. Really latched on to that one. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. That's the first boundary in 40 balls. Good shot there by Bowen Tuckett.
Well, it seemed to be like he was sizing this one up for a long, long time. In his arc, and very well controlled, knowing that there aren't any fielders in front of square on the boundary. So a calculated strike. Yeah, Dunit Walalage, Kesrick, has already played 26 ODIs for Sri Lanka. Not only played, he's contributed in a substantial way. We saw him in the CPL recently, and his exploits here
That's all to do with the amount of cricket that they're playing in their respected country. You look at someone like a Joel Andrew, who is playing now for West Indies, and you look at the amount of first-class game he has behind him. Just a handful. But when you put a Joel Andrews in England and play in a year of first-class cricket, then he would play over 15 or so first-class matches. So there's the amount of games, and something that I've been saying for years. Our players in the Caribbean, we bloom a little bit later than others, but it's a dot ball to finish. The score is 33 without loss.
All day night matches have been won by the team batting second, so heavily tilted in the favor of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Just a one day night match in this tournament this year at this venue. All others would be day night, just a one day match. We have to start over Ronaldo, Ali Mohammed, Teddy Bishop, who is the captain of this West Indies Academy team. Keswick has had a taste of the international circuit for the senior team, having played one ODI across in Australia. So you're quite right when you say in the air, just out of the reach of the fielder, no dive put in. They come back for another. I think a better effort might have been needed there.
As a young player, you're expecting a better effort, Badri. Didn't really connect on the bat well, but a little bit more effort there from Anderson would have been a specky, as Manning would say.
So one of the reasons that you've preferred so far is the amount of cricket that is played in the region as compared to everywhere else, that results in that longer time period for these young players to make it to the senior international team.
So that way, Badji, when they get to that level, they understand their own cricket. And it's not a process of learning now at that level. It's all about performing, doing what is needed at that level to survive. I'll give you a story. I could remember making my debut for Windward Islands, Dominica. And I made my debut against English Lions. That's when English Lions used to come to the Caribbean. And I saw Taylor walking out. And I looked at him and I was like, who is this young man walking out? Why is he so small? But then when I look at his stats, I had to change my mind, because the amount of hundreds, the amount of 50s, and the amount of games that you're seeing, you're wondering. So a first-class cricketer in England playing 5 years of county cricket, you're talking about 30-plus games, but 5 years of first-class cricket in the Caribbean, you're still searching to get to 20. And that is why I think a lot of these countries, you know, they are developing a little bit faster. Not that we're not developing, because some of our players mature faster than some, but it's just that the amount of cricket. So we still need to play a little bit more to get these young players that we're seeing here, Geese, Bowen, Tucker, to play a lot more cricket. So when they get to that level, they understand their own cricket and they would move on and start to perform.
Yeah, that's just one aspect, the amount of cricket, also the quality of cricket, the infrastructure, the facilities, the quality of coaching they're exposed to. So it's a multi-dimensional thing. This one is tucked away nicely by Tuckett. Gets to the boundary for 4.
Really good connection that time. It's all about timing for him on that shot. Really good connection from him. All timing. He stuck it. Tucked that one down to the square leg boundary.
So it's an amalgam of things that really need to come together nicely for the development of the younger players. This here is a step in the right direction, giving them list A experience. A couple fans in. .40 without loss. That was signal a wide, perhaps for height. So 41, one delivery remaining. Height of it was the issue. It's a tight call. Doesn't cost him anything except that extra run. 41 without loss. .54 dots in 12 overs. Not something that the coaches would be, I suppose, expecting. And an area that we have spoken about at the senior level for a long time, ad nauseum really. And you see the youngsters seem to be developing that trend. Legend of list A cricket here in the West Indies. 154 wickets for Pumol. Leading wicket taker across this tournament, both in list A cricket and first class cricket. A wonderful domestic record for Pumol. It's been a long time servant of Guyana cricket, has played for the represent, a veteran, passing on some of his experience to the younger ones in the team. Someone who has prided himself in his fitness level. Very few players, when he was at his peak, were as fit as he was. Economy and a truckload of wickets.
That's what you expect from him. With Sammy Pumol, had a conversation with him this morning while he was bowling and just asking him, how are you so consistent in terms of taking wickets? He did mention he understands his game, and more than half of the time when he comes to bowl, he knows what is required. So he understands his game to that extent that he understands what he has to bowl on this surface. Good shot from Akeem. Off the back foot, punched. Challenging the boundary, but a really good stop. Looks like it. Good stop by Rampatad. Good work there. Never really give up. That's what you want from the youngsters.
Yeah, what you also want is another fielder who is close by to chase with him. So you want to chase in pairs. So younger players looking on, you see this chase, and if somebody was there with him, very good work, exceptional work. If someone was there with him, they might have eliminated the third, because he had to now recover himself, come back in the field, and then make the throw. So chase in pairs. That's the message there.
Good work. Remind me of you there, Badri, back in the day.
You're the only one who knows about that, Gastric. 13 gone, 44 without loss. 4 bowlers used by the Harpy Eagles. Now Smith started things off from the northern end, had to leave the field due to an issue. He's back on now, so it's nice to see that it isn't anything too serious. So Smith from the northern end. Imogis was the captain of that 2022 West Indies under-19 team. That tournament hosted here in the West Indies, and following COVID protocols, it was a well put together tournament in the end, given all of the restrictions and the travails and the protocols that had to be followed. India emerging champions then. Alan Bowen Tuckett, the son of former West Indies player Carl Tuckett, who is now an international umpire. His mom is from Barbados, his dad from Nevis, so he's looking to follow in the footsteps of some others, some preeminent Nevisians who've gone on to play for the West Indies at the senior level, 7 of them. Alkimido Willett, Derek Parry, Keith Atherton, Stuart Williams. His dad, Carl Tuckett, Runako Morton, may he rest in eternal peace. And Kieran Powell, who we saw score a century here a couple nights ago. So he has some, I suppose, trailblazers who he will look to emulate. His dad has paid special attention to the young man, nurturing him both on and off the field so that he has that, I suppose, balance in his life. Cricket is just one part of it. So it's nice to see these youngsters coming through the system. And hopefully, fingers crossed, you'll be number 8 from Nevis to play for the West Indies. There is a question asked. I just wonder if he was a little bit careless. He doesn't seem to be too perturbed, Akeem Ogis, but we'll just want to make assurance. A direct hit is always a little bit closer than you think.
Savory again. We saw Savory the other day run out. Decision, and he did a pretty good job, but a good show again from Savory. He's like the bullseye. Only one team so far probably gain a feeling point in this tournament in Windwards today against Barbados. The team managed to be successful with that.
What's that feeling point for, Keswick?
You want feelers to be in good positions. You want feelers to be aware of what's going on. Probably want feelers to always be aggressive. Hence the feeling point.
It's for 2 runouts, Keswick. It's for effecting 2 or more runouts.
Definitely, but you want to know what's the reason for it. We understand why it's there. It's just 2 runouts.
We actually had 3 runouts in that innings.
3.
Your former team, Keswick, the Volcanoes, their fielding has improved tremendously since you've left their ranks. This was that close-ish call.
Let's have a left. It's a tough one.
Have you not left? Did I not see your retirement news?
I always told you, but you stop taking information from Google. It's not the best place to seek information. It's good to do research, and I know you're good at doing research.
Yeah, I'm doing my research right now, Keswick. Are you retired or are you still available for selection?
Still available for selection, but in what cricket? That's the question.
So the question is, what cricket are you available for?
definitely league cricket around the world. But I think those days are finished when it comes to 50 over cricket and the Windward Islands cricket.
Those days are long over, Keswick, long over. 14 overs gone, 46 without loss.
After 14 overs, Western Academy 46 without loss.
Fundamentals of the game very much on show with O'Geese and Bowen Tuckett. Solid partnership, a little bit on the slow side for batting points, but high value on their wickets so far in the way they've gone about opening the batting for West Indies Academy. Sir Curtly Ambrose alongside me. Again, these young players expected to learn their art and craft whilst at play. Afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, DG Ganga. Hello, everybody who are locked in to this game. I'll have to say very, very slow start from the academy team. Haven't lost a wicket yet, which is good. But I'm trying to figure out what's the game plan, because this is really slow going. O'Geese, 12 from 37 deliveries. Bowen Tuckett, 25 from 51. So what is the game plan? They're hardly showing much intent to score.
Lovely. 7 balls to O'Geese, not a boundary yet. 15 overs gone, 46 without loss.
46 without loss of the batsman, Akeem O'Geese, 12, Carl Tuckett, 25.
.69 dots already. 15 overs completed. So Guyana Harpy Eagles, despite not taking a wicket, will be comfortable with the rate of scoring. Just about 3 thus far. Did mention the fundamentals of batting very much on show, and I'm sure that West Indies Academy, based on their previous matches, would have spoken about preserving wickets, building partnerships, focusing on the basics in this effort to bat first. Just 1 over going for 10. Look at what they did in previous matches against the Hurricanes. They were bowled out for 94. And against the Scorpions, bowled out for 155. And against the Red Force, bowled out for 135. So they haven't batted well as a team, West Indies Academy. So this effort, you can say, in the context of what we've seen from them, a great improvement. Was only that game against CCC that they won. They showed resilience with the bat in the run chase, and they got 167 for 7. They won by 23 runs, DLS.
occupying the crease is always a good thing to do. But my concern is occupying the crease for long periods without scoring is an issue, because if you lose a wicket or two quickly, then suddenly you're under immense pressure because there's no runs on the board and you lost a couple of wickets. So even if you're occupying the crease, you must show some intent to score without being careless. And that is not the case at the moment.
Uppishly, and there is the first wicket for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It's Niall Smith penetrating with a foolish delivery and inducing the false stroke.
Checking for no ball, which is customary. Easy catch for Kemo Paul. Carlton Bowen Tuckett is gone for 25. West Indies Academy 47 for 1.
And the stroke of that wicket, we'll have a Blue Waters drinks break.
Well, you know, guys, that I've been enjoying my time here at the water breaks because I get a chance to take you across to the other venues here in the CG United Super 50 competition. And, well, Barbados Pride, they're up against the Windward Island Volcanoes. It's been an interesting contest for Barbados Pride. 239 for 9, I believe, is what they were able to get. A couple 40s for them in that innings to help them get up to that total in 46 overs. So looking at it there now, 29 for 1, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are in replay. And it's been interesting because Kenneth Denver, he picked up 3 wickets in that Barbados Pride innings. He's been a wonderful story coming back into this cricket after injury. So that is that matchup between the Pride and the Volcanoes. Let's take a look now at the table. How does it shape up coming into this one? Of course, you know that the Red Force, they're up top with 48 points. Volcanoes, they need points. They're down in 14. So how many bonus points can they get on top of a possible win against the Barbados Pride? So you know that we're having action here in Trinidad and Tobago, but you also know there's action for the West Indies as well. They're taking on England. We've had 2 T20s already, and England, they've taken those. So we head across to St. Lucia. The 14th, 16th, and 17th. You can catch the action there. Tickets start at $7 US, I believe, and they're party stand tickets as well. A festive atmosphere loading. I wish I could be heading across to St. Lucia, but make sure you take in that action. But until then, let's take you back out to the middle.
Action here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Guyana Harpy Eagles playing its last league match of the CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. Smith will continue. He's got the wicket of Bowen Tuckett. Had to stop in that run-up because there's Bit of issue here from the new batter, Rivaldo Clark. One of the more experienced players in this West Indies Academy side. 21 years of age. More T20 matches than first-class matches and list day matches for Rivaldo Clark. And off the mark straight away. Nice looking stroke off the back foot. Just want to re-emphasize the level of experience from this West Indies Academy team. As we reflect on this dismissal, brought him on the front foot, maybe just dropping that back leg too low, hitting under the ball and not on top of the bounce to keep it down. Looked very compact at the crease, Bowen Tuckett. Had a start, wasn't able to carry on. Maybe in the next over I'll talk about the level of experience from some of the players in this West Indies Academy. Not a lot though. .50 comes up as we end the 16th, 50 for 1. Is still there, 12 from 39 balls. One of the other players who's played 13 matches at the first class level, 19 list day matches. Also played 15 T20 matches. So in the context of this team, he's one of the most experienced batters. Lofted offside, so great intent from Rivaldo Clark, and he gets 4.
He is that type of player. Very busy at the crease, not afraid to go on the attack. Well flighted delivery, got to the pitch of it and hit it over extra cover for 4. Just a little bit too much room that time from Veerasamy Permaul.
Just add Teddy Bishop, the captain of this West Indies Academy team. He's also been in the first class setup, 15 matches to his name. He's played a one-day international for the West Indies. He played a couple of T20 matches, so they will rely on those players for run scoring. From the over so far. Permaul building pressure. I guess quickly I take your point about players playing this format of the game with the right approach. I guess it's a double-edged sword because they're not really experienced to play in that fashion. That should be 4 more. Just over the fielder in that cover point region. He was in the 30-yard circle, and that's the second boundary of the over. 8 runs coming from it, 58 for 1. good over, the last one for West Indies Academy. These are some of the brightest talents going around in this region, so here's your chance to take a sneak peek on what the future might be in the men's game at the international level in time to come. And so, Kurtley, you had the chance of being a coach in that West Indies under-19 team when they played in the under-19 World Cup here in the Caribbean 2022. How have you seen the progress of some of these players?
I had a wonderful time with them. A bunch of youngsters, made coaching very easy because of the level of respect that I have for myself, Floyd Weaver, and Ron Nurse, who's with them at the moment. So I know these guys very well. Really enjoyed my time with them. Even now, when they see me, you know, they want to know what's happening. That's Ron Nurse on the right, leading the charge. Very, very organized coach. Kelvin Pittman at the front, who is in for today's game. And that's Kesh behind of him, the analyst. Just a little bit surprising that Ogis is struggling that badly, because he's a bit of a free-flowing kind of player, just not looking the part at the moment, struggling to get any sort of rhythm. 13 from 41 deliveries, that's not like him at all. Teddy Bishop, another one who was there with me as well, up to come in next at number 4.
Slapped just wide of mid-on. That's a nice looking stroke to length delivery, a guy who's understanding conditions in quick time.
Like I said a few moments ago, DG Ganga, he's that type of player with Valdo Clark. He don't muck around. Very attacking, lots of confidence. And that's one of the things I like about him.
Unandu, another player who was in that under-19 World Cup with you, Sir Kurtley Ambrose. We're not properly timed, should be a couple runs. Isaiah Thorne, another player who's not playing for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, but in the squad.
Yeah, they're all there. McKenny Clark is another one. And that's Matthew Nandu. So I know all these guys very well. Spent a lot. That's Thorne. Shakir Paris. Playing for CCC as well. All these guys I know pretty well.
Productive over for the West Indies Academy. Good aggressive running between the wickets too. 9 from the over, 67 for 1. Hey, young players matriculating different times. Shaq Paris already establishing himself in T20 cricket. A frontline batter for combined campuses and colleges. Some players still finding it difficult to break into the playing 11. Seen Pittman yet with the ball. Another player who can make an impact. Has been around the circuit. What you want is to see these players develop in quick time, use this opportunity to compete with the best players in the region and learn quickly.
Owen Tuckett, who's been dismissed, was a part of that under-19 squad as well. Johan Lane, tall fast bowler. Some very exciting prospects for the future.
To the fielder, did it carry? Some misjudgment from Sinclair. He hesitated initially and then took off towards the ball. That split second possibly costing Guyana Harpy Eagles the chance of another wicket.
Showed good sportsmanship as well. Immediately told the umpires that the ball hit the ground first. Didn't hold on to it eventually. He's a wonderful fielder, good athlete.
Sounded really good. Heave to leg side and it goes all the way. That's the first 6 of the innings, and not surprisingly coming off the bat of Rivaldo Clark.
That's Rivaldo Clark at his best. Very attacking, not afraid to go for his shots, and that was a good blow. High and hard and long over mid-wicket. The biggest part of the boundary. Cleared it by some distance as well. He's diminutive, DJ Ganga, but packs a good punch.
Indeed, and he's hitting against spin, theoretically speaking. Not a lot of turn from this surface. And taking on an experienced bowler in that of Pamal speaks to his self-confidence as a player. Not afraid to execute. And he's doing it nicely. Such an important quality to have, that self-confidence in your ability, in your game. Then to have that courage to execute. Not play the bowler's name, but the ball. His attacking nature rub off on this man on screen.
Certainly is struggling. Akeem Ogist, 14 from 44.
Two dots stay in the over. 19 gone, 75 for 1. For options use, might have an Imlak. That run rate has jumped from 3 to just under 4, so that's how impactful Rivaldo Clark has been with his entry. Ned was the most economical bowler. Opened up with Niall Smith, built pressure. He's 1 wicket taker so far in this complement of bowlers for the Harpy Eagles. Junior Sinclair getting his chance with the ball. We've seen is a surface that is on the slow side, not so helpful for bowlers in terms of lateral movement or turn. It's a pitch that requires patience.
Good first delivery from Sinclair. Hurried Clark a little bit.
His academy boasts of Joshua Bishop in this encounter today. Slightly older player, Bishop, 24 years of age, graduate of the West Indies under-19 team. We will see him more with the ball, with his left arm spin. Can bat too, Joshua Bishop. Matches to Bishop, so there is some experience to come. Sinclair will want to run off that protected area, not encroach. Let's often try to get close to that stump, ensure that they emphasize the slight degree of turn on offer. Yeah, there it is.
Lovely. I never had that problem, DG Ganga. Never bowled from that close to the stumps. Glenn McGrath, the great Australian, bowled from very, very close to the stumps.
Sean Pollock as well. Magnificent fast bowlers. 77 for 1. .86 dots thus far. Not ideal for the academy side. There's a man on screen who will take a note of that. Ramesh Subasinghe, West Indies Academy head coach, also a part of that think tank for this young side. Sri Lankan by background, now finds himself with a massive job here in the Caribbean to usher the development of young players. That's in the gap. That was picked up quite quickly from Ogis, and he deposits that one over the boundary line. So a welcome 6 for him and for the academy.
First boundary in 49 deliveries. Would that break the shackles a little bit? Get him out of this slump? Pamal under some pressure, already conceding 25 runs. He's usually a little bit tighter than that. Very sloppy, very sloppy. Junior Sinclair, a short mid-wicket. He's a good fielder, good athlete, but was a bit sloppy that time.
Maybe feeling the pressure from that half opportunity, if you want to say that, when he was in deep mid-wicket. Probably hurt his finger. Be fair to him, he was positioned to the western side of the field, and that ball coming with the wind, so he hesitated a bit to try and judge the catch properly. He didn't really have the power and distance to get to him. Was that outside the line? It's inside, says the umpire, Chris Wright. Another wicket now for Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Terrible piece of misjudgment from Rivaldo Clark. Probably thought the ball would have spun away from him. And the dreaded finger goes up. Rivaldo Clark's enterprising innings has come to an end. He's gone for 27. West Indies Academy, 84 for 2.
Teddy Bishop.
Skipper strides to the crease, Teddy Bishop. Still very young in his List A career. 4 half-centuries so far. He will want to convert one pretty soon. Captain Hales from Grenada. Teddy Bishop, just 21 years of age.
A product of Junior Murray, former West Indies wicketkeeper, batter.
Young talent from that part of the Caribbean. Successful over for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 84 for 2.
Yeah, this is the wicket. Misjudgment, bad misjudgment from Rivaldo Clark. Lapse in concentration. Perhaps expecting more turn from Pumol. Completely out fox though. He's looking quite settled, Clark. Cleaned him up. Brilliant bowling from Junior Sinclair. And the captain, Teddy Bishop, just for 2 deliveries, a very brief stay. Success again for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, his struggles continue. Teddy Bishop. Yeah, turned through the gate, hits the top of off stump. Perfect off spinner's delivery. Junior Sinclair is pumped. Bishop goes without scoring. Academy 85 for 3.
Couple of wickets in quick succession. 84 for 1, 85 for 3. Nimar Bolden, the new batter, best of 30. Debut season for him. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders. They started off quite slowly, very circumspect. And just when they were looking to build and perhaps accelerate, wickets have fallen, a couple of them. This one from Junior Sinclair. Perfect off-spinner type dismissal. Through the gate of the right-hander, finishing on the off-stump. Absolutely brilliant. good pace. He's able to extract some turn, good line, good length. Everything was perfect about that delivery. But from a batting standpoint, Teddy Bishop would reflect on that, and off the mark. Brilliant stroke. Off target from Junior Sinclair and dispatched.
Yeah, and he's tall as well, Neymar Bolden. Too full, too straight by Junior Sinclair. Yeah, swept away easily for a boundary.
Yeah, that's a nice start for the young man. Showing intent early in his innings. A good bit of judgment as well. Successful over from Sinclair, 89 for 3. A decent opening partnership, albeit at a very slow rate. Starts for the top 3. Ogie's still there. 25 and 27 for Bowen Tuckett and Rivaldo Clark. But not able to push on or to convert. Left-handers out there now, which would make the job of Pumol a little bit more challenging. Left-hand orthodox generally likes bowling to the right-handers. Tell us a little bit about Bolden for those who haven't seen him before from your island, Shakira. What can we expect from this young man?
Yeah, well, he burst onto the scene and really announced himself in that BCA Super Cup final between his club Wildy and Pitwick. Wildy ended up going on to win that game. 21-year-old Neymar Bolden scored 171 not out in that final, and it was on his birthday as well.
Well picked up by Hakeem Ogis. He's been there for a long time, and now he's looking to capitalize on this start. So just using the angle of the delivery from Pumol, and he knows that he needs to get it backward of square to get the boundary. So good timing, good placement, and a good result for the former West Indies under-19 captain. So that was in a final in Barbados, and that's with big men, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly. Plays for the club that Joffa Archer represents in Barbados. Carlos Brathwaite, Hakeem Jordan.
Yes, man.
Is that an yes, it is. Opportunity taken. Just struck a magnificent boundary leg side with the conventional sweep. This time opting for the reverse. And all he manages to do is perhaps to glove it or some part of the bat to the slip fielder. And another wicket in quick time.
Yeah, he'll be perhaps asking himself, why didn't he go for the orthodox sweep again, the more conventional one, which just resulted in a boundary. But good response from Veersamy Pramod. Gets Ogis a painful 28 from 54 deliveries. Ogis has to walk back. Academy now 95 for 4.
And coming back was Andrew Ramara.
A new batter
Andrew Rambaran for the academy team. And the best of an unbeaten 37. His debut season as well. You'll find that commonality with all of these players. If not most of them, a couple like Teddy Bishop has played international cricket before. So an opportunity for these young men to learn. Strange reaction here from Akeem Ogis. Whilst he was waiting for the decision to be made, he was sort of shaking his wrist or his glove. After the break, 95 for 4. And just continues to add to his tally of wickets in this tournament. Versamy Permaul, we mentioned his sterling contributions. This was the wicket of Akeem Ogis. You can see him just shaking his hand. Just there, his left hand, I'm not entirely sure what that was about from Akeem Ogis. Just made it a little bit easier for the umpire. Well swept again, not for the first time. We've seen that from Bolden. Seems to be very competent at that particular stroke.
Yeah, Junior St. Clair on the other hand continuing to get this angle wrong. Bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Bolden. Really hoping for the ball to do too much from way outside leg stump. Aptly played by Bolden again. Yeah, Nimar Bolden, 171 not out from 161 deliveries in that final. Struck 9 sixes and 11 fours.
Sure, the academy would be happy with even half of that score here today. 117 a final. That speaks to your temperament, your character. And that sweep shot again, this time much squarer. Just a single, which brings up the 100. 100 for 4, 24 gone. Painstaking first 50, 96 deliveries to get there. And the second one at a much quicker tilt, 48. Had a delayed start today because of the inclement weather. A little bit earlier, started 30 minutes late. Didn't affect the number of overs, though it's still a 50 over a side affair. Allowed 45 minutes before we start cutting over, so fortunately we were within that 45 minutes. just lost 30 minutes, so we still have 15 minutes to play with, but the weather is fair at the moment. And as I look towards the eastern side, it doesn't look too menacing, so it seems as though we might not be interrupted again. Brilliant stroke from Bolden. So we've seen him with the sweep, and now we're seeing him through the offside. So good range from the young man.
Yeah, does seem quite comfortable against his spinners as well. But just too far from Pamal on that occasion. No fielder beyond the circle on that offside. Just had to hit the gap. Does it to perfection.
Yeah, nice and wristy from the young man. Good reach, getting towards the ball. What I particularly like is his intent. He's gotten a few loose deliveries, and he's not just looking to top them for one. He's looking to punish them, put them to the boundary. And he's done so successfully. 3 4s already. And 3 4s that were very well played in control. Nothing unorthodox about it. No sense of panic. And so from the 16 deliveries that he's faced, he's looked quite good.
Red ball. Once you're in there, it's trouble.
5 dot balls in that over, 104 for 4. Yeah, that's the story of the innings so far. 106 dots, 10 4s and 2 6s. Halfway stage of the innings, so a lot of time left for the academy team. Sinclair replacing the other Sinclair in this Guyana Harpy Eagles squad, Kevin Sinclair. Easy single in the end.
Him that will be thinking of a way to keep getting wickets. Bolden has started well. He was in the trials for Barbados as well, got a half century in one of those trial games. Just a couple of weeks ago, he followed up that century with 119 in the BCA Elite Division, highest division in the longer format in Barbados. So he knows about scoring runs, scoring centuries.
In the air, but in the gap. So Bolden in full control. 4 4s now for the young man, and he's raced away to 18.
Short and room given outside the off stump, but very good placement by Bolden once more. There is a fielder catching their cover point for that shot. He's able to pick the gap.
Something a little bit different in that delivery from Junior Sinclair. Tried to, I'm not entirely sure, maybe flick it with the finger. Misdirected, so wide. Conventional. That one was on the stump, so he has to be a little bit careful, Bolden, walking across to the off spinner. Nelson for 4. Five bowlers used so far by the Harpy Eagles. Wickets for 3 of them. Pumol again leading the charge. 2 for 36. He seems to like bowling here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Someone's down. Who's down? Kimo Paul. Might just be a case of him cramping up or feeling hungry. Is that a sandwich out there, Shakira? Is it lunchtime yet? Yep, that just might be the case. This is quite unique. A pause in play for a snack. I've seen a few strange ones before. There's a change in wicket keeper. So that's why he can afford to have a snack, Kimo Paul. That's the reason for the pause, folks. It's not because Kimo wants to have a feed. It's because there's a bat pad being implemented by Tevin Imlach. So it's not a change in wicketkeeper either. It's a bat pad. So maybe silly mid on, silly mid off. And the young man who's in today, Rampatab Ramnath, has been given that responsibility. I don't blame Kimo at all. Looking at the time, 3:22 p.m. There's a little bit of hunger setting in. I can relate to that.
Yeah, I too am very hungry. Kimo Paul fortunate to be able to get a sandwich.
Our colleague Kesrick next door, he's been eating all of the snacks every time I go across there to have something. It's gone. And when I inquire about it, his name is called frequently. Every type of snack he seems to like. I'm going to have a word with him about that a little bit later on. Right, so there is a silly mid-on in position for Pumol. How does that impact the way Bolden plays? He's looked very confident. Continues to look quite good. There should be a couple.
Yeah, just before bowling that delivery, Pumol Saint Ali Mohammed quite wide at long on. It's interesting. I think he's hoping that Bolden will push at that ball, try to drive it to the normal long on and get an inside edge. He can't be so full if he's expecting that.
Yeah, just going a little bit too straight, Pumol, and we've seen this shot played with fluency and frequency from Bolden. It gets him another boundary. That's the 5th now for him. 25 from 24.
Yeah, 5 fielders on the leg side. So he is trying to target the stumps. Veerasamy Pumol too straight on that occasion. He looks very good playing this sweet shot, Neymar Bolden.
All players, every player in this West Indies Academy squad born after the year 2000. It makes me feel very old looking at these youngsters in action. Gives these players the opportunity to get listy experience, which is, I suppose, one of the main objectives of having them in the tournament. to the offside. Confidence oozing from Bolden. And another boundary, so he's dealing in 4, 6 of them. 1-2-1 for 4.
Yeah, the most impressive thing so far is every time he's given the opportunity to score, he capitalizes, Neymar Bolden.
You can see that partnership there. 47 it was slow, but it was steady. And then the, I suppose, conglomeration of wickets to those yellow blobs. Rambaran scored a stroke-fill unbeaten century earlier this year in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 two-day competition. 109 unbeaten. It was in vain against Jamaica, but he's already shown the tendency for the big innings. Sweep shot will result in another boundary, so that has been a very close to the boundary anyway. Yes, it dribbles there now. So the sweep shot for the two southpaws have been quite productive.
Not where he intended for it to go, Rambaran. Bit of a top edge, but the result he was looking for. Yeah, so both batters confident in playing this sweet shot.
Yeah, the umpires just want to make absolutely sure that it was a boundary. I saw it touch the boundary cushion, so in my mind there's no doubt. Yep, just there. So it's the first boundary for Rambaran. And a nice little partnership, 30 from 29 from these two. And that's the area he wants to be, Junior Sinclair. Not straighter than that. There is a short fine leg in position now.
Junior Sinclair has played quite a few CPL games, so he does have lots of experience in the shortest format. I just wonder how much that affects the consistency of these bowlers.
Yeah, that's a very good point. In T20 cricket, you don't want to be in the same area regularly. You want to change things up quite frequently. In list A and red ball cricket, you want the opposite. You want to be hitting a spot with frequency. Another competent sweep shot. It's nice to see these young players employing that and the control with which they're playing at 126 for 4. Couple of good partnerships at the top of the order, 47 and then 37, and then those wickets falling quite quickly. Three wickets for 11 runs falling for the West Indies Academy. New bowler Kevlin Anderson into the attack. Just 4 wickets for him in 20 matches. Not really an out-and-out bowler. He's trying to fill a gap here and there. And from that start, you can see that he doesn't bowl with regularity. lofted. Quite deliberate. Maybe not as well timed as he would have liked, Rambaran. And maybe not as advised as well, given the situation of the game and the number of overs remaining.
Perhaps trying to take on the part-timer, Kevlon Anderson. He has to be careful. They've already lost 4 wickets. They wouldn't want to lose a wicket here. No. Change of field. Deep cover employed.
Yeah, a couple of things in my mind to consider with that shot from Rambaran. The wind factor, he's hitting into the wind. There was a long off in position, so if you time it well enough, you can potentially find that field, and if you don't, then you can get caught in the inner circle. So the fielder in the deep comes in for Rambaran, asking him to play that shot again if he wants. So you need to time it well and place it well. If you get either wrong, that could be curtains. And with so many overs left, ill-advised along the ground like that, and you get a couple of runs at least. 29 overs gone, 130 for 4.
Kimo Paul leaving the field. Must be a temporary departure, so there will be a substitute fielder on for him. Tejaran Chandapal, that substitute. Of course, we haven't seen Kimo Paul with the ball in this innings just yet. Sinclair to continue. His 6th over consecutively. Asbol with good economy, of course, ready with the wicket. Kesrick Williams alongside me for the next half hour. Good evening, Kesrick.
Good afternoon to you, DG. Always feels good to be in your company. Always present that opportunity to learn.
Little fumble allows for an extra run. How would you describe this batting effort so far by West Indies Academy?
I would want to see a lot more effort being made. When you look at it, it sort of epitomizes what you're seeing in terms of the point system and their batting points. No batting points scored, but a really good shot. Just a single. Probably a lot more work to be done between the wickets running as well. So you'd want them to run a bit harder, but a lot more effort should be made with bat. I think they've been a little bit too defensive. West Indies Academy. Just a slight bit of aggression, a quick single. Not able to effect a run out, but we only seen a little bit of aggression from Ivaldo Clark. Fortunately losing his wicket with Sammy Palmer, but we just want to see a bit more of what we have seen from Rivaldo Clark from all the other batters.
There is another wicket. Junior Sinclair making no mistake this time around. And that's the end of the innings for Bolden.
Subtle celebration from Sinclair. Would usually see a flip, but they're so much in control now. Very easy. Straight back to Sinclair. No mistakes. Bolden is gone for 32. The score now is 134 for 5.
Joshua Bishop, new batter. After the Corton Bowl from Junior Sinclair. West Indies Academy, they haven't done so badly with the bat beyond that power play one. Remember, they were 28 without loss. Beyond that, 106 runs in 20 overs. Run rate 5.3, but it's the fall of 5 wickets that will hurt them as they go deeper in this innings. Van Anderson now, another spinner.
Not really finding the middle of the bat there, Bolden. Easy catch to Sinclair. We'll usually see a flip from him whenever he picks up a wicket, but not this time. I'm guessing that's just for the CPL, DG. Harpy Eagles just picked up a bowling point there. 5 wickets in the middle overs. Wondering if it's a little too late for Guyana, but they need to pick up as much points as they can to even give themselves a chance. And even though they still have to wait and see how other games go. Joshua Bishop at the crease, not really a flop with the bat. In this setup, he will be known as an all-rounder, somebody that can develop, be able to control each facet of the game easily.
You have to feel for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 2 games ending in no result. That game against CCC when they scored 271 for 7. Then again, Jamaica Scorpions, they were 162 for 6 when the rain came. That fixture ended in a no result, so 2 of the previous 6 matches, limited points. That's a firm strike. Very good shot by Joshua Bishop, and he makes a statement very early in his innings.
Really good shot down the ground from Joshua Bishop, and this will be somewhat of a contest here between Joshua Bishop and Anderson, both players in the academy.
Short of the bowler. It was in the air for a little while. 139 for 5. Now you can bat Joshua Bishop. You can dub him as an all-rounder in this West Indies Academy side. 24 years of age. He's been a part of Barbados Royals in the CPL. Just reflecting on how Harpy Eagles have gone. Again, those 2 matches ending in no result. That dented their run so far. Limited number of points, and of course they had a few close matches as well. That's a challenge of playing in this CG United Super 50 Cup when you have inclement weather around, something beyond your control. It can affect your rhythm, your ability to qualify in the top 4 for the semi-final. That's straight, that's straight, and the dreaded finger goes up. So Junior Sinclair, again, with his accuracy and control, and he gets rid of Rambaran.
Going across the line, Rambaran. He's a batter that likes to sweep the ball, something that I've seen over the West Indies on the 19 tournament in St. Vincent. This time choosing the wrong delivery. Didn't hesitate, that dreaded finger. As DG mentioned, Rambaran is gone for 12. The score is 139 for 6.
Incoming batsman, Wickets.
The 18-year-old Zishan Mutara, known more for his wrist spin than his batting. He's quite resilient with the bat. He is from Barbados, had a very good season in the 4-day format for CCC, and he's here because of this. Rambaran going across the line, deceived with a slower pace delivery. And Keswick, really a trend in what we've seen from the West Indies Academy in this tournament this year. The batting average 14 from 8, 9. The lowest for any team. "37 wickets lost before this game. And that's in 4 matches. So they've struggled to bat collectively as a team, not lose wickets in clusters, produce competitive totals, and yet again it's continuing.
Also the team that probably listed less in terms of batting points in this tournament. But for the viewers out there, really don't want you to focus on that too much, because the main goal here for these youngsters is to really develop and kick on to get into franchise in the Caribbean. But it's the dot to finish. The score is 140 for 6.
Wickets tumbling in quick time. 2 wickets in the 80s. 2 wickets in that 130s. Not ideal when you're batting first in good batting conditions. Here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, way below par at this point in time. Joshua Bishop and Zishan Mutara changed the outlook of the innings with the bat for the West Indies Academy. Good work so far from the Harpy Eagles. Kamal returns with the ball from that southern end. I guess, Kesrick, you need to give a little bit of latitude to West Indies Academy, given the fact that these players are young, still learning their trade. This forum being presented so that they can learn by trial and error, make mistakes, get to that point of understanding the know-how for success, whether with ball, bat, or in the field.
Definitely, DJ. What I like as well is that Cricket West Indies have made a different approach with the West Indies Academy team this year, where those guys have been based in Antigua. What I would like to happen now is that not let these players focus on bat and ball alone when it comes to skills, but also letting them learn how to manage time, manage finances, because you just don't want them to be good cricketers. You want them to be good thinking cricketers, making decisions at the right time, being aware of their surrounding and aware of what is going on, especially on the cricket field. So you want to develop an all-round skill. So you want to build a cricketer, not just have good skills. Finding the edge this time, Sishan Matara, challenging the boundary, and it's a 4. 4 runs to Sishan Matara. Opening his account to the boundary.
Yeah, before that stroke, you saw West Indies high performance head coach Ramesh Subhasinga speaking to a young player. Teddy Bishop is captain. Needs to be a positive spin to everything that is happening with West Indies Academy. Of course, you'd want the exceptional players to come to the fore. 145 for 6. All 6 wickets falling in power play 2 for West Indies Academy. Three wickets to Junior Sinclair, 2 to Versami Pamal, 1 to Nal Smith. So spin dominating, wicket taking for Guyana Harpy Eagles. I like the way Tevin Imlak has managed his resources. A lot of fielders within that 30-yard circle, maintaining pressure, sustaining the pressure exerted by bowlers, not allowing for the easy singles. So Guyana Harpy Eagles will still need to remain professional, not think that it's going to happen. They'll be thinking about bowling this opposition out and chasing the target in quick time.
I like the fact that he mentioned them chasing this total in quick time, because you don't want them to think that they're out of it. You still want them to play the cricket at a professional level, get as much bowling and batting points out of this game, and then wait and see what happens from the other games, because there's a possibility cricket is being played on the park, yes, but you never know. There might be a miracle around the corner for you.
Just a reminder that West Indies Academy made 1 change to their team. Nico Smith not playing today. Kelvin Pittman, fast bowler, in the side. Secure a maiden over. Quick single. And they get there in the end. There is a loud, confident appeal from the Harpy Eagles players. And the review will take place. What do you reckon, Kesrick?
Doesn't look good for Zishan Matara. It's like he's walking towards us, Ganga. And when batters are walking towards us, we know what's going to happen. Because our end is not really an end that makes you happy as a batter. And that's the reason why he's walking towards us. Zishan Matara, he's gone. Another wicket for Guyana. Out you go, Zishan Matara. Gone for 4. The score is 145 for 7.
And although it's cool, time now for Blue Water's drinks break.
Well, you know we're in the land of Trinidad and Tobago. Sweet TNT for the action in this year's CG United Super 50. So much festivity that you get right here in this beautiful Twin Island Republic. All to be here for cricket and to be here for carnival, to be here for the food and everything else. The sights and sounds are what you can experience when you come to this part of the Caribbean, and we certainly say thank you to this lovely island for hosting us in this year's tournament. Visit Trinidad whenever you get the chance. Once again, it's time to head across to that matchup between the Barbados Pride and the Volcanoes, where things are getting interesting at the moment. 4 wickets down for the Volcanoes. Solizano and Dylan Douglas there at the crease. Don't forget Dylan Douglas with that 90 a little earlier in this year's competition. Can they continue to provide the platform and the partnership that the Volcanoes need to get themselves over the line? 100 runs needed in 15 overs. Don't forget that Duckworth Lewis came into that particular contest. So how will that shape up? When I come back, I'll tell you all about it. But what I can tell you about now is that we head across to the land of the fastest woman. Yeah, we call her Julian Alfred. St. Lucia is where you can find the next matchups for West Indies taking on England. The 14th, 16th and 17th. The Helen of the West Indies is where you get to see the final 3 T20s. We're calling it the rivalry. So if you can't get there, you can stay right here with us, because right behind me, the action is about to get underway again.
The battle continues here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Another matchup that is appearing a little bit one-sided. Guyana Harpy Eagles quite dominant with the ball. Again, they're trying to maximize points. Last wicket fell via the run-out route. If the Harpy Eagles can secure another run-out, they will add 1 point to their tally. And Lane, new batter. How resilient can this lower order be with the bat for West Indies Academy. Just 145 for 7 at the moment. A lot of overs remaining in this innings. Kamal being very precise with his fielders. That short fine leg getting a little bit squarer. Maybe acknowledging the fact that Joshua Bishop can strike a long ball. Behind point, cut away nicely. That's 4 more.
Cut and cut well. Joshua Bishop. He's known as someone that can hit the ball. Standing firm, getting into that shot, not really pulling away himself from the cut. Something that we have seen from a lot of young players, pulling themselves away from the cut shot. But this time, Joshua Bishop standing firm, presenting the full face. Comes up a 4.
Adjustment goes a little bit full in length. This pitch is a slow one, so as a spinner you need to put a little more pace on the ball, reduce the time, allow for the batter to adapt and adjust. Maybe some more revs as well to see if you can turn that ball that is getting older. Also see from Pamal is that guile. He'll bowl straight lines, generally speaking, and then throw one wide off the off stump, as in that last delivery. Back to straight lines.
He's very smart, Paul. He uses the crease as well. And he wants that one to come back into the right hand as he go a little bit wider. Comes a little bit straighter, tighter on the stump when he wants to spin it. You don't really see him doing it normally. Usually he's a spinner that goes wide of the crease. But he's very smart. What I like is his pace adjustment on this pitch. Understanding when he need to do it. That single brought up the 150 for West Indies Academy.
Still 4 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. Lane will keep the strike. 151 for 7. West Indies Academy took a long time to get going to secure that first 50 of the innings. Dug themselves into a bit of a hole at the start. Second and third 50s, more like the tempo West Indies Academy will want to have when they're batting in a 50-over game. That first 50 took a long time in securing. Sure, they're very extensive goals outlined for these players in West Indies Academy. Oftentimes at this level and this state of play, you tend to break the game down a little bit more for players who are relatively inexperienced. You focus heavier on the process as against the outcome. Many of these players haven't really tasted success and sustainable success. There's a warning, an official warning for running on the protected area. He's been guilty of it earlier. So, Kesrick, what will you be saying to players in this West Indies Academy team if you're in a position to coach and lead this side?
Something that I've mentioned to Badji earlier, for this team is all about develop. Some players might be ahead of some. So it's all about what certain players need to get to that point of performance. Certain players develop in different ways. So it's about understanding what is required of that player to get to that point whereby whenever he gets to international level, he will be able to reap some success.
The backward square comes in. It's only 3 deep fielders now.
So for me, it's about playing basic cricket, being aware of what is going on around them. Play to situations. That is what they need presently. Play into situations and win certain point of the games. That is what's mostly important right now, because they would not blow out anybody. A single to finish. No score is 153 for 7.
Those are the bowlers used so far by Tevin Imlach. Permaul has completed his allocation, 2 for 57, adding 2 more scalps to his tally. So we're seeing the return of Ashwin Ned. Saw him with the new ball. Very first over of the contest. 6 overs, none for 11, so quite economical. Now the ball will feel a little bit different in his hand. 36 overs old. Only 18 overs old because we used new balls from both ends. But it allows him an opportunity now to go through his skills. See, he's bowling from way behind the stumps. He has protection in the deep, so to explore, experiment a little bit with his changes in pace. Just to tempt the batters a little bit more as they seek to get these remaining 3 wickets. Quick double. Comfortably in. Hello and good evening, Sir Kirtley.
Hello, young Badri. West Indies Academy motoring along. Already lost 7 wickets, the Academy. We are now in the 37th over. They are in danger of being bowled out. Something that they wouldn't want. Hopefully, these remaining 3 batters can bat all 50 overs, get past the 200 run mark. On the other hand, Harpy Eagles would like to dismiss them as quickly as possible for less than 200.
Yeah, a little bit strange the way these fixtures have been made. Today is the last group game for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Some teams still have a couple matches at least remaining, so they will have to, I suppose, sit around for a little bit to determine what's their next move. Is it back to Guyana, or will they qualify in the top 4? Just to the left of the fielder. Should be a couple at least. Is a couple. 37 gone, 158 for 7. Yeah, this is the way their tournament was planned. The Harpy Eagles losing the first one and no result. And they lost another one by 1 wicket. So a couple close matches that they had. And when you put that with a couple no result, it's the reason why they're in 5th position. The results for the Harpy Eagles this season just out of the top 4 at the moment, in 5th position. Remember, the top 4 qualify for the semi-final, so it's an important one for them. They need a lot of bonus points in this game to give themselves a chance. Spoke to Tevin Imlach at the toss. He mentioned those couple close losses and those 2 games that were abandoned, in addition to some indifferent cricket. So their season has been underwhelming again, and in all likelihood they may not qualify for the semi-finals. They want to finish off the tournament with a win, a commanding one as well. Sloppy fielding. You can hear the captain beckoning and bellowing to his fielders, come on, wake up. And you see the frustration in his face. It's too easy. It's these little bad habits that creep into your game.
Kyle Smith, the culprit. Gohan Lane, a tall, fast bowler. Can strike the ball pretty well. Just as I mentioned a few moments ago, he is good like that, Gohan Lane. Got it high and hard over long off. And all Veerasamy Permaul could do is watch.
Yeah, really good connection from the young man. Over pitched from Junior Sinclair in the hitting arc and out of the park. Good extension, good connection, good result for the West Indies Academy. It's been a slow start. They haven't been able to stitch together anything meaningfully. Faster delivery to finish off the 38. 167 for 7. .28 points for Guyana. And this would be their final match, their 7th. All the other teams above them have at least a couple matches in hand. So it means therefore that even a win today will not be sufficient, or should not be sufficient, to get them into the top 4. They need a lot of bonus points. And then they have to hope that other results go their way. That's not the position you want to be in.
That's a lot of hoping, I'm afraid. Went for that big shot. That big shot. Young Bishop didn't connect. And that's what happens when you haven't played well. That was 2 deliveries ago. Bit of turn. But that's what happens when you don't play as well. And then, a couple of no results. So you find yourself scraping and scratching.
Yeah, I remember in days gone by when there were just 4 teams in a group, split into 2 groups of 4. You had 3 matches, you win 1, 2 washed out, and either your tournament has ended or you're into a semi-final. The semi-final is washed out and you're into a final. You play 1 game and a final and you win the tournament. Now there are 8 teams, but there's just 1 group, so you have a minimum of 7 matches. So even if a couple gets washed out, you still have 5 more. If you qualify for semi-finals and then the final, you have additional matches. So much better format. Huge shout, that should be given. Really should be. It isn't. Is there some bit of but in that?
And umpire Taylor is unmoved. Didn't even blink. Stand his ground. Let's see if he was right. Certainly made the correct decision. Well done to umpire Chris Taylor.
Yeah, that's why he's the umpire and I'm the commentator. Inside edge. Lots of bat on that one. There's an unwritten rule as well. Left unorthodox spinners in general don't like other spinners getting their wickets, so Bishop wouldn't want Ned, another or fellow left unorthodox, to get him out. Maiden over, 167 for 7 it remains. Yeah, that's the inside edge. Very good from umpire Chris Taylor, eagle-eyed as always. Had to be switched on, and he was. Very good decision. Those are the projected scores. Where will they end? Will they get over that 200-run mark? That's perhaps their first target with 11 overs left, 3 wickets in hand. Partnership 22 of 30 deliveries. For the first time today, Ramnath into the attack from the northern end. Well, that is some start, inauspicious start from Ramnath. I wonder if they're thinking about the height of the delivery as well. But Yuan Lane is a tall man. He got a lot of bat on it. Starts the over with a 4.
Gonna check for the height. And of course, Lane will be happy if it's over the waist to get a free hit. Was on its way down. Not so sure. Oh well. I was just about to say I'm not so sure they're going to give that, but they certainly did. A free hit. What will Yuan Lane do with this free hit?
Ramnath on debut for the Guyana Harpy Eagles started off with 5 runs in his first delivery, which was an illegal delivery, so 5 runs from no deliveries really, and then a free hit. And the free hit disappears as well. A seam-up delivery, it appears. So that's 11 runs from 1 ball. Lane showing his strength.
Good strike by Johan Lane. Right in the slot. A flatter delivery. But no problems whatsoever from Lane. He's a tall man, got long levers. And immediately, the debutant Ramnath is under pressure. This time pass backward point into the boundary for 4. 15 runs so far from 2 legal deliveries. Pressure for Ramnath.
And he looks befuddled. Doesn't know where to turn. The best over so far of the innings with the bat in terms of productivity, and only 2 deliveries bowled. 15 runs from this over. No other over has been as expensive. 4 deliveries remaining. Clean them up. So it's cost him 15 runs, but he's gotten the wicket, and there's a celebration to go with that. His first wicket in List A cricket, and a smile. So the despair, the frown turns around.
A little flatter this time. Johan Lane going for another big shot, missed it completely. Took the leg stump. An enterprising knock has come to an end. Lane is gone for 26. West Indies Academy, 182 for 8.
At the fall of the 8th Academy wicket, Johan Lane, bowled round the tap, Ramnath, 26, 182 for 8. Incoming batsman, Jadea Lee.
Jadiah Blades, the new batter to the crease, hails from Barbados. A lot of deliveries remaining for him to see what he can do. A best of 4, so it's not altogether inspiring. Good shot going down. So Ramnath can add to his tally of wickets after having a forgettable start to the over.
Pitch way outside the leg stump. Even though he got a wicket, young Badger, I'm not so sure we'll see him bowling a second over.
You're dispensing with the successful bowler. Look at that delivery circuitly. Bang on target. You've banished him from the ball after that. Very tough task master you are. And he's recovered the over well. 16 from it though, 183 for 8. Yeah, illustrating that that was the most expensive over of the day. Now Umpire Chris Taylor signals the start of power play 3. An additional fielder allowed outside the inner circle, which they aren't using at the moment. So just the 4 fielders in the deep, sweeper, long on, long off, and square leg. The others stationed in the inner circle trying to cut the single. So good from the captain. Still trying to squeeze and looking to end the innings as opposed to bowling the overs out. Another shout for LBW. Another not out signal from umpire Taylor, and another frustrated look from Ned.
He's not happy with that decision, Ashmead Ned. Well, umpire Chris Taylor said not out, and that's what it was.
That looked pretty adjacent, secretly. Back foot caught on the crease. Have a look at that. Decide for yourselves, folks.
Nothing.
Umpire Taylor had a good long look at it. Said not out in the previous over, and Ned can't believe it. What was that missing? Incredible from Ned. 43 dot balls in 8.5 overs. That's amazing. 3 maiden overs in this contest. Look at that economy, folks. 1.8. That's almost Ambrose-like. Almost. He'd have more wickets in that wickets column. Add another maiden to that. 183 for 8. Paul, senior member of this Guyana Harpy Eagles team, in consultation with Tevin Imlach. Lots of options there for Tevin Imlach. Ned has 1 to go. Nal Smith, Ali Muhammad, the seamers have some overs up their sleeve. Who does he turn to? Well, that wicket has given him another one. He's been entrusted with the responsibility of the 42nd, secretly.
A little bit of a surprise for me, anyway. And he got another wicket. That's why he's back in the attack. What a thing. Keep quiet, Sir Kirtley.
What do you know about bowling? No one can believe that dismissal. Bishop is speechless. Even the bowler has a smile. They just want to have a check at the height of the delivery, but I think this is legal. This is an astonishing dismissal. No issues there with the legality of it from the front foot, but what about the height? A gentle full toss. Yeah, you gotta leave, Joshua. I'm sorry. That should have been deposited for 6.
I will say no more. I don't know much about bowling anyway, so I'll leave that. Well done to Captain Imlach. Another wicket for the debutant Ram North. Joshua Bishop is gone for 15. West Indies Academy 183 for 9.
That's the ball on the 9th wicket. Joshua Bishop for last weekend. Ram North, Ram North 15, 183 for 9. And coming batsman Kelvin Pittman.
Kelvin Pittman, the young fast bowler, last man in for the West Indies Academy. That doesn't suggest that he'll be there too long. We have some 8 overs remaining after this one. Ramnath 2 for 16. So on debut, picked up 2 wickets in his first game for his country. Can he make it 3? The last over circuit, the first delivery was a full toss. Lane smacked it for 6. This one a full toss. Bishop smacks it to Ned. That should bring at least 2. You can see the inconsistency with Ramnath. It's really someone who doesn't bowl a lot. Even they're smiling.
Captain Imlak is a brave man. He's gambled with Ramnath, and he got 2 wickets. Two deliveries to go in this over. Can he finish it off? Couple of spectators in.
Two shouts, nothing from the umpire. A little bit of turn from Ramnath. Well, he's certainly enjoying this. The young man getting an opportunity in this game to make his debut. And not only that, he's getting an opportunity to bowl. Single to end. Another successful over, 187 for 9. Huge shout from Tevin Imlak behind the wicket and from the bowler in front, but nothing from the umpire. Another young talent emanating from Guyana. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him in the future. Ashwin Ned for his final over. Can he keep his figures under 20? Can he add a wicket to otherwise excellent returns? A couple bowlers have already finished, so he will join them. Sinclair and Purmall, 4 maidens. Can he make it 5? Well, they're putting another fielder out in the deep, so just the 4 in the circle for Blades. Gets the single.
Certainly has bowled well. Ashmead Ned. Of course, he would love to finish his spell with a wicket. Kelvin Pittman on strike. Not known for his batting prowess. Can he survive these 5 deliveries? Hails from Antigua. Kelvin Pittman.
Yeah, we saw him in the CPL circuit. For viewers who are not too familiar with him, what can we expect in terms of his bowling? Not his batting, but his bowling a little bit later on.
He can be nippy. Kelvin Pittman. Not a bad bowler. One of those bowlers where you have to keep talking to on a regular basis, because he tends to just drift a little bit. So it's important to talk to him often enough to keep him focused.
Couple of runs from his final over, and so Ashby Ned finishes none for 18 from 10, 189 for 9.
A great compliment of 10 for that left-arm spinner in Ashmead Ned. Would probably prefer to have some wickets in the column, but that economy rate stands out tall above many others. Kelvin Pittman having a change of gloves. I just wonder if it might bring about a change of fortune for the West Indies Academy in these last 7. Ramnath been a bit expensive in his 2, but he's done the job in terms of picking up wickets. Struggled to find what was a consistent line and length in these 2. But who needs line and length when you're picking up wickets? That full toss has been very effective for him. Got someone alongside of me who might have fallen to maybe one of those full tosses as well. Good afternoon, Keswick Williams. Apologies for interrupting your lunch, but a pleasure to have you for what is going to be the last couple overs of this particular innings.
It's a pleasure to be here as well, Manning. But I'll correct you. I know where that would have fallen. Probably would have fallen a couple of yards back. Oh no, allow those photos.
Yeah, we know you fancy yourself with the bat, Keswick, but let's go to something that's a little more believable here. We had a chance to look over the innings from the West Indies Academy as we progress towards the end of things for them, and you might probably want to respond in the next over, so give yourself a chance to think about it. But what are the areas that they need to look at here, now that they've seen them pretty much bat out to 50? Where might they have let themselves down in this batting innings? What they're looking to do differently, because obviously they still have a couple games to go. Last ball of this Ramnath over, much better from him in terms of the runs from it. The quiet single to close it out. 192 for 9. Two games after this for the Academy, but just looking at the results for them, what really stands out is the performances with the bat for them. They've been unable to have any batters truly stand out in this competition. They've been unable to put together partnerships, and because of that have had quite a few heavy defeats in this year's CG United Super 50. Looking at the fact that, oh well, he's gone from the black gloves to the white. Just wonder if maybe the umpire said, no, Pittman, those aren't the ones to be used. Keswick is wondering if maybe a bit of moisture in them from the 9 deliveries that he's been out there.
Probably so, Manning, probably so. Some people sweat more than some, but I would like to answer the question that you asked just before. What they need to do to get better. One thing is starting the innings better, being a little bit more aggressive at the top, trying to at least get to a target, have a target in mind. At this point, it looks like they're just batting without a target, or not knowing how to get to a target. And something that I've been looking at in terms of these guys and the players, fair enough that they're not really scoring quickly or they're not aggressive. There's some batters, even though that they're not aggressive, they would find a shot, they will have a shot that no matter what, this is my shot, you can't bowl there. But I'm still not seeing that from the academy boys. But as we say, they're developing players. Good bumper. Fortuitous boundary. Blade. Pretty sure if he wanted it to go there though, Manning.
Well, the back of Blade's bat doing the effective work on that occasion, looking to get out of the way. And they always say get that bat down. He left that bat hanging up, and it just takes the back of the bat. Just wonder, you know, in the grand scheme of things, if maybe that might have been the plan in the end. But no, you always want to get that bat down, so you left that bat hanging up, and as you mentioned, fortune favoring him on that occasion, and producing a boundary that he was not in control of at all. There's a big heave at that one into the leg side. Nandu doing the work. I remember Tej and Ryan Shandapal occupying that particular position across the games that we've had at the academy.
With T20 cricket taking the turn or the direction that it's going in, I still have to wonder if that was the intention from Blades.
Pushing for 2. A lot of vacant space in that leg side. A lot of work to be done for Nandu. Can't stop them from getting that.
But you have to wonder though, really and truly, is it the plan, the back of the bat? Innovation, 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 Manning. What do you think?
Well, Keswick, as the expert, and by saying as the expert, I'm referring to you. If you're telling me that's the plan, Keswick,
You never know, Manning, you never know.
I have no words. Somebody bring Brad Dre into the chair alongside of me, please.
He's happy where he is.
Or could this be the end of it? Just shy of Nell Smith. Another short delivery, so it appears if he's going to that short ball plan to kind of rattle those at the back of the innings. Not much pace behind it, but accuracy is where he's at the moment.
Surprised with the field set with that delivery again, because there's no deep mid wicket. There's really not much pace behind of the deliveries. You have a short mid wicket, more than likely hitting the ball through that region is what batters would be looking at. That would be the getaway shot for that delivery. So I'm pretty surprised that he's bowling that delivery without protection.
Into the body of Pittman. 199 for 9.
After 45 overs, West Indies Academy, 199 Lane not out 9, Pittman not out 7.
You look across that batting card and you see several starts for the academy. Nobody truly kicking on, though. Nobody making use of the platform that they've set for themselves. Obviously, a lot of debate surrounding the strike rates as well for them, but that's a discussion for a different day. What we discuss now is the leg spin of Ramnath and his very effective full tosses in this innings. Looking as if though he's settled into his work here, Ramnath, and the reason I say that is because he's spotting a little bit better. You obviously with the leg spinner, you look for those full tosses at the start. You look for them to be a bit flatter at the beginning as well. Then as they get into their work, you see that flight coming. You see that variation of pace. That last over, being the third that he bowled, was a lot better than his first two. Started well here now. Probably just needed some time to settle in. This is what you like to see from the leg spinner. Brings up the 200 for the West Indies Academy.
We all know, Manning, that the leg spin is a very difficult art to master. And as long as you're doing it daily, it's very hard to come and pitch it, especially if you're a part-time leg spinner. So far, so good, and that's what you want, dear Ramnath. If he can stay there, he may create a little bit of problem for Pittman.
Well, this gone is gone into the air. Could be another for Ramnath. A brilliant catch being taken by Ashmead Ned. Ramnath ends the innings with 3. The academy have been bowled out.
Outstanding. Outstanding from Ned. Really good catch. Good running catch. Good steady of concentration. Another wicket for Ramnath. The leg spinner doing damage. Really good catch. Lovely. Loving it. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy, Manning. Ramnath picking up his 3rd wicket.
The end of Pittman. He goes for 7. 211 all out. 200 all out, in fact. I added 11 to them. But good work in the end by Guyana Harpy Eagles, restricting the academy. Good work as well by Ramnath. Didn't start those first 2 overs well. Couple full tosses, but his last 2 overs certainly showed what he's capable of, the young man. So kudos for him. Kudos to the captain as well for throwing the ball his direction. Academy, and now the 4th time that they've been bowled out in this year's CG United Super 50 from the 5 matches that they've played. Runs at the top for Geese and Bowen Tuckett. They laid what was a platform for the academy to have somewhat of a launch from. Didn't necessarily capitalize on it. Rivaldo Clark came and played a very enterprising innings, but then misjudged one from Permaul. Runs as well for Bolden, getting to 32. And in the end, Johan Lane with 26 is where the runs were shared for the academy, bring them to that position of 200 all out.
Really good work here from Guyana Harpy Eagles. We're looking at the bowling here. Sinclair picking up 3 for 40, really good, and Ramnath 3 for 24. Them doing this now put them in a position to pick up 2 points in bowling. 1 for bowling out the West Indies Academy, and another 1 for taking 4 wickets or more in the 2nd power play, which is really good for them. Can they continue and win this game with flourish?
Well, the first half of this contest done and dusted. That target, 201 for the Harpy Eagles to get within 50 overs.
A fighting effort with the bat by the West Indies Academy, sent in to bat first. They only managed 200, once more being bowled out. That power play 2 phase accounting for 8 wickets after a very slow start in power play 1 when the score ended on 28 without loss. So good to be out in the middle once more. Of course, no rain beyond that initial delay. And I'm happy to be joined by Shakira Selman, Kesrick Williams. Kesrick, I'll start with you firstly. 2 maiden overs from Ashmead Ned. To what extent is that very important for you collectively as a bowling unit as you start an innings?
Very important to start with pressure, and that's something that Ashmead Ned has been doing for Guyana. Starting, and whenever he starts, start with maidens and start to bowl tight. That is exactly what he wanted, exactly what Guyana wanted, and they put the West Indies Academy under pressure immediately, knowing that they are not the best starters at the power play 1. So this is something good, and that created that momentum for them going on to power play 2.
Well, he bowled alongside Niall Smith. It's a role that he's performed in this Guyana Harpy Eagles side throughout the course of this tournament. Shakira, after that slow start of 28 runs without the loss of a wicket in power play 1, tumbles happened. Firstly, 3 for 11, and the chief architect, Versamy Pomal, once more.
Yeah, not surprising at all either. Versamy Pomal, the most experienced player in this Super 50 Cup, most experienced player for Harpy Eagles, and he did exactly what they wanted. And then Junior Sinclair backed it up to another wicket, and then it was Pomal again getting rid of that batter there. It was really good. It was really good bowling, good control, and they put pressure on them after that partnership with Roberto Clark.
Yeah, well, exactly the same amount of wickets fell in another cluster of 3 for 11. Kesrick Williams, how do you prevent something like this happening, and what sort of credit would you give to Junior Sinclair?
I'll give him credit because he came in to replace, the other Sinclair, and he came in and he showed just what he's made of. And he's someone that I've seen over CPL that continue to perform for Guyana. I didn't see the flip. I was a little bit disappointed, but at the end of the day, I love what he has been doing for Guyana, and I just hope that he continue and build with strength.
Yeah, well, he definitely made an impact with the bowl, and we expected Guyana to bowl the opposition out, and that is exactly what they did. But were you surprised, Shakira Selman, that Ram Prasad, who was on debut, came in and picked up 3 wickets?
I'm smiling because I'm not sure if it was surprise. They needed someone else to take those wickets at the very end. Decided to go to Ramnath instead of Kevlon Anderson for many more overs. And obviously, they didn't have Tajner and Shanapal, who bowled previously. But yeah, it was a mixed bag from Ramnath, but he will be happy with his debut. He got 3 wickets, really cleaned up the tail, did the job for Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, Ramnath, I beg your pardon. And although conceding 11 runs off his first 2 deliveries, he was brilliant in terms of cleaning up the tail, so to speak. So thank you, Kesrick. Thank you, Shakira. Of course, Guyana, they're always in a game with a drama. After the break, we'll see snippets of their game against the Volcanoes.
First run off the bat, off the mark. Chandra Paul looking for 2 good running. In the air. Will it challenge the boundary? Yes, it will. The first boundary of the contest.
The edge found it. Yes, it is. He will fall short here today. And that's the first wicket for the Volcanoes.
Get station range, Chandra Paul. 1 shy of a 4th list A half century. Well pitched up outside our stump. Goes for a massive drive. Trying to drive that one down to long off. Ends up just edging it, feathering through to wicketkeeper Douglas. Chandra Paul goes for a well played 49. It's laid the platform for Harpy Eagles. Harpy Eagles now 83 for 1.
What a catch that was! Cyrus with reflexes. That was traveling. Just stopped that right mid up and it stuck. And it's that man again, Shadrach Descartes.
That certainly was a sharp catch. Nothing wrong with that front foot. Look at that, pure reflexes. One-handed. Matthew Nandu is gone for 34. Guyana Harpy Eagles, 90 for 2. And that's his first wicket. That's his first wicket. The dreaded finger goes up.
Full and playing back to a delivery. Perhaps he might have been better served playing on the front foot. No hesitation from umpire Patrick Gustard. And you can see what it means to Tyson. And Kemal Savory has to depart for 3. 96 for 3. Pulled away. There's a fielder in the deep. And he's taken. Shamar Springer, the fielder. So only his second delivery. And immediately he strikes. The aggression from Kevin Sinclair proving to be his downfall. Another one falls for the Harpy Eagles.
Little bit on the shorter side. Seemed to have hit at the toe end of the bat. Didn't get the distance. And of course, Shamar Springer, wonderful fielder, wasn't going to drop that. And the aggressive Kevin Sinclair is going for 14.
Oh, had that been taken, would have been a good catch. Pace off from Descartes. Oh, was that clean? Gonna keep running. Oh, appeals at both ends. Okay, where do we look first is the question. So we're going with that first one. The first run out dismissal. Definitely short of his ground, but where is that ball? Does the hand break the stumps, or does the ball break the stumps? I think that might be the consideration here for the umpire. Here comes that signal. He's run out. He goes for 42. It's 195 for 5.
That was a gift. I know Christmas is around the corner, but that was an early gift from Kavem Hodge.
Goes again. This time over, run off. And all Shamar Springer could do is watch.
Another one. 50 comes up for the captain, Tevin Imlach. His 5th half-century in List A cricket. This should be another maximum. A wonderful strike. Not wide enough, and Kimo Paul latches onto that one. Is that another 6? Yes, it is. And that's it. That's another 6. That's a half century before Kimo Paul of just 29 deliveries. And that means that the Guyana Harpy Eagles will end their innings on 274 for 5. That's close. That's very close. Was there bat on it? No, says Jacqueline Smith.
Not a very good start for the debutant Pascal. Good delivery. Look at that. Swung. Didn't even appeal. Now Smith thought, I've got you. And that dreaded finger from Jacqueline Williams. Stephen Pascal is going for duck. Windward Islands Volcanoes losing the first wicket, 1 for 1.
Catch taken. So Kevin Hodge taking on Kimo Paul's short delivery has to depart.
Terrible start for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Short delivery from Kimo Paul. Kevin Hodge went for the hook shot, couldn't control it, and was easily caught by Savory. Kevin Hodge is gone for 4. The Volcanoes in some trouble early, 10 for 2.
Gone. There is another one. Niall Smith with the cotton ball, and a bowling point is secured by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That means that Solizano will have to depart. Again, he was looking to play that delivery onside, kept his bat face close to the point of presenting that return catch. So Solizano departs for 6. It's 10 for 3.
There he is, loosing the shackles is Ambrose. Volcanoes though, they've been on the go from ball 1, and they produced quite a few boundaries like this. Oh, was that an edge? I think so. The umpire agrees. Inside edge on that one, and the skipper has got to walk back.
Good length. Bit of late swing inside edge taken. Ali Mohammed has his first of this year's competition. So Neil Ambrose has to walk back disappointingly for 19 runs.
And another one. The wickets are falling here for the Volcanoes.
Just pushing at it and playing inside the line of the ball, perhaps not expecting it to turn. Volcanoes in further trouble, 58 for 5.
That goes away for 4.
Bumble doesn't help. Brings 50 to discard. What an innings it has been.
Oh, this looks good. This looks close. And this is indeed out. That's the wicket they wanted. And that's the man that did it.
Straight on, hitting the back leg. Caught in the crease. He's gone for a well-played 60. Windward Volcanoes, 139 for 6.
Maiden 50 for Douglas. It's a special moment for the young man. He's played a very, very good hand. He's gone for it. That sounded really good. Is that close enough? Yes, says the umpire. Patrick Gustard thinks he's struck across the line, and that would have gone on to hit the stumps. So the breakthrough comes.
Yeah, and on this occasion, he goes across the line of that delivery. Perhaps was heading down the leg side. I think he was a bit unfortunate. Ryan John has to walk back for 12 runs.
the strike. There is an appeal. Just wonder if the umpire wants to have a look at it. Yes, he does. Very close. Might be closer than we think. There it is. Quite unfortunate for Dylan Douglas. It was a splendid effort, but in the end, falling agonizingly close to that landmark. Around his legs, trying to play it down to fine leg, missed it completely.
Trying to be a little too cute. Lost his leg stump. And the familiar celebration from Kevin Sinclair. Cyrus is gone for 29. Windward Islands Volcanoes, 245 for 9.
And that's in the gap. And immediately he said that's 4. From the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've created history. The first team to chase over 250 at this venue. And it's the first time that they've beaten the Guyana Harpy Eagles here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy.
down and half to go. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the West Indies Academy asks to bat first. We're bowled out for 245.5 overs. Runs there for Bolden. He top scorer with 32. A couple 20s in the innings as well, but nobody truly kicked on for the Academy, and that's pretty much been the story of their batting so far in this tournament. Bowling wise, Harpy Eagles, they've been economical. That man at the top, Ned, has been the most economical today, and coming into this one, leading wicket taker for them with 7 wickets though today for Smith, Pramal, 3 for Sinclair, and a debutant in Ramnath, he picked up 3 as well. Here's that target, the magic number, the score the Harpy Eagles are looking for, 201 in 50 overs. Not the biggest total that they'll face in this season. That man on screen's got 100 already in this year's edition. Matthew Nandu. Had a lovely little conversation with him leading into the pre-match, and he talked about what he's hoping to do this season. In fact, that the 200 plus runs that he's scored so far, not enough for him to be happy. Well, we knew there would be a new partner for him at the top, given that Tej Ryan Shanapal was out, and it's confirmed now it will be Junior Sinclair at the top of the order. So a very interesting move to the top for Sinclair here. Jediah Blades picked up 10 wickets so far in the tournament. He's happy with that 10 and looking for more. He's a left-arm seamer that quite a few have their eyes on at the moment, trying to see how his career might progress, see whether or not he can make his way to top flight international cricket. What he's got though in front of him are 2 Harpy Eagles looking to end this season on a good note. 201 is the total. Let's play. Starts with a little shape back into the right-hander. Gets away with it as well. And a boundary to open the innings for Sinclair and the Harpy Eagles.
A hint of movement back into the right-handed Junior Sinclair. Inside edge, missing the leg stump. And to rub salt into the wound. Went all the way for 4. I reckon that fine leg is too wide. Fine leg need to be a little bit to his right. $201 to get. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, just about 4 runs and over. Not a daunting task, but you never know. We've seen strange things happen in cricket. Can the West Indies Academy defend these 200? Or will the Guyana Harpy Eagles get to the target? Long, long way to go.
They've already picked up a win versus CCC. They beat the Harpy Eagles in 2023. Pressure on, and it delivers a wicket for Blades. That's what they need if they're going to win this contest. That's wicket number 11 this season for him.
Took the umpire, Chris Wright, a little bit of time to make his decision, and then finally that dreaded finger was raised. There's a bit of a discussion, and it's customary, looking for that front foot. Seem to be okay. There is some part of that front foot behind the white line, so it should be okay. That is something that has become the norm in cricket these days. Always check for that front foot. It's always about that point of impact. And there is something behind. Pitched in line looked to be a good decision. Jubilation for Blades. Junior Sinclair is going for 4. Guyana Harpy Eagles 4 for 1.
Some interesting decisions by the Harpy Eagles. Kimo Paul batting at 3. Yeah, looking for a bit of impetus, but he's here because of this one. Judea Blades, accustomed to picking up early wickets. And this one, quite interesting in terms of where it struck him, whether or not it would have carried on. But umpire Chris Fright believed it would have carried on to crash into the stumps. As I mentioned, that's wicket number 11 for him. He's bowled him. Blades gets another. The plans for Harpy Eagles not working at the moment.
What a delivery from Blades. Kimo Paul had no answer. He's bewildered. Look at his face. Jubilation for the West Indies Academy. Clean him up. What a start for Blaze and the West Indies Academy. Look at the celebration. Means a lot to him. This spear for Kimo Paul is going for duck. Harpy Eagles in some trouble. 4 for 2.
A bit of normalcy in terms of seeing Tevin Imlach at the crease. An eventful first over, 4 for 2. A bit of a horror start for the Harpy Eagles, and as we go through this innings, might analyse the fact that Junior Sinclair, who's never opened batting in list day cricket or even T20s, came to open the batting here. The fact that Kimo Paul came at number 3, you just wonder if it is fueled by the fact that only bonus points will truly help them stand any kind of chance of possibly being in that top 4 when we get to the end of the group stage in this year's competition. Very last match for them, and pretty much throwing everything at it. It's not worked though. Johan Lane into the attack. Kimo Paul this time, a much fuller delivery from Jedia Blades. A bit of shape back into him as well. Beats him in between bat and pad. Look at that celebration. That's a young man for the future. I heard Ian Bishop talk about him recently, mentioned that he's keeping an eye on him, wants to know who is working with this young man to get him into top level cricket. Who's working with this young man to ensure that he goes through the right processes to develop into a fantastic left arm pacer. Johan Lane is another name that was called in the conversation as well. He's been with the academy for a little time now. Looked good. We looked at him, especially in the first class setup. Picked up some lovely wickets for the academy across 2 seasons that I would have seen from him last. Starts wide though to the right-handed Imlat. It's a bit of movement down that leg side. So Kurtz, what can he do maybe to make that adjustment?
Just need to aim outside of off stump. He's getting the ball to jog back into the right-hander. Imlak in this occasion starting a little bit too straight. That's why he's drifting down the leg side. Look at that. Always going to go down the leg side. You start a bit wide of off stump. Much better. Much better. That's where I look to bowl it.
Probably heard you there, Sir Curly. If you want to, you can probably talk through the action of Johan Lane. With a tall, getting stronger young man, and I say getting stronger because you've seen the bit of muscle that he's put on across the last 2 years as well.
Really happy to see him getting a bit stronger, because that was one of my concerns when I was with him in under 19 a couple of years ago. He's always bowled in good areas, get the ball, get bounce because of his height obviously, but my thing was gets tired very quickly. Of course, he was on the 19, still developing. And that's one of the things I said to Floyd Reefer, the head coach, that when he gets back to Barbados, he needs to get stronger. So I'm quite happy. He's looking a lot stronger, looks a lot fitter. Of course, his body's still developing. That's where you got to bowl it.
Started with the one slip, Johan Lane, 2 deliveries went down the leg side. After seeing the away movement that he got from that 3rd delivery, put a 2nd slip in place. And if he's bowling like this, 2nd slip could come into play. Certainly. Much better line from him. Work for the man at 3rd man to do. Blades does it. A little uppish going through that area as well. As interesting to look at the reaction out in the field, because they actually had the man at gully before putting him at 2nd slip. Could have made for an interesting conversation had he stayed there. Got your left-handed Matthew Nandu to contest with now. May see him go with something short quite early to Nandu. These two know each other very well. He knows that Nandu's not necessarily the best with those short deliveries. Eight for 2. Jedediah Blades makes his way to shared second on that list of leading wicket takers, a chance to overtake Jamel Warrican. He's got 12 at the moment, picked up 2 in his first over. Harpy Eagles looking for those points and it not working out. Goes full, probably looking for that shape back in again. 12 wickets for him. A good economy rate as well. Because you're thinking that, okay, a fast bowler who's looking for wickets generally tends to go for a bit more runs. An economy of 4.87 across this tournament speaks to the quality of what Blaze has delivered. Chases that one. Imlat. So a bit of repairing to do here for the RP Eagles. I mentioned the fact that could have made that switch around in terms of the batting order, where you saw Sinclair and Kimo Paul coming out because they wanted to take advantage of that additional bonus point in the first power play. Because of losing the 2 wickets, it automatically means that they cannot get that bonus point now.
What a start for the West Indies Academy. Kimo Paul still looking bemused. That man on screen, Jedediah Blades. What a start for him and the academy.
It was interesting when you think about it, as a lower order batter who has been relatively successful in terms of ability to hit the ball out of the park. You understand where the thinking was, but then you also have to factor in that with this newer ball, there's a bit more shape on it, something that maybe, yes, Kimo Paul has played quite a bit of cricket, but it is a different conversation batting at 7, well, batting at 5, 6, 7, batting an over number 26 to 34. So that ball a little bit older, not as much movement. You can play through the line of it a lot easier. Need to be technically a little more solid at the top, and it showed there for him. You would think maybe Sinclair at his LBW, there or thereabouts. Oh, this is looking good. This is looking dead. Add one more to the young man Blades. He heads to the top of the table with 13 wickets.
What a start for Jedediah Blades and the West Indies Academy. Look at the smiles on their faces. It's a dream start. They are making life extremely difficult for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Another full pitch delivery, Yorker length, right on the toes of Tevin Inglack, the captain. And that was an easy decision for the umpire. This time, Chris Wright. Tevin Imlach, the skipper, is going for 1. The Harpy Eagles in dire straits, 8 for 3.
The debutant, Ramnath, has now been thrown into the fire. Comes to the crease in what is more than a spot of bother for the Harpy Eagles. 8 for 3. And a jetty of blades who is simply slicing through this batting lineup.
And on the attack, 2 slips in place. Gully. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, third man deep. That's the offside field. Only 2 on the onside.
A little too straight to the left-hander, not making the adjustment. Will make its way into the boundary. Leg byes now signalled by the umpire. Brings that one to an end, 12 for 3. Contributions of 4 not and 1. Sinclair, Paul and Imlak. Not the story that the Harpy Eagles will be hoping to end their campaign on. Oh, their tails are up, these young academy boys. Right-handers always have that struggle when it comes to the left arm. Bowlers to Curly, tell me about it.
That was the last delivery and the last wicket, right on the toes of skipper Imlak, and that was an easy decision for the umpire. What a dream start for Blades. He's on fire here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
It's all happening here. Flashes, misses and smiles and smirks. Oh, this is cricket for you. He's got 100 already, Matthew Nandu, but he's contending with the leading wicket taker now, joint leading wicket taker in this year's Super 50. He's also contending with a Johan Lane who's bowling off the back of pressure as well. I know you, Sir Curtly, would know how that eases you into things. 3 wickets down already, it means that you can maybe get away with a ball or 2 at the other end. He's bowled well as well, Johan Lane.
It's just a situation where Johan Lane have to realize, of course you want to take some wickets as well, but don't get too carried away. Just keep the pressure on and his wickets will come. Don't try to do what Blaze is doing. Stay focused on hitting those areas and keep the pressure on. Well bowled. That's the way to do it. Just support Blades. The first wicket to go, Junior Sinclair. Leg before wicket. Then the second, Kemo Paul, comprehensively beaten and bowled. And then Captain Imlak, not a leg before. What a dream start for the academy. And more importantly, that man on screen, Jediah Blades.
Flashes at that one. Needed a fly slip there to catch that. It's been a while since we've seen a run off the bat in this contest, and I say that as if we're into over number 50, but no, just 4 is where we're at the moment.
Like they say, flash and flash hard. Look at the body language of the West Indies Academy players. They are in pole position at this point. Look at the exuberance
Oh, wow. Talk about a way to get off the mark on debut. Ramnath, is that you? Brings us to the end of 4, 17 for 3. It's just interesting what you mentioned, Sir Curtly, as it pertained to Johan Lane, and not necessarily going searching for the wicket options, given that Blades was doing it at the other end, wanted him to hold just a bit, but over pitching on this occasion is probably because he's going searching for that. He has the 2 slips. They're looking for that wicket, looking for a bit of movement, but the balance of Ramnath on that occasion, yeah, he knows he's made a mistake there, but a good way to get off the mark as well for Ramnath in the face of pressure. But it's back on here now with Blades. Oh, there must be some form of makeup out there, Sir Curtly. It's beautiful out there. It's too beautiful.
Certainly is good bowling. Look at the area. Trying to entice Matthew Nandy to play. Played it well in the end. Picked up the line and pulled the bat in. Just got to continue bowling in that area. Continue to ask questions.
Matthew Nandu cracks that one away. Well balanced, well executed.
Just a little bit too wide on that occasion from Blades, and Nandu cracked it away past backward point. He's in some good form. Ready to score 100. One of the rare bad deliveries from Blade, and Nandu cashed in. That was a good shot, good timing, good placement. Look at the focus. Watched it all the way onto the bat. Good batting.
Gets a bit straighter in terms of the line. You talked about that focus factor for him, Sir Curtly, and it actually cast my mind back to the interview that he did before this match. We talked about the fact that he's into his 3rd year studying psychology and how that has had some form of a weight on the manner in which he goes about his game, the way he thinks about his cricket. You've taken a man out of slip. A man dead on point now. A gully and a backward point. Worked away, should get 2.
2 straight. You've only got 2 fielders on the onside. A deep fine leg and a short mid-wicket, which simply means the skipper wants you to bowl on off-stump line. It's a 7-2 field. So even though he was cracked for 4 a couple of deliveries ago, that's okay, because at least he's bowling to his field. Now, right away, there's a field adjustment. Another player, another fielder is getting onto the onside, just in front of square leg. So 3 on the onside now. A deep fine leg, a square leg, and a mid-on. Still predominantly an offside field.
Oh, Matthew Nandu. He hit a couple 6s in that 100. This is his first of the night.
No, that's bad bowling. That is bad bowling this time on the part of Blades. Too short, easy pickings for Matthew Nandu. He's just moving away slightly from the plan and has been punished. 12 already in, it's over.
I think the mental factor comes in here, Sir Curtly, because you saw him working on that off-stump line. You saw Matthew Nandu pull the bat inside of 1, went a bit wider, got cracked away. From there, made that overcompensation, went straight, moved the man onto the leg side, sought to go even straighter, pulled away on that occasion. Just a case of, you know, I have to question how difficult would it have been for him to continue bowling that outside the off-stump line, given that he put the protection in place for it.
Shouldn't have been difficult for him. If he's chucked through the offside, the captain will be happy about that because he got an offside field. 5 overs gone, 29 for 3.
After 5 overs, the Harpy Eagles at 29 for 3. Number batsman at Nandu on 14. Ramajab Ramon on 4.
Ahead on runs, behind on wickets, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. A bit of momentum coming out of that last over. Compliments of the bat of Matthew Nandu. Beaten there with that one, Ramnath. Kept a bit low as well. It's just so interesting if you go back to that last over. So Kirtley. Just looking at the fact that the type of spell that he was into, causing pressure between him and the captain, I would have liked if at least one person said, you know what, let me keep trying in terms of that line outside of the off stump to Matthew Nandu, because of the fact that they actually put the protection in place in the form of the additional point. And then just straight away from it. Feel as if just let it go too quickly. A bit of fear factor almost, securely, because naturally you need to pick up wickets anyways, but just fearful of the possibility of Nandu scoring runs.
We never got an offside field like that. It was a 7-2, 2 on the onside, 7 on the off. He was cracked away for a boundary, just slightly wide of off stump. And then he decided to go 2 straight. I was clipped to the onside, hit for 6. That would have disgusted the skipper, because from my little experience, if you're cracked through the strong offside field, the skipper can relate to that, because that's the plan. But if you're hit through the onside, then that's a no-no, and that is what Blaze did. Just got to stick with the offside field and stay with it.
Yeah, I definitely think they went wrong when they moved the man from the offside into the leg side as another form of protection for what was potentially a bad ball. Probably pitched that one outside of leg. Yeah, definitely skipper couldn't have been happy with the results in the end, but like I just wish they had persisted. Yeah, definitely pitched a mile outside leg on that occasion. But for the skipper to assess the situation and back the skills of his bowler, say, okay, if you end up going down the leg side, that is on you. That is not on me. I'm not going to give you the protection on the leg side, an area that I do not want you to be bowling. Good work being done by Auguste. Obviously, we say a lot of lessons still to be learned by these young men. They're learning in terms of batting, learning in terms of bowling, learning in terms of responsibility on the field as well in that captaincy role. Good initial movement by Auguste to get to that one.
After that, we covered really quickly to prevent that single. But they are doing a fantastic job, the academy.
Maiden over, 29 for 3.
Matthew Nandu striking at over 100 at the moment, 14 from 13. Ramnath, he's looked superb, but off the mark with a glorious drive through cover point. Of the ease at which he raises the bat, gets his hands through the ball. Still savoury, Kevin Anderson and Ali Mohammed in that batting lineup. And 3 batters to come. 3 wickets already for West Indies Academy. Shakira Salman, must be pleasing to you to see a left-arm bowler pick up early wickets, show that ability to swing the ball into right-handers, bowl with relatively good pace and accuracy, and control that new ball.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with what I've seen so far from Jadier Blades. I think he's improved tremendously, leaps and bounds over the last year. Last year, I think there was a problem with him with the new ball. He wasn't showing the ability to swing it as much as he has tonight.
It's close. Looked very close. Umpire not in agreement. We'll have a second look at this shout.
Yeah, look dead. Look dead. Everyone was convinced, besides Chris Wright. Yeah. Jadier can't believe it. We can't either.
Wow, Chris Wright. All right on that occasion. Attacking the stumps. At times the ball angling in, at times the ball straightening to the left-hander. So I was a little bit surprised that he went with a heavy offside field to the left-hander initially. Now a little more balance, and I say that because he's got the ability to swing the ball away, but you still want him to finish on the stumps with that left arm angle to the left-hand batter. That's LBW into play. A little too straight on that occasion.
Yeah, perhaps initially they were focused on taking the outside edge of the left-handed batter. This time it's a more balanced field, and for that reason he's brought the stumps back into play. That was the LBW show a few balls ago. He could not believe the decision.
The only concern umpire Chris Wright probably had on that occasion was the angle. Maybe it was sliding down. The impact definitely in line. So probably he had doubts. But superb feeling in that backward point region. Huggies.
Yeah, excellent fielding backing up the bowling. That keeps the pressure on the batters. Jadier Blades has gotten away with one. As a bowler, you feel a lot more comfortable when your fielders are supporting you.
Quite close in that backward point region, so less time to react. And he doesn't put it away. Matthew Nandu, at times guilty of absorbing too many dot deliveries, not putting away the bad deliveries. It creates unnecessary pressure on him. Let's say about Blades. I saw him for CCC in the 40 competition. He looked as though he was laboring in his run-up. His biomechanics was off. But here in the CG United Super 50 Cup, he's much more fluent, looks fitter.
And no ball signaled by umpire Chris Wright, perhaps overstriding. He does play for the University of West Indies Cave Hill campus back in Barbados, which means he does lots of work with Pedro Collins, former West Indies left-arm seamer. Evidence of that no ball.
So him in the 4-day, I felt his biomechanics were off. Slow delivery, just tried to roll his fingers across the seam. Matthew Nandu didn't quite get hold of it, but sufficient bat to bring him 4. 35 for 3. So it's great to see young players improving in the different aspects of the game. Blades surely much better as an opening bowler, fitter as I mentioned before, and continues being a wicket taker. 3 wickets to his name already. But the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be worried about the 3 dots at the start of the innings. Of Sinclair, Kimo Paul, Tevin Emlak, the captain, who is usually quite solid when he's at the crease, not getting off on this occasion. Here's Lane. Fiddle from Ramnath. Hasn't had a bad debut match in List A cricket. Ramnath, of course, 3 wickets. Not the most spectacular starts with the ball, but he finished well. He closed things out with the ball for his team, now with the bat.
He really has been asked to do a lot of work in his debut game, Ramnath.
Fiddles. And a feather for edge for Lane, so he flirted with danger previously. Now he pays the heavy price, that of his wicket.
Yeah, Lane showing that perhaps he did set him up because he just fiddled the ball before. You saw him just hang his hands out. Delivery before. This time, feathers and edge through to wicketkeeper Carolyn. Boeing took it. Yeah, first with Johan Lane today. Academy well in control. Harpy Eagles 35 for 4.
West Indies Academy already with a bowling point by virtue of 3+ wickets in this power play 1. In comes Kevlin Anderson. So great tone to the innings with the ball from the Young Turks, putting their more senior counterparts under pressure.
And just one list there, 50 for Kevlin Anderson. That 50 coming this season. He was surely in need of those 50 runs today.
We'll have to sustain this pressure and effort with the ball, West Indies Academy. Haven't done it with the bat, and that's why they find themselves in this situation. Just a solitary win for the academy. Just working outside the awesome, getting a reward eventually with that delivery. Ramnath not able to negotiate that one, hanging his bat, not covering the line and the angle.
Still getting some movement with the ball, Johan Lean. Yeah, sorry looking Harpy Eagles dugout. Sums up their tournament so far. 5th position at the start of today's play. It's their last group game.
And the Harpy Eagles, they've looked solid with the bat all season. Only on one occasion, when they batted, they didn't get to over 200, and that was when they chased successfully against the Hurricanes. Of course, against the Scorpions, they didn't get a chance to bat, so this Guyana Harpy Eagles team will feel confident still in this run chase, despite losing 4 wickets early. We'll have to wait and see where it ends. It gone, 35 for 4. Halfway stage, many felt this target of 201 would be an easy one, or relatively easy one, for the Harpy Eagles. Well, guess what? They're 35 for 4. Credit to the academy bowlers, and in particular Blades with 3 wickets. And he continues with this spell into his 5th now. Shakira Salman, you had the opportunity many times to open the bowling, and when you're bowling a spell as long as this one, and as the ball wears, how does your mindset change as a bowler?
Yeah, many would know that the white ball doesn't swing for too long. So you have to make adjustments as the ball gets a bit older. Very often it's bringing the stumps into play more. We have seen that adjustment from Jadier Blaze. He did point out that he was operating outside the left-hander's off stump until the ball stopped swinging. Now he's targeting the stumps. Very good adjustment. Sometimes you also have to change the length. Just pull the length slightly back.
And it's very much the same for a batter, especially an opening batter facing a new ball that swings. Many times you're very conscious of your balance. Devon Imlach didn't keep his balance when he was dismissed, falling over with the ball swinging in. The most lethal delivery for a right-hander when facing a left-arm seamer. Head going offside. Body moving forward, not ideal. But as the ball wears, you realize the ball will angle more across you as a right-hander as against come into you. So there is need for an adjustment as a right-handed batter.
Excellent glove work by Boy Tuckett behind the stumps. Academy has been good so far this innings.
Side edge. He was just going to make the point, and for a left-hander, the ball will probably beat your inside edge more because of that angle and lack of a waist swing. So an accommodation has to be made by Matthew Nandu. And there's evidence of the angle coming into him, ball beating the inside edge.
Yeah, those are all conversations you expect the batters at the crease to be having. Batters who have been dismissed. Yeah, perhaps saying to each other, the ball isn't swinging so much anymore. To the left-hander, perhaps not try to hit him so square. Hit him a lot straighter. Sometimes you see adjustments in the setup of batters as well. Right-handed batters are perhaps a bit more open when the ball is swinging back into them. Just allowing, getting that front leg out of the way, allowing the back to pass freely.
Yeah, spot on, Shakira. As a right-hander facing a left-hander, you're thinking more of playing straight or in that mid-on region. As the ball becomes a little bit older, you're thinking more cover, backward point, standing beside the ball, using the angle to give yourself a little more room to play the ball square or with that vertical bat. You often hear coaches talk about batters thinking on their feet, making adjustments. And those are a few that this man will have to make. But 8 for 4. Ten-ball innings for Imlak and Ramnath. Nandu is still there, standing solidly at the top. His strike rate diminishing. Was over 100, now sub 100. Evidence of discipline from the academy bowlers. That's over of the first power play. Can the academy prize another wicket, make it 5?
Yeah, persisting in areas like this can surely bring them another wicket. I'm sure they love to have the Harpy Eagles 5 down at the end of this power play. Keep them all savoury to come next. Handy score last innings. Got a half century against Trinidad and Tobago right force, albeit in a losing cause.
Evelyn Anderson probably has a clear plan. He's surely discussed this situation with his partner at the other end, Nandu. At times, teams go into a mode of absorbing pressure when they're in a batting crisis and then slowly take control of proceedings with the bat. Might be a case on this occasion. He's playing it safe, trying to minimize risk-taking. Evelyn Anderson, he knows he's vulnerable at the start of his innings, so he's giving himself a chance to get in.
And he has time. He has lots of time. Still 40 overs remaining after this, and the target is just 201. See, that required rate is still just 4 runs and over.
Round the wicket to the lefty. You'll know about Matthew Nandu. He's got strong concentration powers. He can bat for long periods, so he can frustrate bowlers. So it's a real test of patience here with bowler and batter.
Asking lots of questions. It's so much more difficult for batters because of the extra bounce Johan Leon gets. Very tall bowler. So he's able to get the ball to bounce from a good length.
Just one from the over. End of the first power play. It's 39 for 4.
After 10 overs, Guyana Harpy Eagles pursued of 201 are 39 for 4. But the batsman from another 2 and Nandu are 19.
Centre of screen, Reniko Smith not playing today. Palmer was to the right of screen, and then left was McKinney Clark. 3 young players not in action for West Indies Academy. We usher in power play 2 with a new option, Joshua Bishop with the ball now.
Yeah, excellent economy rate on the 4 and over Joshua Bishop. He's been really good for West Indies Academy in the last few seasons. He's good last year, started this year good as well. And another challenge for these Harpy Eagle batters. Did speak extensively about their struggles with left arm orthodox. Lost 4 wickets to Barbados Pride. Jamal Warkan took a forfeit against Harpy Eagles. Daniel Durham also took some wickets against them as well. So it will be a challenge. He's a very accurate bowler. Lots of goal. Eight wickets this season, Joshua Bishop.
Waiting to see when bowlers will use the rags tucked in their trousers. That will give a clear evidence that there is dew, the ball is getting wet, which will pose a greater difficulty.
Down. 3-1 more.
Only had 2 seamers operating before this over from Bishop. Season. Good economy. Ready with a 3-4. Last thing the Harpy Eagles will want is to concede a wicket with a run out.
Yeah, a bit of a misfield. Nandu was interested and then really wanted to come when he saw that fumble. Good start, just 1 from the over. Harpy Eagles 40 for 4.
Leading run scorers in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. Two Guyana Harpy Eagles batters in the top 5, leading run scorers. Justin Grace, what a season he's having with the bat already, with 3 centuries. Amir Django consolidating his position with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Great to see players who've been around the regional setup for a number of years now at the forefront of performances. Double change. Kelvin Pittman now. Seven matches to him. 5 wickets. He hails from Antigua and Barbuda. Just away from that fielder at backward point. Good work in the outfield. A diving stop. Been very professional in the outfield. Very supportive of each other. And they're having fun in this contest.
Yeah, quite easy to happen when you're taking wickets, when you are in the ascendancy. Really good effort on the boundary by Joshua Bishop. Just bowling over, hustling around and getting down to prevent the boundary.
He's a big 21. Kelvin Pittman. It's a heavy ball, as they say. Generates a fair amount of pace with his run-up, so he can be deceptive.
Yeah, and I'm sure this is not going to be the last short ball we'll see from him, especially after Anderson got himself in a tangle. To get out of the way. Perhaps didn't come through as quickly as he expected in the end.
Slapped back past the bowler. That will be 4. So Kevlon Anderson responds after getting a short delivery and showing his value.
And it was exactly that, Darren. He wanted to respond and just keep the academy players quiet. Bouncing and then slapping it over the head of Kelvin Pittman.
I don't think that Anderson will be expecting too many full deliveries from Pittman. His stock length just short of a good length. Short again. Made the point of saying that he's from Antigua and Barbuda, and you know why. Our colleague in the commentary box also from that part of the world. A little more on the aggressive side, Shakira Selman. Look at the history of West Indian players from that island. Andy Roberts, Kenny Benjamin, Winston Benjamin, just to name a few. Sir Curtly Ambrose. On the leg side. Just sneaking up with his length on that occasion. Pittman. Something in the water there, Shakira Selman. In Antigua and Barbuda, they keep generating fast bowlers with aggression, with fast bowlers' attitude. Good. Was a wayward delivery down the leg side. Nandu just had to find the gap. Didn't do so on that occasion.
And you can see the extra effort to really dig it in short. Getting over that fairly braced front leg. 12 gone, 48 for 4.
There he is. Doesn't appear very friendly even when he's off the field. He's a top man. Pleasure of playing alongside him for a brief time, then spending quality time with him off the field. Sir Curtly Ambrose. No more on the gentle side, you would say, Shakira Selman, Sir Curtly.
Still didn't look that gentle though. He didn't even smile for us. Can't imagine facing him. How was it for you facing him in the nets?
Tell you what, I didn't look forward to it. One, his reputation alone sent shivers up your spine. That's in the gap. That's 4 more. With little effort, Matthew Nandu secures another boundary.
Yeah, just a bit short from Joshua Bishop on this occasion. Played quite easily behind square with the turn. Nicely.
But the other thing I want to say about Sir Curtly Ambrose is, of course, he was a very professional West Indian cricketer. Took a lot of pride in his performance as a fast bowler throughout his entire career. Played alongside him in the twilight of his career. And I always remember facing him in the nets with a new ball. Of course, top order batters, usually guinea pigs when you're traveling and you're touring. And you're facing the likes of Sir Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh. Great test for you as a batter with that sort of quality. I enjoyed playing alongside him as against on the opposite side of the fence.
All you youngsters, young girls and young boys out there, he also took lots of pride in his preparation. You always hear him talking about it.
Next over, I'll tell you a funny story about being on the field with him. And more so when you're in mid-off or mid-on. Good work again in the field, saving a run. 6 from the over, 54 for 4. .54 for 4, still depth in batting. Guyana Harpy Eagles will feel that they've got the quality to get this target. On the other hand, West Indies Academy will feel that they're 5 to 6 deliveries away from a win. I give you that story with Sir Curtly Ambrose. If you're feeling at mid-on and mid-off and Sir Curtly is operating, there's no need for you to turn around and look to when he starts his run-up, because he's got his valued gold chains around his neck. So when he starts running up, it's rhythmical. The shaking of those chains, the rattling of it tells you straight away when he starts his run and when he's approaching that release point, because That sound hastens as you go forward. It's a joy to experience feeling in mid-off and mid-on when he ran in. Cut sweetly behind point, but there is a deep fielder. He was always in rhythm, Shakira Salman. Never out of rhythm, always with that belief that he can take a wicket.
Does take you a very long way. But there I was thinking these gold chains came in with this new generation. Not knowing Sir Curtly Ambrose is really the trendsetter.
Explore if he still carries those chains around his neck. Tough work for fast bowlers as we go deeper into the night. The dew factor will allow the ball to slide on nicely, less lateral movement and less swing too with the older ball. So you're really waiting on the batter to make a mistake. You got to ensure that you're patient and consistent with your lines and lengths. Of course, I always believe that there is an opportunity to take a wicket when there is a new batter. There are times when you need to go searching, you need to attack, and there are times when you need to be patient and defensive. Maybe against Nandu, who is well set, is that time to be a little more patient, maybe starve him of run scoring.
Pittman persisting with the short delivery. He does have the field set for this plan though. Third, deep fine leg, deep backward square, and a deep point. You want to attack Kevin Anderson still. He's just 11.
It's an attacking delivery that you're talking about, Shakira. Kevin Anderson equal to the task. End of the 14th, 59 for 4. And the players will get a little break, a Blue Waters drinks break.
If you're a fan of Barbados Pride, you definitely want to be listening to this now. You probably watched the action a little earlier as well, because by now you know that they have defeated the Windward Islands Volcanoes, a match that went down to the last over for them. They've had quite a few last over finishes, the Barbados Pride. 239 for 9, and in reply, Volcanoes 237 all out. Mears, the captain, he was the chief wicket taker and destroyer. He picked up 3 wickets in that contest. Yeah, really got things going for the Pride. Don't forget, it was a game that at one stage you thought that the Volcanoes would have been able to get over the line. Solizano with an 85, you thought maybe that would have been enough, but no. The right arm of Mears did the damage. He was the destroyer, and in the end, his 3 wickets counted for a lot in that contest. So what does that win mean for the Barbados Pride and the table? Here we're about to show you. So Barbados Pride, they're in second on 42 points with 18 bonus points there. So they're looking well set to head into what will be the final 4 of this one. So that is today. Of course, we still have this match going on. But what about tomorrow? We want to make sure that you're tuned in to Jamaica Scorpions taking on the home side at Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You can catch that action right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy tomorrow from 1 p.m. Yeah, I'll be here and I expect to see you as well. Where can I see you though? At home, probably watching this match that's about to resume right behind me.
Thank you very much, Joel, for those updates. The Volcanoes just 1 win this season so far. Remember last year as well, they just recorded the solitary victory. So they need to reflect on Super 50 cricket and perhaps their approach. West Indies Academy in this fixture got to 200, dismissed in 45.5. Ram North with 3, Junior Sinclair with 3, a couple for Pomwall, so he adds to his tally of wickets, and 1 for Niall Smith. The Harpy Eagles in pursuit are 59 for 4, so early wickets lost. They were 35 for 4. And this little partnership now sort of getting them out of a spot of bother, but a lot of work to be done. Bishop continues. A bit too close for comfort there for Kevlin Anderson. Blades was brilliant up top with that new ball. Well supported by Lane. You find generally and historically with players from Guyana is that they are very good playing against spinners, because of the heavy diet of spin that they're used to. Good square of the wicket, good with their use of feet and the depth of the crease. But a lot of work needed here. Nandu has been in good form. Kesrick Williams alongside me. Kesrick, what is needed from this pair to get them closer to that target?
Just 14 overs here, Badri. This is a 15th overs that's bowling. Both Kelvin Anderson and Nandi have a job to do. Of course, we know Nandu and Imlak probably the most consistent in terms of scoring runs for Guyana. Kevlin Anderson, as we know, over the years, he's pretty new to first-class cricket. Scored some runs for Guyana. So they will need to be able to stick it out for a while, rebuild. That's what they need to do. Press the reset button for a while and then rebuild from there. We know how easy it is to score in the night here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy, so they need to show a level of maturity.
Just a single from that over, 60 for 4.
After 15 overs, the Harpy Eagles are 60 for 4.
You can see the flurry of wickets through that power play 2 when the West Indies Academy batted. That really stymied their progress, and a few wickets early in power play 1 for the Harpy Eagles, which have impacted their progress as well. So it has been the story of the night. The bowlers have been largely in control. Pittman from the southern end. No team chasing this season in day-night fixtures have managed to lose so far this season. These two teams met last year, and it was the academy team that was successful. A confirmation of the results here. Just a one-day match. Team batted first one, but in day-night, batting second, 100% victory.
Hence the reason why it's a normal thing when you flip the coin and you win the toss. You might as well just say, you know what, I know what you're doing. Because it's normal for teams that win the toss here with a day-nighter to bowl first. Both batter who's at the crease now in Kevlin Anderson and Nandu, both they are with the West Indies Academy as well. So they will have a really good understanding of what Pittman has to offer or what the West Indies Academy bowlers have to offer.
Yeah, opting to go around the wicket to the left-hander. The angle just taking it down the leg side. Yeah, just starting too straight and going further down. Nandu mentioned to Joel Manning earlier today in an interview that he's studying psychology. He likes to learn about the mind and all things about the brain. And so he's a student at the university, a student of the game, and he's looking to put those two together. Nice little marriage between academics and sport. Is having a wonderful season with a century before half century as well. So looking to back that up. So a good start in this one. Has an opportunity, Keswick, to make this count just as he did with the others. And that's what you want to see, that consistency.
Something that we have seen from his skipper. Getting a good delivery tonight in like from Blades. There's a lot to like about Nandu when it comes to his batting. But there's a lot that you have to work on as well. First of all, that strike rate has to get a little bit better, especially in this format. Just have to make more use of scoring opportunities as well. That will help in terms of getting his strike rate a lot better. He can hit sixes, he can hit fours, but he's picking the right deliveries to do that and knowing what he's comfortable with. This one is squeezed just behind point. Just a single do for Kevlin.
Yeah, just looking at Kevlin Anderson and his stats in the last 4-day tournament. 332 runs at an average of above 33, so not bad returns for him in a team that has dominated the first-class setup here in the West Indies. 7 out of the last 9 first-class titles have gone to them. They're on the brink tonight, though, of being eliminated from this tournament. If they lose, for all intents and purposes, their tournament is done. 16 gone, 65 for 4. And just a reflection on the points table. Even if they manage to win, this is their last game. All the other teams have at least 2. So it's difficult for the Harpy Eagles to get into the top 4 despite the result here tonight. Just outside qualification zone at the moment, the Harpy Eagles. They are playing their 7th and final match. As you can see from that table, all other teams have a minimum of 2 matches remaining. So even a victory for them tonight would be difficult to get them in top 4 contention.
Get him!
Yeah, Joshua Bishop in Keswick, 42 wickets in the last first-class season. Earlier this year, the most by any bowler in the tournament. So he has proven to be quite effective. I really like his control. I like the areas that he's targeting, his consistency. Second best economy in the tournament to date, Joshua Bishop. And last year against the emerging Ireland team, he had a really good series. So this young man has continued to put in very commendable performances.
Speaking of performances, he's one of those players that played for strikers in the Zim T10. So he has been doing well for himself. And that's because the last time I had a conversation with him is he knows what he wants from cricket and he understands his bowling a lot better. So that is really good for the young man.
Yeah, so that conversation that you had with him is the reason for his success. Is that what you're alluding to?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the last time we had that conversation is the fact that he understands what he wants to achieve from cricket and he understands his bowling now to a degree that if he wants to turn the ball, he turns it. So he understands what he wants to do with the ball, and that's really commendable. Definitely not saying that it's me because we did something far different. That will be you, Badgery. It's very close to what you did.
Yeah, that 10 wickets against Ireland for the West Indies emerging players in 3 one-day matches last year. 10 wickets in 2 first-class matches against the same opposition. So he's, I suppose, looked upon as a potential international player. But then there are Akil Hussain and Gudakesh Moti, very similar type bowlers. So that's something that might just delay his entry at the senior level. 67 for 4. Such a spectacle, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. One of the 3 venues for this year's CG United Super 50 Cup. Outfield has been lightning quick, lush and green. Fielders have enjoyed sliding on the surface. Zishan Mutara, the leg spinner, the young leg spinner. This is what I was waiting all game to see, Keswick. This young man in action. I've seen him before, but not live, so it's my first opportunity to see him live. There's been a lot of talk about him and what he's able to do. He's bowling from the southern end, so there's that prevailing easterly wind which will allow him to drift the ball into the left-hander. Let's see if he can exhibit that level of control, given the ball might be a little bit wet. Good start, on target.
I had a chance to look at Murtaza in Jamaica, first class level. It's the Mutara from Barbados, sorry. Had a chance to see him in Jamaica.
slip in position. So one just slides on with the arm. Batter playing for turn. Good from Teddy Bishop to have the slip there because they need wicket. They need another just to really set the Harpy Eagles back. Already on the back foot, but even further.
What I've saw from him in Jamaica, Badri, is that really good control, bowls with good space, good bounce as well because of his height. Picked up a 5-wicket haul against Jamaica in Jamaica.
Wonder if that carried or was it just short? "15 wickets for young Motara in first-class matches. They've been just short, full toss, not put away. So he's had a good start to his first-class career. Mentioned that 5-wicket haul, Keswick. It's always good to see the young wrist spinner getting those types of returns early in his career. That builds your confidence. And as you and I would know, there's sometimes that self-doubt in a young player coming through the ranks, and until and unless you actually have that breakout performance, you second guess yourself. And now that he's had those types of performances early, he should be more confident to express himself and to display all of his skills. This would be the challenge though, the wet ball at night here at Lara, and how he manages to control his line and his length. All part of the education of being involved in the academy setup for this tournament.
Chance again to look at him in St. Vincent for the under-19 tournament. It's a singler to finish. So end of the over is 60, 9 for 4. No surprises there. Carry Pay at the top. 3.1. And Joshua Bishop is there in second place. Kenneth Denver from Windward Islands is doing well with his economy. Bishop is still with ball in hand. Doing a fine job. And he's really starting to go around the world now in league cricket, which is good for him. But that's a good shot. And that's a splendid shot. Well played, well timed by Kevlin Anderson.
First boundary in some 36 deliveries. They weren't going anywhere. So they needed something like this just to break the shackles a little bit. Very well played. Deliberately hit under the ball. That is a shot that we've seen with frequency today. Some from the emerging players, or the academy players rather. Now from Anderson. This is a good test though. Good sportsmanship, nice smiles. Left unorthodox from one end, leg spin from the other.
As I mentioned earlier, everyone out there is usually on the same playing field, training together. Nando quick single. Both of them managed to get into their first class team this year. Out there, it's at the West Indies Academy. This is something that we're really happy for. A new initiative by Cricket West Indies. We hope that this brings a lot of success for cricket in the Caribbean.
Good fielding, really good fielding from Motara. 6 runs from that over, 75 for 4.
Down the ground goes Nandu. Good stop by Motara. Agile young man, he should be able to do that. He's young. Should be diving around the field. After diving around, takes the ball from the umpire. Let's go again.
Tara will continue from the southern end. Needs to take off his hat, yes. He realizes that now. Good start for him. And from what I saw in that first over, the control is certainly there. There's a little bit of a challenge with the wet ball and the right-left combination. All along the ground. And then a throw like that would mean that the seam of the ball will get wet and he'll need to dry it. What I found with the wet ball was that it sort of restricted my variation, so that my googly was difficult to bowl when the ball was wet. And everyone I know is a little bit different, so it might not be the case for Motara. Seems to have that ball that slides on, so one that hits around a good length area and rushes the batter. We saw it in the last over as well to Kevlin Anderson. And also beat the left-hander's bat, so natural variation coming into play. In the air, should be taken, is taken. He picks out the fielder, Matthew Nandu. You just felt as if something was about to give in the last couple overs or so, and not getting the connection that he was looking for. Doesn't convert tonight, and Guyana have lost half their side for 77.
Not looking too good here for Guyana. Motara picking up his first wicket in this game. Not enough connection from Nandu. Easy catch. Very easy for the fielder down there, a backward square. Nandu goes. I don't know what celebration that is, Badger. I'm not sure. He needs to work on that. Matthew Nandu is gone for 34. The score is 77 for 5.
At the ball of the 5th Eagles wicket, Fernando for lane for Motara, 34. Ghana Eagles at 75 for 5.
One lefty replaces the other, Kemal Savory out in the middle. And can he save the Guyanese blushes? A top score this season of an unbeaten 69. 136 runs he scored. the 2024 edition. And his team still 124 away. Only 5 wickets remaining. Exceptional first delivery. Going across the left-hander, slip in position, had to play because you think it might be spinning back, but no, across him.
This is some beauty. I remember seeing Badji bowling some of these deliveries as well back in his day. This is exceptional. I like what I'm seeing here from Matara. Just picked up a wicket. And you could see the vibes that it brought. Hey! Again passing the edge. Good control even though the ball is wet. I'm just sliding across. Savory. Because the ball is sliding across Savory, he's asking the fielder at slip to go a little bit wider, but dot to finish. The score is 77 for 5.
If you're a Harpy Eagles fan, look away. It's not a happy reading, this scorecard. Nandu so far has top scored with 34, but it has been very slow and struggles for the others. Kevlon Anderson continues to battle out in the middle. He needs some support. This is the wicket of Nandu, the last one to fall. 2 fielders out there, and he finds one of them. Lean, the man with the catch. Look at that. That is a top delivery, Keswick. It was sort of drifting in and then pitched and left the right-hander. Brilliant bowling. Look at that.
Exceptional stuff. And with a wet ball as well. This is really good. Speaking of good, this is not good, Mortaza. You need to work on it. We are from the Caribbean. I want to see better. We are known in the Caribbean for really good celebrations. But you need to say a thing or two about that.
Well, you're the one with your unique celebrations, Keswick. What was that, signing off when you got a wicket?
Something like he's trying to climb a mango tree, I'm not sure. There's a lot of mangoes in Antigua, so that celebration is more like a mango tree climbing, but he needs to work on it. Very good bowler, good player. Celebrations, not.
I'm sure you'll have a word with him at the end of the match with regard to that. I'll have a word with him with regard to his bowling. So 2 separate conversations, please.
Hopes it works out in the end.
Just a single from that Bishop over, 78 for 5.
Half the side down. And Matara who's spinning it, drifting it, sliding it. He's into his 3rd over now. Oh, to see that celebration again. definitely gone. Wouldn't need a replay based on my eyes. Taking a risk on that moment there was Kevlon Anderson. A bit of a delayed call. Was quite close. A better angle here. Yeah, I think he's gone. Yep. Would have been left outside the house and had to walk and go somewhere else. Into a good spell, Matara. I know that his father, Zahir Matara, is somewhere at home watching and smiling his boy do his work. Happened to have been in Trinidad as well to watch a couple of his games. Badri mentioned, played the first class competition a little earlier this year. Impressed there. Certainly looking forward to seeing a lot more of him at this stage. Good evening to you, Sir Curtly. You've completed your dinner and back for another stint. How are you, sir?
Hello, Joel. Wouldn't talk about my dinner. Very lucky, Anderson. Guyana Harpy Eagles are really struggling. They're already 5 down, finding it very difficult. Looking at Matara, he reminds me so much of Robert Haynes, the leg spinner from Jamaica. For the Jamaica Scorpions coach. Well bowled. That looks like the googly. Very much like Robert Haynes. Yes, certainly was a googly.
Work to be done by fine leg. Can't get it done. Bad line to close out the over. A boundary, 85 for 5. That last boundary probably just spoiling that economy rate of Matara a bit, but by and large you look at these figures and you would say that the academy would be happy with what they've produced here tonight. Bowling has been the better part of this tournament for them in comparison to what they've been doing with the bat. Andrew Rambaran into the attack now, so there's more spin from the academy. One left arm spinner replacing another. Trajectory a little different to that of Joshua Bishop, just on the basis of height alone. Also a bit wrong arm as well is Rambaran.
Just making sure that the fielders are in the right positions.
bowled just 3 overs before this Rambaran in terms of the matches that the West Indies Academy have played. Probably sensing a moment to sneak through a couple overs, keep things tight. Deep backward square leg goes out onto the boundary. There's a man just in front of square on the leg side as well on that same boundary. So you're looking at that sweep, that slog, sweep, that short ball. Pushes it though down the leg side. Umpire right gets it right in terms of the call.
White Rambo. Aye, Rambo. Rambo, just live on those sticks, Rambo, boy. Just live on those sticks, Rambo.
Keeper talking about well bowled Rambo. That's his nickname, huh?
Hey, Rambo!
Certainly doesn't look as intimidating as a Rambo I know. 23 overs gone, 89 for 5.
At this stage, the Academy lost a couple wickets in a cluster. Because of that, kind of affected their momentum. Harpy Eagles just dipping below that point. In the manner that Matara is bowling, you probably expect things to continue to be tight unless they take a risk or two to him. Drag that one down. The expectation would have been that he would have fielded it. I can't say he's come a long way in terms of fielding off of his own bowling, Matara, because I think back to when he was much younger playing cricket, and anything that was hit back at him, he opted to leave it. Always look to protect those hands, Matara. It's been lovely to see the development and growth that he's made over the last couple years. Worked hard at his game, studied his craft. Just sleeping a bit there. Teddy Bishop relaxing on the heels, allowing Kemal Savory to come through for that single. He's done well for the franchise, Savory, since being introduced.
Hey!
Maybe think he got away with that one, Matara. Maybe a question for height on that one. Savory, though, I think back to an interview that he did off the back of a half-century playing for Guyana in the first-class competition. The interesting thing about it was that he mentioned this interview will happen again when I'm in West Indies colours as well. It was interesting to just hear the determination of the young man. Front foot is good. The question and conversation now surrounds the height of that one and his stance. Where was it? Above waist height. Looking that way to me, based on that trajectory. Because of that, quite possibly that no ball signal comes out from umpire Chris Taylor. So a free hit on offer now for Savory. I dare say he'll savor this, Sir Curtly. So a chance to free the arms without the field being changed. 2 men back on the leg side. In fact, 3 man long on. Deep backward square leg. Goes offside. Finds the gap as well. Doesn't find its way to the boundary though. So not paying the ultimate price on that occasion, Matara. Still been a relatively good over from him. Might probably feel, given how he's gone in terms of economy rate, he was a little more expensive in this one, gone for 6 already in the over. Looking at the bounce of that one, a single to close it out, 96 for 5. That one just spinning back there to him there, catching a bit of the thumb as well. In the context of good cricket, should be a relatively manageable chase, that 105 from 26 overs. However, when you look at that Wickets column, 5 down already, so can't necessarily take too many risks too early, the Harpy Eagles. How much more can this pair of Anderson and Savory add? Need to take the game deep. Yes, they've been looking for batting points, and because of that made a switch to their batting order. That has pretty much gone through the window. Now it's a case of making sure to end on that win. They'll look back and say maybe a relatively disappointing outing across the tournament, but always looking to end on a positive note.
Don't Rambo, feel it, Rambo, feel it. Let's stay at those sticks, Rambo, stay at those sticks. You see some keep it low, Rambo. Just make sure at those sticks, Rambo, make sure at those sticks, Rambo.
Your extreme right, Coach Ryan Hercules. They're looking a bit relaxed. Probably believe that they can still win this game. That's the way you have to think.
Get him! Them dead, Z! Them dead, Z!
Good aggressive running in the end from the means that they get 3. Was in the air for some time. And that one also brings up the 100 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Thought for a moment that maybe Matara could be in with a chance for the catch. But even Stevens, when we think about that first and second 50, 75 and 75, and it's keeping them alive in this contest.
Rambo, just live on those sticks, Rambo. Just live on those sticks there, Rambo. Don't move, Rambo. Where, Rambo? Hey!
5 runs in the over. Halfway stage, 101 for 5.
After 25 overs, Guyana Harpy Eagles in pursuit of 201 are 101 for 5. Not on batsman, Captain Anderson, 32.
Relatively close in terms of the positioning of both sides. 101 for 5, 104 for 4, not much between them. More importantly though, 100 runs from 150 deliveries for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 5 wickets to get for the West Indies Academy. Batting on the back of a 69 not out, and a 50 not out as well. Kemal Savory. So you look back and say, you know, I have done something this.
Hey!
Want to offer an apology there for us going off air for a second in terms of our voices. Lost a bit of power, but we're powered up and ready to go again. 2 deliveries left now in this Matara over.
I guess I'll have to have a word with the great man, Brian Lara. Tell him to pay his bills, to avoid all this power outage.
Gets that one through the gap. Should be stopped down there. Blaze does the work. Somebody told me that maybe Samuel Badri had something to do with what we just experienced. Getting deep into the crease, Kemal Savory, and this is something that we talked about a little earlier in terms of batters using that crease to be able to change the angles.
Yeah.
Oh, he's lost that one. A bit of a whoopsie. Looks like a bit of moisture there as well, so we talk about that dew factor. Just slipping out of the hand of Matara. A bit of an inspection on the ball now by umpire Chris Taylor. Looks as if maybe going to have a ball change. It looks beaten, battered and bruised, that one. Like it's had better days. Yeah, just whoopsie out of the hand of Matara. Look out, umpire Chris Taylor.
It's a rough-looking ball, considering this is a 13th over being bowled. Remember, we have new balls on both ends. So even though we're just about 26 overs, only 13 with that particular ball. Looks a bit rough, looks much older than 13 overs.
Yeah, that ball has certainly seen better days because of that. Wright and Taylor are gonna consult in the same time that Teddy Bishop talks to Josh Bishop, Agisa Matara, regarding maybe what plans they'll go about. Which ball will you pick out of that bag, Sir Curtly? Which ball do you want from that bag of wonders?
Well, obviously they're going to try and find a ball with similar overs. It's a normal thing.
Of how you opted to change it and say what they, should do and not what you would like to do. I understand it also, Curtly, because naturally I knew that you're going for a nice crisp one, a nice hard one. They're going to get a bit of bounce, a bit of movement. So that's the ball there now in the hand of umpire Chris Taylor. Definitely looks to be in better shape, a bit more white on that one as well.
The Bishop, that man on screen, having a pretty ordinary tournament so far. He must be disappointed in himself. I'm sure his teammates and his coaches will be disappointed as well. He's much better than what he's shown so far. 104 runs, and that includes a 60 and a 20. So that's 80 runs right there in 2 innings, and only have 104 at the moment. Certainly not good enough. But it's back to Matara, a dryer ball. Let's see what this change of ball will bring for the academy.
Slides onto the bat nicely. Brings us to the end of 26, 108 for 5. Savory and Anderson rebuilding, and that at some stage West Indies Academy have to look at that factor. I said that they were having discussions, and it looks as if the discussions are going to produce a change in the bowling. That change in the bowling, not necessarily this guy here, McKenny Clark. He's having a conversation with the umpire. He's a nice right arm seamer, McKenny Clark, but it's that man there, the wicket taker, did the early damage. Figures of 3 for 25 so far for Blades. Made the early inroads into this Harpy Eagles side. Maybe could have had another one. What can he do with a much older ball? With that new ball, going to angle across them, going to swing back in. I think about the dismissal of the captain, Tevin Imlat, just shaping nicely back in, hit on that front toe. What does he go to now with this older ball? Full go straight with that first one to the right-hander. Obviously don't expect the type of movement that he got at the top. So it now means that he has to go to that bag of tricks, as we would say, so Curtly. What does he have? What are you looking for here now as he comes back with the older ball?
Of the Harpy Eagles on the run. So it's going to be very important that they maintain discipline. Don't try to go looking for wickets too much. The way I see it is that the Harpy Eagles will have to score the runs. So what the academy needs to do, just keep it tight, bowl in good areas, continue to exert pressure on the batters, and the wickets will come, because the batters won't sit there delivery after delivery, over after over, and don't try to score. And then the wickets will come. You go searching for wickets, not saying you can't, but you have a chance of giving away runs.
Beats in between bat and pad there. Yeah, it will be interesting here. Just looking to open up. He's been at the crease some time, but he's been batting a lot of these spinners. Now in terms of the pace factor from Blades, gets onto him a little quicker. A bit of shape back in as well on that angle, bowling over the wicket. This is what they've done well since Savory has come to the crease. Capitalised on these small moments to pick up ones. Moments where the field has been slightly lapsed, and once again is actually Teddy Bishop in that position. So quite a few singles have gone to Teddy Bishop. He was at long off, or rather mid off earlier. This time now at mid on, just sitting back a little bit on the heels, recognizing that Savory didn't gather as well. And you think about the fact that, okay, you're not picking up wickets, and in those moments, that's when the fielding has to become even sharper. Those little half chances to open back up the game. What this rotational strike does is takes them deeper. Good cricket at the moment, good thinking cricket by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I think we would call it that situational awareness between this pair.
I don't think the academy bowlers would mind the odd singles here or there. As long as they can eliminate the boundaries, it means the scoring rate will go up.
$111 for 5.
The real test for most listed teams, of course, is to pick up wickets in power play 2. When batters are usually set, the ball is getting older. It's a very important part of the game. More so when you're defending a total, you got to follow good penetration from power play 1. Just a reminder that West Indies Academy picked up 4 wickets in that power play 1. It looked real lethal as a bowling unit, and now in power play 2, only 1 wicket thus far. It again. Of course, you will have situations when batting teams will consolidate in that second phase of the innings. will get accustomed to the conditions, to the opposition bowlers, and partnerships will flourish. This one producing 31 already. And Anderson, he's absorbed a lot of pressure, and he's well set on 35. Evening to Keswick Williams.
Good afternoon to you as well, DG. Haven't seen you for a while. But as I always say, it's always good to be in your presence. It's a tough period here now for the West Indies Academy. Because this is the point where everything gets tough. In terms of bowling a wet ball, batters getting set. It's a lot easier, especially here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in the night.
Did mention that the conditions favor the team batting second. On 13 for 5 now. So a little more pressure on West Indies Academy to create wicket-taking opportunities. Joshua Bishop tasked with strategic plans, has to get his bowlers to align well. Was there an edge? The wicketkeeper thinks so. Unmoved the umpire.
Didn't really look convinced, Motara. Keeper looking pretty happy, but it's the end of the over. A little excitement, 108 for 5.
Correction, 113 for 5. Wicketkeeper was convinced there was a sound, there was an edge. Let's have a look again. It was outside the off stump, caught it and immediately started celebrating. Motara had a confident appeal too.
Blades is with ball in hand again. That ball. Impressed with what I've seen with him. Start with the new ball. A conversation with some of my colleagues in the breakout room, and something that he's doing this year is actually swinging back the ball into the right-handers. He's developing. It's not one-dimensional.
Teddy Bishop has to understand which bowlers are the bowlers to create those wicket-taking opportunities, which bowlers are the ones to build pressure and operate in partnership with his attacking options. That kept low, kept really low.
Really good stuff from Blades. Slower one, that is. Just rolling the fingers around that one. always find when the left-handers bowl this slow ball, it's like a treat to watch. It's always special. This is good stuff here from Blaze. A lot to like about him. It's a good slow delivery. And to bowl it with a wet ball in hand, some good skill to have. This time Fuller. Looking at Blades here, DG. Apart from all the other fast bowlers that you have seen in the tournament, it's really the first time we're seeing him here. But there's a lot to like about him in terms of what he's doing with the ball. What do you like so far about Blades, what you have seen?
Yeah, I like his rhythm as a fast bowler, as I mentioned before. Didn't look so rhythmical in the 4-day competition. His action looks very repeatable, so you'll get consistency in what he does. That skill to swing the ball into right-handers is a great asset for him to have. And we saw him with 3 early wickets, giving his team hope, setting the tone to the innings in this defense. And he's right up there with the leading wicket taker, 13 at the moment, joint with Warrican.
Really like the fact that whenever he bowls a slow ball, he uses the pitch a lot. This is very impressive.
Hails the Yorker as we come to the end of the over. 114 for 5. Good resistance from Anderson, and some refreshment in the Blue Waters drinks break. As we pause for drinks, West Indies Academy will be pleased with how they've gone with the ball. Guyana Academy hosts to this fixture in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Guyana Harpy Eagles searching for their second win this season and being resisted. Real action-packed power play one with the ball for the academy. It was Blades who picked up 3 of the 4 wickets in that phase. Bowled with pace, with accuracy and swing. Ramnath didn't score too many on debut. And Lane got his wicket, and then just 1 wicket in power play 2 going to Zishan Mutara, the leggy. And at the moment, the Harpy Eagles, they're 114 for 5. Still, a lot of runs adrift from the target. A lot will depend on Kevlon Anderson, who's played a solid innings of 38 so far. Both himself and Savory will want to carry this run chase deep, maybe cross the line for their team. But West Indies Academy They showed good resistance and fight with the bat. After losing a couple wickets in clusters, managed 200. Of course, their first match here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. And the Eagles still 87 runs away from a second win. So we will continue this run chase with the Harpy Eagles. Again, it's dewy conditions, so the ball already changed. Will continue to be a challenge for the bowlers to maintain its dryness, to ensure that their grip is right for great execution. Patrick Williams alongside me. When you look at the complement of bowlers used by West Indies Academy, which are the wicket takers in your estimation that should be relied upon to get these remaining wickets?
A lot of work would be rely upon Blades. Bishop's job here is to keep a tight hold on, sort of pressure these guys to look to score, create that pressure. And that is something that he has been doing over the years when he used to play CPL for Barbados Royal, even when he played T10 in the Zim Afro. So that's the type of bowler he is. So if he can do that and do that well, which would lead someone like a Blade to continue to take wickets at the other end.
Blades bowl the last over before the drinks break. He's got 3 overs remaining in his complement of 10, so the captain will want to utilize those 3 overs at the opportune time. 3 seamers used so far. Kelvin Pittman, most expensive, going at just about 5.5, so that's another consideration when he thinks about his seam bowling options. So Teddy Bishop has a lot on his plate at the moment.
A lot to think about as well in terms of decision making. At this point as a skipper, you're wondering, should I really push Blaze in bowling at least 3 here or just 2? Because you will need him in the back end. Singler to finish. Score is 115 for 5.
After 30 overs, the Harpy Eagles 115 for 5.
Joshua Bishop just conceded a single off the last ball of the over. There was a chance for the maiden. Bishop very similar to Blades, having just 3 overs remaining in his quota of 10. And a continuation with Blades, because Bishop wants to break this partnership, wants to get deeper into this Harpy Eagles batting lineup.
Start with a slow one, Blades. But it leaves you to think, if as a skipper here, Teddy Bishop, what would be his plan after this over from Blades? He would only have 2 left. Should he continue with Blades or should he leave him? This is just the 31st over. This is where, as a skipper, you're wondering, what should I do? But this is really good This is good because the fact that you want to have thinking cricketers, this would be good for the young man in terms of making decisions and what is the right decision for the right time.
The batting to come for Sami Pamal, Ashmead Ned, Nal Smith, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Those are the batters who might have an opportunity in this run chase. 86 required now from 118 balls. Required rate very manageable, 4.3. Tugged, leg side. He practiced the stroke between balls, and now he's executed to perfection.
Smash, DG. It was a slower delivery. He picked it that time. Probably a little bit too close to Savory, and that was sweet. Savory sweets, he said. Pumped over the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
And when you see a stroke like this in a partnership, you get a sense that these two out in the middle, they're in control now, having spent a long time. And they're thinking about that target. They're also showing the mindset that they want to keep pressure on the bowlers now with the odd boundaries, not just allow the bowling to dominate. Deft touch. They get 2, so despite the efforts in that deep third, Savory still manages a couple of runs. One thing I must say, generally speaking, the out cricket from West Indies Academy, superb. Fielders attacking the ball, showing commitment with the dives, getting their body behind the line of the ball as a second line of defense. They've shown good energy in the field too.
I didn't see that energy. I would be disappointed, DG. They should show energy. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing from them. They're fighting. Normally this pitch is an easy batting pitch, especially in the night here at Brian Lara.
So pace variations too. Skill demonstrated by Blades. 122 for 5.
Really like what I'm seeing here from Blaze. Just a few things that he has to work on, especially a slow delivery. I think it's been seen a bit too early. Just looking at his slow delivery here. Look, you can see it from too early. Really good batters would see it. It's a bit too early there, Blade. So just something that he needs to work on. Try to hide it a bit more.
What you're referring to is, of course, that thumb being off the ball to impart less energy, less pressure on the ball to take the pace off. That's a cue that the very good batters will take and will expect, which will allow them a little more time to set themselves, to pick the delivery and to execute run scoring.
Bowlers like the great Dwayne Bravo bowling his slow deliveries. He changed up at the last moment, so it's very difficult to pick up. Someone like Dwayne Bravo should be invited to a West Indies academy. Because he's showing it a bit too early, DG.
Come on in, lads. Come on in, lads.
It's about where the thumb is. You could see exactly more like an off spinner action. So it's a bit too early here from Blades.
Loving it, man. Loving it, man.
Good batters would see this and
One
adjust.
wicket, man.
Some of the better bowlers in white ball cricket, they'll use a non-bowling arm to cover the ball sometimes.
The most important thing about bowling slow balls, Digi, is bowling the same action, same arm speed, but releasing the ball a lot slower. So it's a lot of practice behind closed doors and trying to do different things with your fingers, so that even though you're doing something different, the release point is somewhat similar. Not the same, but similar, so that you can deceive batters.
Right, Jebby, right, Jebby, right, Jebby.
If you're showing it too early, batters can adjust, especially when you're not a tail with fast bowler. Single by Savory and Anderson. When you're not a tail with fast bowler, batters would line you up in a way that your quick balls would not really cause a lot of problems, and then line you up to bat that slow ball all the time. But then you still have to wonder, a bowler like Bravo has been doing that for years and still no one can't seem to really conquer that. Over 600 T20 wickets. Don't want to stray from the cricket here, but that is magnificent, Badri. Sorry, DG. Thinking about his wickets as well. But it's the end of the over. The score is 126 for 5.
Lights on at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy as we get deeper into this run chase and the second half of this match. Started as an overcast day. There was a little bit of rain. Had any interruptions beyond the start and that slight delay. Very different facility here in South Trinidad, different to the Queen's Park Oval, one of the other venues being used for this CG United Super 50 Cup. And of course the Sir Frank Worrell Cricket Ground at the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine. West Indies Academy, of course, played 3 matches at that Sir Frank Worrell Cricket Ground before coming to the Brown Lara Cricket Academy for the first time. So have that solitary game against the Hurricanes at the Queen's Park Oval. So it must be a delight for the players and the young players in this academy side to play at this prestigious facility. Of course, an international facility too. Just a reflection on the wickets. It started with Junior Sinclair, then Kimo Paul went for Duck. Imlak, the captain, didn't last long. And Ramnath, the debutant, could only muster 4. Nandu was well set. He went to Mutara. So second ball change in this second half of the match. It's not Blades. Yon Lane replaces Blades. See the field set by the captain. Teddy Bishop. What's he thinking? Is he thinking all-out attack? Is he trying to balance attack with defense? At some point in time, he's got to focus sharply on wicket taking. Can't allow this game to meander and for these two to chip away at the total.
Starting with a wide here lane. He's more of the type of bowler that hits the deck with a bit more carry, a bit more bounce because of his height. Played with that left arm, bowls a little bit fuller because he seams it around, and he used it pretty well the first set of overs.
Quick single once more, so very good on the part of these two. Savory and Anderson playing the situation well, going past 50 runs in partnership with each other. Bone. This game. Seeing from bowler to batter.
Tell you what, they're gonna go sleep early tonight with those leg work.
Talk about fast bowlers creating that element of surprise. We can already deduce that his stock delivery is that short of a length delivery. So at what point in time in the over will he sneak up with his length? Maybe get fuller, try to deceive the batter with extra pace, with a fuller length. It's right, we had a discussion off comms about bowlers understanding how to construct an over in white ball cricket. What are some of the considerations?
It's about knowing when and where, and who you're bowling to as well. If you're bowling to a batter that doesn't like it short, you'd want to set your feelers accordingly and bowl to that batter to try and get a wicket or present that opportunity for a wicket. If you're bowling to batters that don't really understand what's happening out there, you can always use a slower ball, your off-pace deliveries. But for Lane here presently, he loves to go in the deck. Looking at the Guyana team over the years, we know that the Guyana team don't really like it short. He has good pace, so he has to try everything within his power to present the opportunity to get a wicket here for his skipper.
Yeah, talk to me more about how you would start an over in this situation. What will be a length? What will be a thinking? To an Anderson, to Savory.
For me, the Anderson length would be top of off. So far, even though he's on 41, still don't really look too confident when it is on top of off. Savory not too comfortable with the short pitch delivery, but with that you always can sneak a fuller one to Savory, because he might not be looking for it if you're predominantly bowling that hard length delivery, so you have to surprise him with that fuller one. Mainly started just outside off stump because of the field that is set. Tried to sneak one back in. Not like that though, DG. Tried to sneak one back in, especially to a guy like Kevin Anderson. Probably started it just outside the line of off stump and then get a little bit closer. Trying to get that in swinger going, especially if these bowlers understand what reverse swing is. You can get that reverse swing going, but then it is very hard to get it going because of the dewy conditions. Ball is wet, it's harder to control. Just like that, that's the second wide on the road. So we understand how difficult it is out there.
Pushing the ball down the leg side. Am I right in saying, as a fast bowler, if you're in this situation, you're focusing fiercely on not conceding a boundary of the first 2 balls of the over and of the last 2 balls of the over? If there is any sort of experimentation, it happens in that middle phase.
Personally, I don't think they should experiment, DG. It's about maintaining that line, that length, to try to get a wicket. You need to try to get a wicket, but not try so hard. But it's the end of the over, dot to finish. We'll continue that conversation. It's 131 for 5.
Look at the batting card of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Apart from Nandu, top 5, only him getting into double figures. Not ideal in a run chase, especially when you're a team with only 1 win in the tournament, searching for semi-final qualification. Hey, I just want to clarify that statement that I made when I mean focus hard on the first 2 balls and the last 2 balls, not to concede boundaries and experiment in the middle, meaning that element of surprise for wicket taking. You try to bowl that off the 3rd or 4th ball of the over.
Especially in this position. Yes, you have to try to get a wicket, but you have to choose that ball that you're going to run that risk with and said, look, I'm trying to get a wicket here, this delivery, but also closing out the over at the end.
You set things up for that element of surprise. My thinking is, of course, when you focus on not conceding a boundary in the last 2, you're really bowling in partnership with your colleague on the other end. You're sustaining pressure so that he can start well.
Example, in this case, you would want Teddy Bishop to bowl more balls to Anderson, not wanting Savory to really come down because he's a left-hander hitting with the spin. So it's about bowling in partnerships. Want Joshua Bishop to spin the ball away from Anderson and then bowl at one that hold this line. So it's about different things that you have to do as bowlers, skipper for a team, to make things better for you and to put you in a better position.
.133 for 5. That's 13 overs, just 1 boundary picked up by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So West Indies Academy applying the pressure. Some pace there from Yuan Lane. Ball bouncing over the wicketkeeper. Wide the signal, so 3 runs you can say for Guyana Harpy Eagles, and they welcome it.
Not releasing the pressure here, Lane. You don't want to do that. You have been maintaining that pressure. You need to keep it going. It's too easy. You have a short keeper like Tuckett. So it's going to give him a lot of problems.
Ball is 2. 2 runs achieved. It's more evidence that it's wet, it's slippery, not ideal. Four fielders, Mutara just losing his footing.
Brings me back to that conversation we had in the last over in terms of setting up batters and how you can go about taking wickets. Makes me sit and wonder if a lot of our bowlers in the Caribbean understand how you go about taking wickets, especially when you're in this position.
And wicket taking in white ball cricket is distinctively different to wicket taking in red ball cricket. Bowlers in red ball cricket, of course, rely a lot on consistency, control. In white ball cricket, you really want to signal to the batter what you're doing and give them the opportunity to premeditate your lengths.
There's also a lot more skills being offered. So white ball cricket brings me back to this question that someone asked me today: which one is tougher? Is it white ball cricket or playing red ball cricket? And I sat and I told him I think white ball cricket is a bit harder because the amount of skills that you have to bring to the game, really and truly, endurance is more needed at the red ball level. So it's all about endurance, it's all about consistency and having a strong mindset. So the white ball format, you really have to have a lot of skills going for you. That is these days, the amounts of shots that they have, the array of shots that they have. You have to come good as a bowler.
Across the different formats. But you're right, physically it's more demanding when you play red ball cricket as against having a limit to the number of overs in 50 over cricket and T20s. You can pace yourself more as a bowler. You don't necessarily bowl long spells. The captain wants you to be aligned with the game situation. Two again is a call, and they will get there easily. So nicely played once more from Anderson. 144 for 5.
After 35 overs, the Harpy Eagles will shoot up 204 for 144 for 5. Anderson not out 47. Avery not out 31.
Pretty much neck and neck at the moment. Harpy Eagles 144 for 5, still need 57. Partnership of 67. Restoring some parity to the contest. They'll want to push on for, if not all the way there, as close as is possible. Academy desperate for another wicket. Joshua Bishop in for his final over, very economical. Savory seems to want some bit of equipment. Might be a change in glove. So a pause in play. The Eagles have lost early wickets in this contest. A reminder for those of you who may just be joining us, Harpy Eagles won the toss. They decided to bowl first. They did a decent job with the ball. The Academy in the end bowled out for 245.5 overs. And now the Harpy Eagles, who are looking to continue the trend of teams chasing here and winning all the matches, 144 for 5. Anderson, the mainstay of the innings, 47 unbeaten. And Savory along with him on 31 himself. All right, we're ready to resume. Bishop for his last. Secondly, Ambrose alongside me. It's been a decent showing from the Academy team to have the Harpy Eagles in this position. What has pleased you the most about the Academy setup in this match?
The confidence shown from the very first delivery. They know that 200 runs on the board is not a big total. Harpy Eagles only need like 4 runs and over to win. But they took the fight with Harpy Eagles and managed to prize out 5 batters very quickly. But since then, it's all Harpy Eagles' way. So a little bit of concern for the Academy team. They probably thought, having taken 5 wickets in a rather quick time, they're well on their way. But that's the nature of this game. Good partnership building. They need to break it now to get back in the game.
Outside the line, off the leg stump, and talking about impressive stuff secretly. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the name. Firstly, Jadiah Blades. With that new ball, the left-handedness, the pace, the swing, that must have pleased you as well.
Yes, he bowled well. Bowled straight. Got a little bit of shape as well. Hence, the 3 wickets he's taken, 2 were leg before and 1 was bowled. Simply means he's bowling at the stumps. And that really set back the Harpy Eagles in a big way. But since then, both Anderson and Savory have really done a good job in rebuilding.
Anderson moves to 48, 148 for 5. New formation out in the middle is quite evident. Lots of towels around. Spin bowlers trying to dry the seam, the faster bowlers as well. Change in ball. They've been the question asked on a number of occasions from the players to the umpires. Mutara, it seems, will replace Bishop from the northern end. We saw him in operation from the southern end. The things Anderson will be looking at is that one that slides on to try to catch him trapped LBW, but he's very well set now, so in a much better position to negotiate the leg spinner. Five fielders in the inner circle cutting that, or trying at least to cut the single. Once two, just a single. I just want to see how much of an impact the dew has, the wet ball has on our spinner. We already saw some full tosses from him because of the wetness. How can he cope now that we're later on in the innings?
It's hard enough being a leg spinner. And it's twice as hard when the ball is wet. And there he goes, getting that rag, trying to keep that ball as dry as possible. Does need to be able to grip it. Finger spinners and fast bowlers is a little bit easier. But for wrist spinners, very, very tough.
Yeah, I just think that he should be using a slip for the left-hander. This sounds a little bit strange, folks. The leg spinner using a slip for a left-hander. But because the ball isn't turning, it's sliding across him. And it's just a natural tendency to play at those deliveries. And they are searching for a wicket. Get the all-rounders and the bowlers in. 150 comes up for the Harpy Eagles. If they can just prize one out, never know. Still a lot of runs to get though. 51. Anderson on 49. It's been a mature innings from him. Misses out. Really misses out on a full toss. An opportunity to get to that landmark. Still there though.
Good work by Rivaldo Clark at short extra. And that's his 50. Easy single down to long on. Brings up his 50 from 79 deliveries. Appreciated by his teammates. Kevlon Anderson.
Yeah, his second 50 this season and the second in his career. So, building on what he's done earlier, but yeah, the responsibility and the maturity that he showed in this one, in a tricky situation where his team was precariously placed. That's what you want from your batters. Single to end the 37th, 152 for 5.
Harpy Eagles require 49 runs from 17 balls, 5 wickets in that.
Everyone trying to stay dry. That was the moment he registered his second listy half century. Applause from his teammates. Still a job to be done though, it's not over. And that's the mindset you want, or you want to inculcate, one of finishing the job and not being settled for a personal milestone, but think about the team The team requires you to be there at the end and to make this half century a big one. Still 49 left. An aggressive start to the over from Pittman. And these are the bowlers used, 6 of them. One bowler has completed his allocation, Bishop, none for 28. 3 wickets for Blades early up, 1 for Lane, 1 for Motara. I think they need to make a decision, the West Indies Academy, if they can perhaps bring someone else in to create some pressure. Maybe use someone in a catching position to create the perception of pressure, or an attacking field. Otherwise, this game is just petering out. They need to get one. Either of these two will do. And that's the one. They didn't have to do anything. Anderson himself gifted his wicket after reaching the milestone. I was just talking about that. Much more is required. Don't settle for personal landmarks only. And the wicket falls, the partnership is broken.
Short delivery from Kelvin Pittman. Didn't bounce much and was hit to short mid wicket, straight in the safe hands of Rivaldo Clark. Wonderful fielder, even though he's known for his wicket-keeping skills. And this is gone for 50. Guyana Harpy Eagles, 153 for 6.
And the 6th wicket to fall for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Jablan Anderson, for Rivaldo Clark, for Kelvin Pittman, for 50, 153 for 6. And coming batsman, Versami Pomo.
The veteran, Versami, Purmall, out in the middle. He's been here on numerous occasions in the past, capable of wielding the willow. Not that he needs to, lots of deliveries remaining. So he can afford to take his time. There is a gully in position, so they have one catching fielder. Two fielders positioned deep as well. And this is the reason why he's here secretly.
Short delivery, didn't bounce that much. And Rivaldo Clark, known more so for his wicket-keeping skills, wasn't going to drop that straight to him. Took it quite comfortably in the end. Celebration for Pittman and the academy team. Look what he meant to them. Look at Rivaldo Clark saying, oh, that's a piece of cake. I can do it without the gloves.
That fielder in gully. Rivaldo Clark again coming into action. It was a good innings. But just when he was required to carry the innings and carry the team closer to the target, he gave his wicket away, Anderson, and that's something that I suppose we need to have a paradigm shift in the region from our young batters. Yes, the personal milestones are good, but the team has to matter more than self. Successful over from Pittman, 153 for 6. Action continues apace here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Live at 12:45 p.m. local time. This is one of the biggest rivalries in the region. It's the Jamaica Scorpions up against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Teams looking to solidify their positions in the top 4. This one will be coming live from 12:45 p.m. tomorrow. Don't miss out tuning from 12:45 p.m. Heading to that stage of the tournament where victories are important, where those bonus points are important. Right, single first delivery. What are they going to do for the right-handed Versami Pumol? They wanted a wicket, they got it. How do they follow that up?
Leg spinner, bowled into a right-handed batter, get a slip in, put a little pressure on him. West Indies Academy need to take wickets. That is going to be key. For them to win this game, they need to take wickets.
Catch him!
Yeah, that was just on the fingertips. Just speaking about wickets, secretly another one almost coming. Rivaldo Clark, he's been in the thick of things. Just on the fingertips, outstretched fully. An opportunity, it really was an opportunity. That is what they were searching for.
It was struck with some degree of power.
Yeah.
That looks close, yes! And the dreaded finger goes up. Another wicket for Matara. Jubilation, look at the celebration. And his teammates are loving it.
This is disappointing, really disappointing from Versami Pumol. This is not what your team needs in this situation. For all of the experience that he has, much more was expected of him. Good from Motara, though he picks up his second. An opportunity in the previous delivery. This time he does it all on his own, as plumb as you can get. Easy decision for the umpire. Really inexplicable from that man. 156 for 7.
That's the fall of the 7th Eagles wicket. Versami Pumol selected for wicket. For Mutara, 2, 156 for 7. Incoming batsman, Ali Mohammed.
Well, a good partnership and then a couple quick wickets. Best of 21 this season for Ali Mohammed. And the game tilted back in the favor of the West Indies Academy. Just a historical reference, small sample size. Last year, when these two teams met, it was the Academy that prevailed against their more established counterparts.
Ali Mohammed. Do you think his name after the great Muhammad Ali the boxer, but the name in reverse?
Well, he's a big man. He's burly. He's well built. A change in field, mid on to long on. I want to make a joke, but I can't make that joke on air secretly. I'll tell you it privately. This is the reason why he's here. And, I really don't want to describe that shot from Versami Pumol. It was atrocious, given the circumstances. Successful over from Motara. 156 now for 7. .45 from 66. The wicket of Versami Pumol, the second for Mutara. And we saw this when he got his first, climbing up the stairs, looking to make the ascent to senior reckoning, and hopefully in the not too distant future we perhaps might see the young man. Pittman from the southern end will continue. For Savory, I suppose secretly a regulation field, but the new batter, when he does come on strike, a little bit more attacking.
Good comeback from the West Indies Academy. They took 5 wickets pretty quickly, and then there was a good partnership between Savory and Anderson. Then that partnership was broken. Then another wicket follow-up soon after. So they're now 7 down, still needing 45. The Guyana Harpy Eagles. And those 2 quick wickets brought back some life into the academy. Are we going to see maybe a slip in place for the new batter, Ali Mohammed?
Yeah, what they used in the previous over was the gully. And so they had a fielder in a catching position. I'm not seeing him in that position now. They have instead the short mid wicket. So perhaps the plan is to bowl a few short deliveries. There's a deep backward square, deep fine leg. Let's see what the plan of attack is. Yep, the short delivery. Fumble by the wicketkeeper allows him to get off strike, not what a bowler wants. He wants to bowl at him.
Ball short of wicketkeeper. Was an awkward one to collect. Tells you the slow nature of this surface. Oh, how do you love to take Savory wicket now? He's probably standing between them and victory, the West Indies Academy. If they could manage to dismiss him now, they would probably feel they're in a real good chance of taking this game.
Yeah, I look at the Guyana Harpy Eagles play this season, and I saw them play last season as well, and I just wonder what is their philosophy in 50 over cricket. That was struck with some ferocity. A couple bounces for 4, so some aggression from Savory.
over pitch delivery from Pittman and was hammered over long on for 4. Was well struck away from the fielder at mid-on. Pittman not a happy man.
Yeah, he uses 2 short deliveries early in the over. That's something that I suppose he learned, maybe to keep one up his sleeve. So the batter sort of predicted the length, and with mid-on and mid-off up, once he bowls a little bit full, it's easy pickings for a well-set batter. That's a much better length. Power play 2 done, 162 for 7. Ashmead, Ned, Niall Smith, the others to come. Savory trying to hold things together. Ali Mohammed not yet off the mark. These are the bowlers, all of them eligible. Bar Bishop, who's completed his allocation. Chris Wright makes the signal. We enter the final phase, power play 3. All right, this is going to be a good contest. 2 overs from Mutara remaining. He's going to target the stumps, target the pads. Just like that, good areas. He wants to bowl a few deliveries at Ali Mohammed. He looks as though he's prepared for a big shot. This over is going to be interesting.
I don't think Mutara would be too concerned if Ali Mohammed decides to go big. $39 to get for the Harpy Eagles. 3 wickets for West Indies Academy. Which way is it going to go?
Yeah, that's what's needed. Sensible cricket, situational awareness. 38 from 58, no boundaries needed, rotation of strike. And the closer you get to the target score, the bowlers will feel the pressure, the fielding team will feel the pressure, and you'll be provided with some unforced errors. And that's what you want as a batting team, just to maintain your composure and your calmness. Easier said than done, though. As players, we've all been in that situation where our emotions get the better of us and we do something silly. And these 2 out in the middle keep their nerves in check.
Savory is a wicket they would like to take. I reckon if they get Savory out, the academy will believe that they have a good chance of winning, because they probably will say to themselves, both Ned and Smith to come. They don't believe they can take them out. Savory inching towards the half century, only 6 away. But I'm sure he's not thinking about that. He just wants to make sure he's there right to the end to see his team over the line.
Just needs to pull that length back a little bit and bowl it a touch straighter. A good delivery from Mutara. I'm just making the point in the previous over about the philosophy of the Guyana Harpy Eagles team in list A cricket. to full that time, perhaps trying to bowl a little bit too quickly. It's the second season in succession that they've played underwhelming cricket, and they haven't won this tournament since 2005, 2006. That's a long time ago. It's not what you expect from a territory that produces quality cricketers. You expect them to perform much better in this format. So something has to be done to address these concerns. Two runs, two wides.
Quite right, because they're so dominant in the 4-day competition, but just can't seem to get it right in this format, the 50-over format. And they're basically the same players. So that certainly is cause for concern.
Well, they waited a long time as well for their first T20 title, CPL title, which they won last year. So they tasted success there. Otherwise, these are free runs. Errors that you can ill afford at this stage.
Just need to stay calm, young Matara. Don't rush it.
Single to end, 169 for 7. A really close contest. Another nail biter on our hands here. Harpy Eagles have played some very close contests this season. This one looks like another. Never thought that 200 would challenge them as much as this has done. So credit to the academy team and their bowling effort. Jadiah Blades replaces Pittman from the southern end. Left-hander from round the wicket. Looking to target the stumps. No slip in position. Wonder what he can do with this ball now. Wet, old. Couple changes in field, so long off. Goes in position. Deep third comes into the circle. Ali Mohammed played that one quite competently. Savory just needs to trust him, I suppose. Have confidence in him and not try to do anything silly. He's still some way away. I'd like to see another fielder in the inner circle for Blades to cut that single. Don't give them anything too easy. That deep mid-wicket coming into short mid-wicket.
"31 runs needed. 52 legal deliveries left." Has the ball well today or this evening. Blades. Good work. A short fine. Bishop, the fielder. I love to say, young Badgie, that the fielding has been very, very good from West Indies Academy. Saved a lot of runs.
Very good from Blades. A couple of dot deliveries. You can see the frustration from Savory. Still a lot of deliveries remaining, so can't afford to lose his cool. He's done a good job to date. Forget about the strike rate. The requirement is 31 from 50, so he's allowed that latitude. They might have been thinking about bonus points in the lead into this game, but it just didn't pan out that way. Gets the single finally.
And that's exactly what the academy would want. They're trying to frustrate Savory into doing something silly. And you're quite right, he needs to keep his composure, needs to stay calm and play the situation. A few dot balls won't hurt them. 49 deliveries still left to get 30 runs. So he has to stay there to the end. Savory.
Just praising their feeling. This one slips through the hand. A couple of the result might have been Rivaldo Clark at backward point. 173 for 7.
There are 28 runs required for the Harpy Eagles to take this one. 3 wickets for the academy to do what hasn't been done here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy this season. Tara for his final over. He's been tidy, 2 for 41.
Oh, Zizi.
Savory really the man standing in the way of the academy taking this one. 45 now from 72 deliveries.
So important is this game for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Their hopes of reaching the semi-final hinges on a victory tonight. Of course, if Harpy Eagles don't win, they go home, they complete their campaign. 4 teams already with more points than the Harpy Eagles before going into this contest, so they need a win to keep their chances alive. Savory looks in control. 45 from 75. Again, just 28 required from 44. So they can see the finish line. Will they have the energy to cross that line? On the other hand, you must give credit and plaudits to West Indies Academy. Firstly, in the manner in which they've recovered with the bat to score 200, and the way they started the innings with the ball. Shot, very good control. .175 for 7, end of a wonderful spell. 2 for 43 for Motara. Harpy Eagles 5th on the table, 4 teams with higher points. If they don't win tonight, they bow out of this CG United Super 50 Cup 2024. But they finished 4th last year. Didn't get to the final. It was the Red Force and the Hurricanes. Teams played in that final. Sounded good. Good muscle and power from Ali Mohammed. He's known as a big hitter in Guyana, and he's supporting the cause.
Yeah, all-rounder Ali Mohammed, 26-year-old. But many have spoken about his ability to hit a long ball. He shows just that, his first maximum of the night. Takes the Harpy Eagles a bit closer.
An inch closer. Of course, no guarantees. Even if the Guyana Harpy Eagles secure a win, but you feel on paper they have the more experienced team. They started this contest as favorites, being put under the pump early in the second half. They're showing great character as a team.
And of course, they almost flipped the batting order, opted to open the batting with Junior Sinclair in the absence of Tej Narain Chandapal. Then Kimo Paul was promoted to number 3. Didn't work. Kemal Savory, Kevlon Anderson. Those were really the 2 batters who showed great resolve. They're just 19 runs away. Savory in sight of a 3rd half century this season.
Can you feel a little bit for West Indies Academy, given the history of matches at this venue? If Guyana Harpy Eagles go on to win, of course, they will maintain that clean record of chasing sides, being victorious here in day-night matches in this year's tournament. So there is an advantage with the toss and with bowling first. Straight to the fielder. So a little twist in the tail. Ali Mohammed trying to clear the fence, can only find Akeem Ogis in that mid-wicket region. And Blades with another, his fort.
Not the first time in this tournament we see a batter being outfoxed by a slower delivery. And also trying to take on that bigger boundary to the leg side, hitting against the wind. A good change up by Jadier Blades. Gets his 4th of the night. Ali Mohammed has to walk back for 13. Perhaps an opening for her Academy. 183 for 8.
At the fall of the 8th, Eagles wicket, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, for Akeem Ogis, ball Blades 113, 183 for 8. Incoming batsman,
Ashmin Ned had a fabulous time with the ball when he opened the bowling alongside Niall Smith. He bowled 2 maiden overs to set things up quite early in this battle. Oh, with the task of closing things out. This time with the bat, Shakira.
Yeah, that average is just over 7 with the bat, Ashmin Ned. Those 7 runs could be crucial.
Fourth wicket for Blades, going short, having the right field for that type of delivery. Just a little more power required to clear the fence. Has a chance to secure a 5-wicket haul in this final delivery of his spell. He's already secured a bowling point for his team by virtue of his 4-for. More importantly, he's the leading wicket taker of the tournament at this point in time. 183 for 8.
Eagles need 18 runs from 36 balls. The Academy needs 2 wickets.
Wonderful spell of bowling. It started with Junior Sinclair, then Kemo Paul. Tevin Imlak too was a part of that 4-for. Last wicket for Blades, that of Ali Mohammed. Still a glimmer of hope for the West Indies Academy. 18 required from 36 balls. And the skipper turns to Rambaran.
Two runs away from his 3rd half-century this season. Kemal Savory. A half-century in that last game against the Red Force. by with great maturity.
An innings of real substance from Kemal Savory. Came in with his team under pressure in this run chase. And he's brought up a landmark, his third half-century this season. And he has the opportunity to navigate a win for his side. Can he complete it?
And 3 boundaries in this 6 twos. He's done exactly what his team needed. Played the situation well, Savory. Call is for 2 again. This time Clark is off the boundary a lot quicker.
Bit surprised that Captain Bishop has turned to Rambra and he hasn't gone to Yuan Lane. Kelvin Pittman. Run going at over 4. Not a big turn off the cricket ball. Of course, releases the ball with a low trajectory, so the ball skids on, slides on with the dampness from the dew.
Pittman has only bowled 5 overs. Johan Lane 7. And you would think he would go for the more attacking option. No, perhaps Johan Lane is going to come from the next aim. This is the way Kemal Savory brought up his 3rd 50 of this season. Yeah, applause from his teammates, well deserved. Lots of time still left in this game. 15 runs from 31 deliveries. And we'll just need to survive. Stay with Savory. End of the over. 187 for 8.
To win the Eagles lead 14 runs, 51. Academy needs 2 wickets.
Guyana Harpy Eagles 14 runs away from a win. Will they achieve it, or will West Indies Academy spring a surprise? Surely the Guyana Harpy Eagles holding that balance of power. As you called it, Shakira Salman, it's Yuan Lane to do magic with the ball. Straight for the attacking Yorker. Had to hit, didn't hit. So there was a chance for another wicket. And it goes a begging.
Yeah, not enough time for Johan Lane to get back to the stumps. So Rivaldo Clark needed a direct hit. A bit of hesitancy from Ashmi Ned. Never expected he run it. He was gone for all money.
Just wonder if there was a chance for the field at cover to get behind the stumps. No one in sight. It's important to have that off-the-ball movement by fielders. Fielders who are not fielding the ball to anticipate. And anticipate well. There again. Surely close. If there was a direct hit, so taking unnecessary risks, you can say, the two Guyanese batters.
Bit of panic seems to be setting in can't see the need for these tight singles. Still enough time. And again, had he hit, Ashmi Nadu would have been gone. 2 runs the result though.
Would have been the last wicket inside, so more pressure. To sense the tension in this situation. Harpy Eagles, they played against the Volcanoes. Volcanoes just getting over the line with a win by 1 wicket. And again, Harpy Eagles against Barbados. Barbados going on to win by 1 wicket. So they've been in some close calls, close matches.
And looking back on their season so far, you would think they'll be disappointed that they weren't able to hold on, get over the line in those close games. Should have won that game against Volcanoes. And definitely should have won against Barbados Pride.
Question, will they win this one? 10 required from 27. 2 wickets in hand. And again, a slip from Yon Lane. Evidence of a wet ball. Quite understandable.
Yeah, very wet seam, it seems.
Those of you at home wondering or watching on your different platforms, what's like bowling with a wet ball? It's like holding a bar of soap and trying to rotate your arms like a windmill. Try doing that at home. Tell me at some point in time how great is the challenge.
It seemed to be holding that ball on the seam, which is very difficult to do when it's wet.
It's protection, so just a single. So bowlers bowling pretty much to their field.
That would be a ways to hold it cross seam for a bit more control.
Managed to tug a few strokes to that leg side with the closing of the blade. And if you missed it, West Indies Academy, they were spot on with the ball in their defense. 8 for 3. That is how the Harpy Eagles started this run chase. Very much on the back foot, and they had to consolidate. It was hard work. Started with an Anderson-Nandu partnership of 42, and that continued with Anderson and Savory putting on 76. Savory is still there. Stitched together another partnership of 27 with Ali Mohammed. 194 for 8.
The Eagles are 194 for 8. Either put a 7 runs.
In fall of wickets. And there is that cluster. 6, 7, 8 falling in quick time. Very similar to the first, second, and third wicket that fell. Mini collapses, evidenced by the first 3 wickets falling for 8 runs. And then the last 3 between 153 and 183. So wet is the ball that the umpires are looking at changing it once more. Third ball change of the innings.
Yeah, evidence of just how difficult it is for teams bowling second. Not just because the ball slides onto the back a bit more. Very wet outfield makes it very difficult for fielders and bowlers.
Surely this will help the bowlers with their grip. But as well, it might assist batters too. The hardness of the ball will allow batters to time it better, as if it's tougher than the previous ball. And we await the outcome of this contest. Might be 6 matches here at Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Won 6 times by the team batting second. And those are day-night matches as compared to day. Sliding down.
Look at the way it tails in though. Lots of movement. Clearly missing the leg stump. A good start by Pittman.
Just 1 hit away for a victory. Will Savory be thinking about a big one? This innings, of course, he's favored the onside when he's looking to go big.
Bonham just seems to take over when he's playing attacking shots. There quite easily this time, Ashmi Ned. So clearly more alert to the plan.
Worked in the gap, and that's 4. So Ashmead Ned pounces on a full toss, times this one nicely into the gap, and he gets a boundary that makes the Guyana Harpy Eagle come 1 run away from a second victory this season.
Yeah, attempting that Yorker again. Misses his length. Easy for Ashmead Ned.
And there is the win. After a little bit of a stutter, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they saw and they secure themselves a win by 2 wickets in this chase. Yet another team being successful chasing in day-night matches at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. And more importantly, the Guyana Harpy Eagles keep their hopes of semi-final qualifications alive.
Yeah, barely alive, Harpy Eagles, but they will be happy that they've won. Happy because they've shown some resilience, all down to that man, Kemal Savory. The credit must be given to the West Indies Academy. They really made them work for this win. Look as though that record was in trouble. Wow, the Leacock was good in the field. Got a start with the bat, one of many academy players to get a start but not carrying on. Kemal Savory, he already ushered his side to a win. 56, not out for Savory, his third half century this season.
West Indies Academy could hold its head high in this battle. They fought and showed great resolve, found themselves in real difficulty with the bat firstly, managed to recover to 200, and then with the ball, they put themselves into a commanding position in that first power play and just couldn't close things out. Teddy Bishop just finding it challenging to pick up the remaining 2 wickets. But again, the experience of the Harpy Eagles coming to the fore. So once more, a chase being successful here in day-night matches at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. And this year's Super 50 Cup, the trend stays intact. Both teams, of course, exchanging pleasantries. As we reflect on this game, which was keenly contested between both teams, the Eagles, they were in trouble. 3 wickets for 8 runs. Nandu standing tall with 34, and then it was the low order half centuries from Anderson and Savory that really kept things in check. Eventually, the partnerships in the bottom half of this batting got them over the line and secured a win by 2 wickets.
Jadier Blaze was the man who really had the Harpy Eagles in trouble. Took 3 early wickets for just 8 runs. Then he came back and got a 4th, secured a bonus point for the academy. Johan Lane was good as well, 1 for 33. Mortara showed lots of control with the wet ball. He got 2, Pittman got 1.
So in dewy conditions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they prevailed. They showed that batting was much easier in the second half of this game, as is customary this season, with teams chasing. West Indies Academy showing a better effort with the bat, going past 200 in their first match at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. And after securing 1 win before this contest, they wasn't able to add another. The Harpy Eagles, of course, showing that their experience could take them to a 2nd win this season, a 2nd win by 2 wickets. Of course, we come to the end of this contest. That was the winning moment. And again, the celebrations erupted for Guyana Harpy Eagle. Bit of disappointment for West Indies Academy, but lots of positive in this effort. We're going to take a short break and we'll come back with the post-match presentation. A hard-fought win for the Guyana Harpy Eagles in this contest. West Indies Academy, they were bowled out for 200. And the Eagles, in response, they stuttered. They lost 3 wickets for just 8 runs, but held their nerves of steel, you can say, with their lower order, led by Savory and Anderson. And eventually, the Harpy Eagles went on to win by 2 wickets. The CG United moment of the match, of course, it was that opening spell from Jadar Braids. 3 quick wickets, getting rid of the top order and the captain too, Tevin Imlach. Great accuracy and swing from the left-hand seamer. So as promised, we now go down to Joel Manning, who's got the post-match presentation.
Welcome everyone to the post-match presentation for tonight's CG United Super 50 Cup 2024 match. We'd like to thank the official sponsors of the series who've made this possible. CG United, the title sponsor, Dafabet, Blue Waters, Macron and Visit Trinidad. Tonight, it's my pleasure to introduce you to the player of the match, Jedediah Blades, for his figures of picking up 4 tonight for the West Indies Academy. His check is presented by Keenan Lewis, Property and Casualty Underwriter, CG United. Thank you very much, Keenan. Jedediah, quick chat with you. We had a conversation before you started today with 10, now moving to 14. How proud are you of your performance tonight?
I'm very proud, actually. Just thank the Father and grateful for the results.
Yeah, talk to me about, a bit about the conditions at the start of today. A bit of movement for you. Obviously, you had that pace factor as well. Talk me through how things went for you with that ball up top.
I was just trying to utilize the swing early, ball a little bit fuller, and just make the best of it. It worked out today, I guess.
Yeah, obviously I mentioned you took 3 at the top. Did any of them stand out for you? Did you enjoy any of them a little more, given the celebrations I saw from you?
Probably Kimo Paul. Yeah, that was my favorite.
Well, Jedediah, congrats on your performance and the man of the match, and all the best going forward.
Thank you, thank you.
Now it's time to invite Teddy Bishop, the captain of the West Indies Academy, into the conversation. Teddy, obviously not necessarily the result that you were looking for, but to sum up the match for me, what were your thoughts on tonight's match?
Yeah, I think we are 50 runs short. I think bowling on this wicket at night with the dew factor is really difficult to defend 200.
All right, so now talk to me a bit about the batting. What do you think went wrong? Obviously, just that 200 on the board. Where do you think it went wrong with your batting performance?
I think we had a fairly good start, with Rivaldo coming in with a bit of momentum coming up, but I think we had a couple of wicket clusters, so that kind of set us back for the back end.
Yeah, obviously you started quite well with the ball. Just talk to me a bit about what it was like to be out there watching Jedediah do his thing.
Just to support him in whatever way as a captain. I know just also the other guys support him in the field. I think today the feeling was pretty good, so I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and then final one for you, obviously just 200 on the board. How much did you believe that you guys will be able to actually maybe defend that one?
I think it's always difficult trying to defend 200 with the dew factor here, so it was difficult, to be honest.
Well, Teddy, obviously a hard one for you. All the best going forward.
Thanks.
It's time now to talk to the winning captain for tonight from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. It is Tevin Imlach. Tevin, let's start obviously on the batting. The last thing you guys did, you might say you maybe made that 200 like 200,000 out there. Just talk to me a bit about the batting tonight.
Yeah, we tried something different. We were looking for that early point to set up the game so that we could, give ourselves a chance in the back end. But unfortunately, it didn't go our way. Blade, he was good today. Credit to him. He started well and it put us on the back foot. Losing early wickets in a game is always a pressure.
All right, let's now look at someone who's done quite well for you this season. 3 half-centuries now, Kemal Savory. Talk to me a bit about what you enjoyed watching tonight from him.
Yeah, it was good. It showed heart and character. In situations where it's difficult and your team is on the back foot, it takes a strong character to come out and score runs and score runs under pressure. So, credit to him. He did well again today. He has been, good for us throughout, and he showed that again today.
Yeah, overall, you would say maybe had a mixed bag of results across this tournament. There's a slight chance mathematically that you might be able to progress, but overall, how would you sum up this tournament for your boys?
We were good in patches. I think the batting was good for most parts. In the field, definitely let us down. I think in that area we needed to improve. We needed to do a lot better We dropped some silly catches, some misfields and whatnot. We definitely weren't the best team, fielding team. So, yeah, I think that was the major problem for us. The bowling was pretty solid for most parts, but we had some tough games, losing 2 games with 1 wicket, by 1 wicket, and then 2 games rain out where I thought we were in very good position to win those games. And, well, you know, we were outplayed in that one against Trinidad, but tonight again, you know, we gave ourselves a chance. We tried something different, but, you know, we came out only winning, and so we accept it.
Yeah, finally, Tevin, just in case this might be the last time we get a chance to talk, what have you enjoyed most about this year's tournament?
The youngsters, the team itself. We have a lot of youngsters, a lot of players that would have played a year or 2. So they're now coming into their own in the tournament. So it was good to see, refreshing to see some of the younger players scoring runs, some of the players that, you know, would have been there for a year, and building on that experience, that previous experience, and you know, it shows growth, and that's the most important thing for us as a team moving forward.
Yeah, well, Tevin, thanks a lot for your time tonight.
Cheers.
Another close game for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That win has taken their points tally higher. They're now joint in terms of amount of points with Jamaica Scorpions. They remain in 5th position though. Slim chance of them qualifying in the semi-final as they come to the end of their matches in the group stage. Of course, other teams will be contended for the top 4 spots, because the top 4 teams will go to the semi-final. More action right here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. It's Jamaica Scorpions taking on the home side, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the defending champions. This will be an exciting encounter. You don't want to miss it. Highlights of the West Indies Academy against the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Well, Academy sent into bat first. They were quite slow in power play 1, only producing 28. Then they lost wickets in power play 2. 8 wickets for 155. Many of the batters not negotiating the spin. Junior Sinclair was very good alongside Versame Pamal. And there were 2 phases where they lost 3 wickets. And the Academy struggled to stitch together partnerships. Even players struggling to get high individual score. Top score of the innings coming from Nemar Bolden. And it was all Guyana Harpy Eagles. Wickets kept tumbling before there was a little bit of a regard action from Johan Lane before he was bowled. Debutant Ramnath came in, was expensive in the first couple balls, and then he picked up 3 wickets to close the innings out on exactly 200. In the run chase, well, it started horribly wrong for the Warriors. Warriors from Guyana, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, lost 3 wickets. But Matthew Nandu and Anderson started a partnership. Nandu being well set, he was caught on the boundary line. Motara, the wicket taker. And another partnership ensued. Savory and Anderson put on 76, and they were in the run chase. Kept the hopes alive. Then that partnership was broken. Pamal followed straight after, and it was quite tense. Another wicket fell, but it was Savory who brought his 50 up and ensured that the Guyana Harpy Eagles secured a second win this season. Harpy Eagles going on to win by 2 wickets and keeping their semi-final hopes alive.
Nothing. Oh. Oh. Oh, ball. Oh. Oh, lovely ball. Your hands, nice. Oh, lovely ball. Kick. Oh, that! Yes, man. Hold on. Catch it. Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, man. Kick. Oh, that! Yes, man. Hey, Windies! Yeah. Hold on. Catch it. Yes, please. Catch it. Oh, yes, man.
Hold on. Catch it! Yeah, catch it! Yeah, catch it! Oh yes, man!
having a red ball from 1 p.m.